Modern Family, A New Life. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26, Programming Partner. Thursday, September 11th, 2008. Several days had passed since Andrew started school. The next day, Friday, the team would play their first game. Although it was just a friendly match, the regular season wouldn't begin this Friday but the next, lasting until late October or early November. They would face neighboring schools within the Los Angeles Unified School District, LAUSD. The teams with the best win-loss records during the regular season advanced to the regional playoffs, which are single elimination games. Andrew's school hadn't made it to the playoffs in many years. Their district was highly competitive, and they were just a regular public school. However, since Andrew and his peers joined, everyone in the school community believed this year could be different. At the middle school, linked to the same high school, they had won 2 district championships in a row, something unprecedented in the school's history, fueling high hopes. There was only one current issue: the seniors and the coach. Although the seniors didn't make it to the playoffs last year, they came very close. Replacing them as starters with 9th grade students was seen as a drastic move. Additionally, the coach was Jason's uncle, the team's quarterback. Despite Andrew outperforming Jason in every aspect during practice: pass accuracy, running, endurance, decision making, etc., he was still not the starting quarterback and would most likely watch tomorrow's game from the bench. Even so, Andrew didn't mind. He understood that's how things worked in sports teams. No matter how good you are, you won't get the starting position right away unless you're a world-renowned player joining a new team. Besides, the first game was just a friendly to warm up, so he didn't care much about playing or not. Still, there was a lot of anticipation as it would set the tone for the team's season. Andrew wasn't paying much attention to the first friendly game of the season. For the first time in his life, his mind was more preoccupied with something other than football: his YouTube channel. It had been about 12 days since he uploaded his first video, and things had escalated far beyond what he ever imagined, even in his wildest dreams. In those days, he had uploaded a total of 5 videos, all featuring Call of Duty matches. They followed the same format Leonard and Howard had seen in the first video: chill commentary, informative content, and an effort to be charismatic. So it wasn't just a silent gameplay one. His channel had already accumulated approximately 35,000 views. Part of this unexpected success was thanks to Leonard and Howard, who had shared his videos on forums and social media platforms like Facebook and Reddit. They already had accounts with some reputation in niche gaming forums. As for subscribers, he had reached the incredible number of 786 in just 12 days. Although, considering the percentage relative to the views, it wasn't a huge figure. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to reach the milestone of 1,000 subscribers, a number he once saw as distant and hadn't even had time to process mentally. The success had come so quickly that even he hadn't anticipated it. I should edit and upload the video today, Andrew thought, analyzing his day and figuring out when he'd have some free time to do it. Last night, he recorded a match. It went really well, with a ton of kills, and on a newly added map. He was confident people would find it useful to get to know the map better. Andrew slung his backpack over his shoulder, said goodbye to Cam. Mitch had to leave for work earlier, and started heading toward the door. "Wait, Andy, you're forgetting your lunch," Cam said, holding out a container as he hurried toward Andrew, who had already opened the door. "Oh, right," Andrew replied, his thoughts still on YouTuber stuff. "It's unusual for you to forget your lunch. I'd ask if you're thinking about your girlfriend, but given the truth about that relationship," Cam said as he handed him the container, letting out a slight sigh. Andrew couldn't help but sigh when he heard Cam. He had to go out with Veronica last Saturday and Sunday, and it was very likely the same would happen this weekend. The 2 dates were endless, with Veronica only talking about herself. Then there were the never-ending phone calls where Veronica wouldn't tire of talking, and Andrew would respond with monosyllables. Sometimes, he'd leave the phone on the table and go to the bathroom. When he came back, she'd still be talking, as if nothing had happened. 6. You need to break up with her, Cam said, noticing Andrew's sigh. He had seen him go on those dates and talk with Veronica. It was clear Andrew wasn't interested. 2 years soon, Andrew said, putting the matter off. He didn't like confrontations with friends or loved ones and wasn't great at handling such situations. He was already the kind of person who found it hard to say no and was always willing to help others. For the only time he was truly competitive was in football, where the last thing on his mind was the feelings of his opponents. The bus isn't here yet. Mr. Harrison is always late, Andrew complained, glancing down the street. I should ride my bike, he added. Absolutely not. It's 8 kilometers to school. You'd arrive sweaty, and it's dangerous at the speed you ride your bike, Cam said firmly. 3. A normal student might take 30 minutes to cover 8 kilometers by bike, but Andrew could do it in 15 minutes. However, the speed he'd be riding at was far too fast and dangerous for Cam's liking. After a few more minutes of waiting, the bus arrived, and Andrew got on. The school day passed without any issues. In his programming class, they had already progressed beyond the simple first program from the initial class, Hello World. Alright, class, listen up, said Professor Smith. Today, I'm introducing your first major project. It's a group assignment. You will work in pairs to create a functional and creative app. It can be a simple game, a useful tool, or something that solves a daily problem. The important thing is that it reflects what we'll be learning these months, from programming logic to basic interfaces. You will have flexibility to choose your idea, but I want it to be something that motivates you, explained Smith. 8. A slight buzz spread through the class. Smith raised his hand to calm the students. Pick your partners now. If you have any questions about your project, come ask me. This won't just be fun, it will be a very important assignment for your grade. Andrew looked toward the front, where Leonard and Harwood were already discussing which app to make. Despite spending more time with them in the last few days, his friendship with Leonard and Harwood was still superficial. Their friendship had started just over 12 days ago. They were a well-established duo, and he was the new friend who still hadn't fully fit in. When it came to choosing groups, being left out was almost inevitable. In this class, Andrew didn't have any other friends besides Leonard and Howard. As he looked around, searching for options, his eyes landed on Pippa, who was already watching him with an arched eyebrow. His relationship with Pippa had improved in the past few days. They were now programming partners who helped each other. Although he was the only one getting help from the smart and perfectionist girl, a quality he had noticed in the past days. She didn't hesitate to point out flaws in his code with surgical precision. Sometimes, her tone could seem slightly intrusive, but not because she wanted to be condescending or boastful. It was just her way of being, direct and determined to help. For someone who didn't know her, her enthusiasm for correcting could come off as arrogance, but Andrew had already learned there was no ill intention behind her words. Looks like we're the only ones without a group. Partners? Pippa asked directly. Yeah, sure, partners, Andrew said with a somewhat relieved smile, happy not to be left alone. Plus, it's good to have someone smart as a partner. Although I warn you that I'm not a genius at this like you, Andrew added. Pippa rolled her eyes with an funny smile. Oh please. I've only corrected you a couple of times. Only a couple of times, thought Andrew, but he said nothing. She even corrected the spelling mistakes in his notes, if she happened to see any. Professor Smith paired up each student with their partner and then explained the main points of the project before the class ended. We need to decide what kind of functional app we'll make, Pippa commented while meticulously organizing her notes on the desk. Her movements were precise, as if each sheet had an exact place. The professor gave us time until Monday to come up with a basic idea. It's not much, but enough to come up with something solid, though not final, she added. I have practice now, and tomorrow is the first game, Andrew said, looking thoughtful. He needed to find a slot in his schedule, maybe on Saturday or Sunday. Pippa watched him for a few seconds. We'll decide tomorrow, she said finally, surprising Andrew. He had expected her to insist on solving it right away, true to her perfectionist nature. Aren't you going to insist we do it now? Andrew asked, half joking. I can be reasonable, Pippa replied with a slight shrug, as if it were obvious. Although you might not believe it, I understand that not everyone's priorities revolve around programming. Wow, is that empathy? Andrew joked as he packed up his things. Call it whatever you want, but don't take advantage of it, Pippa replied with a half smile. I'll only be lenient because tomorrow is your first game, and from what I can see, the whole school is excited. But don't think I'll forget about the project, she added. I knew there was a catch, Andrew said, chuckling under his breath. Consider this a patience loan. But if you don't start contributing after the game, I won't hesitate to talk to the professor, Pippa said, pointing at him with her pen. Got it, boss, Andrew replied, raising his hands in surrender as they walked toward the classroom door. Pippa rolled her eyes, but couldn't help smiling. See you tomorrow, and good luck with the game. Andrew watched her leave. He wanted to ask if she was going to watch the game, but there was no time. I hope she goes, although I'll probably play on the bench, he thought, shaking his head as he headed off to training 6. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 27. 1000 subscribers. The day of the game arrived. They were facing the Glendale Hawks, a team from another district, so it was a friendly match too. Despite being a friendly, there was a lot of buzz and excitement during the school day, as it was still the first game, and everyone had high hopes for the team this year. Plus, they would be playing at home. During the school day, most of the conversations were about the game, with students organizing plans to watch it with friends, guessing by how many points they would win, and especially debating who would be the starting quarterback for today's game. Andrew, the new quarterback who had just arrived from middle school, or Jason, the starting quarterback for the past 2 years. Most people were in favor of Jason and his experienced teammates taking the starting positions, since they had been on the team longer and performed well last year. However, for Andrew, almost making the playoffs wasn't good enough. To him, that was mediocre performance. 3 after classes, Andrew and his friends headed to practice. However, it wasn't a full regular practice session. The training focused more on strategy and was lighter, so it didn't last very long. Once it ended, they had a 2-hour break before the game. Andrew left the locker room with Reggie, Archie, Kevin, Steve, and other teammates from his grade, who had been on the same middle school team. Naturally, the conversation revolved around the game. It's ridiculous that I'm not starting. The coach is blind. Obviously, he's siding with the seniors, but we all know we are better, Reggie commented with a scowl. Don't let the coach or the seniors hear you say that, or you'll spend even more time on the bench, Reggie, said Kevin with a slight smile. The others laughed, but Reggie gritted his teeth, clearly annoyed. He wasn't known for being the most patient in the group. Kevin, you lucky bastard. You're not complaining, because you'll be starting. Guard has never been such a competitive position. It was easy to win, Kevin said, shrugging. The offensive guard's job is to protect the quarterback or open paths for the running backs. There are 2 starting guard positions. Kevin is tall and burly, much more so than Andrew and the others. His build is ideal for becoming an offensive or even defensive guard, although his speed is his weak point. The school's football team wasn't exactly known for having an outstanding offensive line. From the start, Jason had seen Kevin as a valuable asset. Having someone like him on the line meant he'd have at least decent protection on the field, something crucial for executing plays successfully. Stop complaining, Reggie, Steve chimed in with a mocking smile. Hit the weights more and become a guard. It'll be easier for you to start there than taking the spot from Jason's friend. The laughter that erupted from the others lightened the mood. In another group of rookies, a situation like this where the seniors dominated the starting spots might have caused nervousness or resentment. However, this group didn't seem upset. There was an almost palpable confidence among them, a certainty that their time would come sooner rather than later. And the main reason for that confidence was Andrew. It wasn't just because of his natural talent as a quarterback, but also because of the impact he had on everyone around him. Training with him wasn't easy. He was demanding, competitive, and had an innate ability to read the game and find ways to improve, both individually and as a team. That's why, even though some like Reggie voiced their frustration, most of the group stayed calm. Shut up, Steve. You don't even know what it's like to compete for a position. You're just another backup, Raggy shot back. And what are you? Steve replied, laughing even harder. I'll get a starting spot before you do, Steve added, his smile widening. Raggy was ready to fire back another retort, but Kevin stepped in, trying to defuse the situation. Enough, guys. This isn't a competition between us. It's against the seniors. Remember? They're the ones holding the starting spots. TCH, fine. I've got an idea for you, Kevin. Don't protect that idiot Jason. Let him get tackled. If they win this friendly game, it'll just give the coach more reasons to keep them as starters, Raggy said, shifting his focus. Not only would he curse them, but he'd also try to sabotage them. Kevin looked visibly uncomfortable. He knew Raggy was being impulsive, but he didn't want to get caught up in a mess. The others watched, waiting for a response, but Kevin didn't know what to say. He didn't want to do anything that might jeopardize his position on the team or his relationship with Jason, but he also didn't want to lose face with the group. Unsure how to respond, Kevin glanced toward Andrew, and everyone followed his gaze. If Andrew told him to sabotage Jason, Kevin wouldn't think twice. After all, if they lost the friendly game, the coach might reconsider the starting positions, making it harder for the seniors to keep their spots. Raggy's idea, though venomous and ethically questionable, didn't sound entirely far-fetched. After all, it was just a friendly game, right? And sabotage, though dishonest, wouldn't change much in the grand scheme of things. We're not doing that, Andrew said, speaking for the first time. Sabotaging him just to get a starting spot isn't the way. If anyone finds out what we did, it'll backfire and make earning starting positions even harder. Kevin felt relieved. The others nodded, instantly accepting Andrew's decision. Raggy didn't look happy but stayed quiet. He knew there was no winning an argument against Andrew. As they turned a corner in the hallway, Andrew spotted Leonard and Harwood leaning against the wall, speaking in low voices. Their eyes met, and Andrew knew it wasn't a coincidence they were there. Go ahead without me. See you at the game, Andrew said, trying to keep his tone casual. What's going on? Kevin asked, and the others looked at Andrew, confused. The group had a tradition. Before Friday night games, they always went to a restaurant together to pass the time before heading to the game. It was a ritual they'd kept since their second year of middle school. I have to see Veronica, Andrew replied with the first excuse that came to mind. A clear lie, but no one knew he was now friends with Leonard and Howard, or his interest in video games, geek culture, and so on. 4-0, it's that, Arky said with a knowing grin, and the others gave Andrew teasing smiles. Are you going to give her kisses before the game? Steve teased, mimicking kissing an imaginary person, and everyone burst out laughing. Get lost, or I'll double your training next week, Andrew exclaimed, and they all started running away, still laughing. If it had been a game where everyone was starting, they might have complained more, but since it was just a friendly match and only Kevin was a starter, skipping the ritual this time wasn't a big deal. Once everyone was out of sight, Andrew approached Howard and Leonard, who had gone unnoticed, a skill they had perfected over their years in middle school too. What's up? Andrew asked. We finally found you, Howard said, acting nervous for some reason Andrew couldn't quite understand. Is something wrong? No, the opposite, Leonard replied, holding out his phone, a 3G iPhone for Andrew to see. Andrew looked at the phone screen with curiosity. It was open to the YouTube app, specifically his own channel. The first thing that caught his attention, almost instinctively, was the subscriber count. There were no longer 3 digits he'd hit 4. The number read 1001 subscribers, or 1000 subscribers. Andrew exclaimed enthusiastically, grabbing Leonard's phone to look at it more closely. Yeah, finally hit 4 digits, baby, Howard cheered, raising his fist in triumph, as if it were his own YouTube channel. The last video hasn't even been up for 24 hours, and it's already getting a ton of views. It's on track to become your most viewed video, and you've gained over 100 subscribers in just 16 hours, Leonard said with a smile. That's great. We need to celebrate, Andrew said, thrilled by the success of his channel. In less than 2 weeks, he had broken the 1000 subscriber milestone, a significant achievement for him. If things kept progressing at this rate, he'd likely qualify for the YouTube Partner Program, which allows creators to monetize their videos through ads. While joining the program required meeting certain thresholds like subscriber count, watch hours, and content quality, it wasn't an easy feat. Although monetization wasn't his primary goal, being accepted into the IP would validate that he was on the right track. It would mean YouTube recognized him as a creator with potential. And let's face it, earning some money wouldn't hurt. He could buy more video games, action figures, and similar things. 3 Yeah, let's celebrate. Boys' night at your place tonight, Howard declared, excited by Andrew's suggestion. He and Leonard had a blast the last time they hung out at Andrew's house, and were eager to do it again. Not tonight, Andrew said, and Leonard and Howard's enthusiasm immediately dampened at his refusal. After Friday night games, the team always gathered at someone's house to celebrate or, if they lost, to console each other. Although losing was rare, it was another tradition Andrew took part in. It was the one time he stepped out of his room instead of staying cooped up, playing video games or something similar. For his friends and teammates, having Andrew there was important. It was their way of bonding with him, a night he never repeated in other social gatherings or parties. He had already broken the tradition of eating together at a restaurant before the game. He couldn't break another one now. Right, there's the game, Leonard said, almost forgetting about that important event at school, though it didn't mean much to him. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, Howard added, realizing Andrew probably had plans with his teammates after the game. How about Saturday? We could hit the comic store at the mall, rent some movies, or head to the arcade, and then hang out at your place, Howard suggested. That's a great plan, Andrew thought, genuinely excited at the idea of visiting a comic store with friends, something he'd never done before. The downside was that he already had plans for Saturday afternoon. I've got a date with Veronica, Andrew admitted, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Are you still with her? Leonard asked, sounding slightly sympathetic, as he could tell Andrew wasn't enjoying the forced relationship. Why do I hear pity in your tone? Howard asked, glaring at Leonard. If any girl had ever agreed to date him, even out of pity, he'd be over the moon. He could die happy. 2 Yeah, I'll deal with it soon. But I could cancel on her. My dad asked me to go with him to an event at my sister's daycare, a special event or something like that. I told him I couldn't, because of the date with Veronica, Andrew said, now considering a new plan. He would cancel on Veronica, saying he had to attend an important event for his baby sister. She couldn't get mad at him, it was about his little sister, after all. But instead, he'd visit the comic store with Leonard and Howard. 3 Are you sure? What if she finds out? Even if your dad finds out, it'll be bad, Leonard said, sounding a bit unsure. Nothing will happen. We'll be discreet, Andrew replied, brushing off the concern with a dismissive gesture. 13 Finally, he would get to visit a comic store with friends. He wasn't going to miss out on this for a fake date with his girlfriend or a daycare event for his little sister. He played with Lily every day after practice. Their bond didn't hinge on attending one event. Visiting a comic store with friends who shared his interests would be amazing. Yeah, Leonard, nothing bad will happen, Howard chimed in, eager to visit the comic store with Andrew and show all the nerds there that he had a cool friend. What could possibly go wrong? 25. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, First Match. At 7:20 p.m., the football field at Palisades High School, Andrew's school, was already filling up. The field had a capacity of about 500 people. Andrew's entire family had already arrived, his grandfather with Gloria and Manny, Claire, and Phil with Allie, Alex, and Luke, and Mitchell and Cameron. Also present were Andrew's neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, Jacob, and Bethany. Both teams had been on the field for a few minutes, warming up, as the game was set to begin at 7:30. Before the game started, there was an opening ceremony to welcome the start of the sports season. Even though this match was just a friendly, the cheerleaders performed a mini show alongside the team mascot and the school band. It is unbelievable that the bold coach does not start Andrew, Claire commented, crossing her arms with a slight frown. The school is unprofessional for letting a relative coach, Jay added, also frowning and with his arms crossed. That's because this school doesn't have a competitive football program, said Mr. Jacob, looking disdainfully at the coach on the field. Andrew should have accepted the offer from Harvard Westlake School. They gave him a scholarship and offered him a spot on their team. Why didn't he take it? Jacob asked, looking at Mitchell and Cam, who didn't seem too happy either. Harvard Westlake School is a private school in Los Angeles with an elite sports program. At that school, they don't allow relatives to coach, as favoritism is more likely. He turned down that offer for his friends, Mitchell replied with a strange expression. That was a lie. The real reason Andrew had given them for not attending that private, elite sports school was entirely different. He had said, with a serious look and a touch of arrogance in his tone, that he didn't want to be in a place where everything was too easy. It wouldn't be fun. I want a real challenge, something that truly makes me work for victory, he had said. He valued his friendships, but that wasn't the main reason he rejected the private school. He needed a challenge in this new life. In his past life, he had attended a school with an elite football program, though it wasn't private. His teammates were elites and prodigies at his level. He didn't want to repeat the same path, as it would be easier in this life, given that his abilities were superior to Mitchell and Cameron didn't share this reasoning, because they didn't want Andrew to come across as an arrogant kid who didn't appreciate opportunities. In the end, they settled for the friends group excuse. This version sounded more epic and self-sacrificing, as if he had chosen to stay close to his people. If his dream is to go pro, he needs to stop worrying about those things, Jay said, watching the field. What really matters is being on a team that's at your level, one that pushes you to be better. If you have the talent, why waste it at a second-rate school? Decisions like that can cost you dearly. Jay genuinely believed his grandson had a strong chance of making it to the NFL, a dream he himself had once held, but hadn't achieved due to a lack of talent. To him, Andrew was wasting his potential by staying at a school that wouldn't challenge him enough. For Mitchell and Cameron exchanged an uncomfortable glance. The excuse about friends was just a facade they had created. If I were you, I would have forced him to go to Harvard Westlake. You can't waste an opportunity like that, Jay added, looking at Mitchell, clearly challenging his parenting methods. He wouldn't have been so soft. Don't tell me how to raise my son, Mitchell said, frowning. The atmosphere around the family grew tense. Dad, enough, Claire exclaimed, trying to diffuse the tension. Your days of being a father are over, she added. Hey, Manny is his new son. His time as a father isn't over, Gloria chimed in, wanting Jay to be a better father than her previous husband, Javier Delgado. Manny wasn't paying attention to the family argument. He was focused on the beautiful cheerleaders, particularly a girl with straight blonde hair who seemed to be the leader. I'm going to talk to the coach. I'll tell him I'm joining the cheer squad. I'll become the leader. I'll gain power within the team and make sure there's no favoritism. If I see any sign of injustice, I'll report it immediately. This is serious business, folks, Phil said enthusiastically, clenching his fist too. He wasn't going to let any injustices slide. He would have to dust off his old cheerleading leader uniform. Absolutely not. You're a 40-year-old adult. Are you seriously planning to practice with teenage girls in revealing uniforms? Do you think that won't cause any problems? Don't even think about it. Claire immediately scolded him. Well, if they need help with flips or stunts, I'm ready, Phil said, completely oblivious to the potential issues that could arise. While the discussion continued, Hallie slipped away to meet with Dylan. The game was about to start, and Andrew, sitting on the bench and watching the field, had no idea about the family argument. The game began with the home team on offense. Time passed as the crowd enthusiastically cheered on their team to remind the visitors that they weren't at home. It was a very close game. Andrew and his friends watched from the bench throughout all 4 quarters. At no point did the coach send them onto the field. He only made substitutions with other senior players on the bench, to replace the tired ones and try out different strategies. The final 12-minute quarter ended when the referee blew the whistle. The score was 24-21 in favor of Palisades High School. The parents, family members, school staff, and students who came to watch the game were happy that the team had won. "My butt hurts," Steve complained as he got up from the bench. Andrew and the others also stood up and stretched. "This sucks," Ricky murmured, watching the starting team celebrate as if they had won the state championship. They saw how Jason kissed his cheerleader girlfriend passionately, as if it had been the most epic game in history, when they had won by a narrow margin, and it wasn't even a game that counted for the season. "Don't worry, we'll be on the field soon if we perform better in practice," Archie said, although he didn't sound very sure. Now that the team had won the first game, the coach wouldn't receive complaints and wouldn't want to change his strategy for the next game. The parents and the school wouldn't complain if there were good results, so they could continue to be on the bench in the future. "The season games won't be as easy as this one. It's only a matter of time before they lose," said Andrew. He had seen the coach's mediocre tactics and the quality of the seniors. They had no future of winning this season or making it to the playoffs. Many seniors even showed up late to practice, and the coach acted as if he were blind, not punishing the indiscipline, nor pushing them to their limits during practice. "Why the long faces, boys? Be happy to be on the winning team," said one of the seniors who started in the game with an unpleasant laugh. His friends, who followed him, laughed. Luckily, they went on their way, or Aggie might have started a fight. With the game over, Andrew and the others went to the locker room to change before the seniors arrived. They had to take advantage of the stupid celebration they were having, as if they had won something important. Then they headed to Archie's house where the Friday night post-game gathering would be held. Before leaving in Archie's dad's truck, Andrew said goodbye to his family. His parents already knew that he always hung out with his friends on Friday nights, and they would pick him up later. When he went to meet up with Archie and the others, he ran into Pippa, or rather, she intercepted him. "Finally, I found you," said Pippa, a little out of breath. It wasn't easy to find him with 500 people walking around. Plus, he wasn't wearing the team uniform anymore, which made him a little harder to spot. "Oh, you came to watch the game," Andrew commented. He had tried to spot Pippa in the stands, but there were too many people. "Yeah, I was kind of forced to by my friends and family," Pippa sighed. She would have been better off at home studying, or at one of her friends' houses without the crowd and all the excitement over a simple friendly game. "I was surprised to see you on the bench the whole game. I wasn't the only one. Many people talked more about that than the game. The big talented quarterback not stepping onto the field for even a minute. Nobody expected that. Did you show up late to practice, and that's why they benched you the whole game?" she added with a slight smile. "No, I didn't show up late to practice. I'm just on the bench because of a decision by the coach," Andrew replied, his tone less enthusiastic than usual. Although he knew he would soon be the starter, and that his level was above Jason's, he didn't like missing a game, no matter how friendly it was. He wanted to play every game. "Oh sorry, I was just joking, you know, with all the rumors about you, and the 2 championships you won. I didn't mean to say I don't think you're capable, just that sometimes I'm a little clumsy with what I say," Pippa said, starting to apologize, her voice speeding up, as if she were trying to make her words come out as quickly as possible to cover the awkward moment she herself had created. Andrew watched her. He wasn't upset by her earlier comment. He knew she was just joking to lighten the mood, although her comment could be misinterpreted. "I didn't mean to make you feel bad or anything like that, really," Pippa finally said, looking down a bit embarrassed by how much and how fast she had spoken. "I know, Pippa. It's fine. You'll see me on the field soon," Andrew said with a smile to reassure her and let her know he wasn't angry. "Great," Pippa murmured, relieved. "By the way, call me Pip," she added, lifting her head and giving him a small smile. "For all right, Pip," Andrew replied with a smile. Then, he thought for a moment before adding, "I'd tell you to call me by a nickname, but the only one I have is Andy, and well, it's a bit childish." "6 Then I'll call you Andy," Pippa said with a playful smile. "Didn't you hear the part where I said it's childish?" Andrew asked. "It's not that bad. It's like the kid who owns the toys in Toy Story, right?" Pippa said, feeling the conversation had taken a more comfortable turn. Well, if you say so, then it's Andy for you. Why were you looking for me? To clarify the details about the project. We need to decide what functional program we are going to do. We have to bring something by Monday, at least a rough idea, Pippa said without much ceremony. Was the patient slow over the moment the game ended? Andrew asked, amused by how seriously and quickly Pippa approached the work. Yeah, I don't like leaving things until the last minute, Pippa responded seriously. I thought we could catch up on Saturday or Sunday. I'm free both afternoons. How about you? Pippa asked. I can't on Saturday. Sunday will work, Andrew said. Why not Saturday? Pippa asked, wanting to work 2 afternoons on the project and bring the professor something well thought out and advanced. I have an event at my sister's daycare, Andrew replied, trying to keep a poker face. I didn't know he had a sister. Pippa thought, a little surprised. There were many rumors about Andrew, that his parents were gay, and that he was adopted. That much was known, but not that he had a sister. They must have adopted her recently, Pip concluded. Alright, Sunday it is. I'll give you my number, so we can finalize the details, Pippa said, pulling out her phone from her pocket. I'll see you on Sunday then, boss, Andrew said after jotting down Pip's number on his phone. See you, Andy, Pippa said, using his nickname with a teasing smile. And good luck with your new little sister's event, she added and walked away from Andrew. New little sister? How does she know she's new? Andrew thought, but didn't give it much more attention. Andrew then met up with his friends to head to Arka's house. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 29. Discovered by everyone. On Saturday afternoon, Andrew went to the mall with Leonard and Howard. The night before, at Arka's house, he had told Veronica to cancel their date. At first, Veronica was upset about it, but when Andrew explained the reason, she didn't get mad. It would have been too heartless to get angry when he was going to an event for his new baby sister. She wanted to reschedule the date for Sunday, but Andrew told her he couldn't make it then either, because he had an important programming project to work on. He didn't mention that his partner for the project was a girl, knowing it would only create unnecessary problems he wanted to avoid. I hope I can buy the World War Hulk comic with the David Finch cover, Howard said, rubbing his hands together and wondering if he'd get lucky. Currently, Howard, Leonard, and Andrew were in the mall, riding the escalator on their way to the comic book store. You're overly hopeful. Variant covers are limited editions and will soon become collectibles. A regular store in a mall won't carry them, Leonard said, shaking his head. Hope is the last thing you lose, Howard replied, undeterred by his friend's pessimism. You use that saying for everything, even with girls. You always try to flirt and fail, Leonard said with a slight, teasing smile. At least I try, unlike you, coward. You just stay in your comfort zone, waiting for a girl to fall from the sky, Howard retorted with a smirk. Howard and Leonard began arguing. As the escalator ride ended, they started walking toward the comic book store. Andrew's silence made them stop their bickering and look at him. Why aren't you saying anything? Howard asked. It was unusual for the typically outgoing and confident Andrew to stay quiet and appear more pensive than usual. What's with the smile? It's like this is your first time visiting a comic book store, Leonard said, casting a curious glance at him. He had noticed Andrew's smile, a smile that seemed almost nervous. For the first time I will visit the comic book store with friends and without a hood, Andrew replied. He had decided to stop hiding his love for geeky things. At first, he thought he kept it a secret simply because there was no need for his football teammates to know about that hobby. Telling them wouldn't add anything, since he wouldn't discuss such topics with them anyway. But he realized there was another reason. He had done it in this life and his past life. Deep down, he feared being seen as weird, since there was an incompatibility between the image of a popular athlete and his geeky interests. He was aware of his popularity, and if that ever came to light, it would just be one more rumor added to the ones already circulating about him. And he wasn't a big fan of rumors about himself, whether good or bad. But no more. Hiding it would only make things harder in the future, and he didn't care about the opinions of strangers. His family already knew about his interests, and now his two new friends, Howard and Leonard, knew too, and he was having a lot of fun with them. If he kept hiding it, he might push Leonard and Howard away, as they would see him as embarrassed by his hobby and a fake person. Congratulations, popular kid. But I'm telling you, this time you should wear a hood and some sunglasses, Howard said, shaking his head. Yeah, the one time you lie to your parents and your girlfriend is when you leave your face uncovered. You could get caught, Leonard said, a little worried about the situation. Leonard was happy Andrew had agreed to hang out with the two of them, but getting recognized wouldn't be good for him. Moreover, they didn't know Andrew had lied to someone else too, Pippa. The risk of being discovered had increased. Relax, nothing will happen. It's Saturday, the mall is packed, Andrew said with a calm faint smile. So what? That just means there's a higher chance your girlfriend is here with her friends, Howard argued, air quoting the word girlfriend. If there's a crowd, it's harder to be recognized. Besides, I asked Hallie if she had any plans with her friends, and she said no. So, Veronica won't be here, and my parents are at the daycare event. Everything is under control, Andrew said. Hallie was a close friend of Veronica. As for Pippa, she had mentioned she liked staying home or spending time at her friends' houses. She didn't seem to enjoy crowds or be the type to spend a Saturday at the mall shopping for clothes. If you say so. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if Veronica found you here, Leonard said with a thoughtful look. Oh, that's true. You didn't know how to break up with her. If she catches you here and realizes you lied to her, maybe she'll dump you or at least it'll add a point toward a future breakup, Howard said, nodding as if it were a solid plan. Shut up, we're here, said Andrew, pushing the glass door open and stepping into the comic book store. The store was tucked away in a distant corner of the mall's second floor, far from the more popular shops, as if meant for outcasts. Andrew took a deep breath as he entered, closing his eyes for a moment. The smell of fresh comics was addictive. If you were a regular nerd, I'd say what you just did was disgusting, but your looks save you, Howard said, giving Andrew a strange look. Was that a gay insinuation, Howard? Andrew asked, raising an eyebrow. Leonard burst out laughing. Shut up, Howard huffed, punching Andrew on the shoulder, something he immediately regretted. It felt like punching something really solid, and his fist started aching. The three of them spread out across the store, exploring enthusiastically. Andrew browsed through the comics, flipping through covers of Spider-Man and Avengers. Leonard and Howard stuck to DC Comics. They soon started debating which ones to buy, as their limited budgets meant they had to choose wisely. Andrew's appearance caught the attention of most people in the store. He was the opposite of the nerd stereotype, tall, athletic, and exuding confidence in his movements and speech. Between laughs, jokes, and debates, time flew by. They left the store, each with a comic tucked under their arm. This is fun, Andrew thought. It was the first time he had visited a comic book store with friends. They sat at a table in a cafe to grab something to drink and chat a bit more. Andrew needed to be home by around 5:30 p.m. He had arrived at the mall at 3. Mitchell and Cameron were attending Lila's event from 3 to 4. They thought Andrew was on a date with Veronica, and if his date lasted less than an hour, they'd know something was up, especially since they had noticed that Veronica tended to keep their son busy on dates for over 2 hours. His alibi had to be flawless. After enjoying their drinks and snacks, Howard and Leonard got up to use the bathroom. Andrew stayed behind at the table, gazing out the window at the bustling mall. It's almost 5. If I head back now, everything will be fine, Andrew thought with a faint smile. Nothing had gone wrong. He hadn't been discovered by anyone, and had spent a pleasant afternoon talking about comics and nerdy stuff. Enjoying your coffee? A feminine voice asked, and the faint smile vanished from Andrew's face. Slowly, he turned around, and saw the face of a girl he recognized. Pip, Andrew murmured, looking at Pippa, who was smiling faintly as she rested her arm on the back of his chair. Hi, Andy, Pip greeted with a wider smile, holding back laughter at the nervous expression on Andrew's face. It was the first time she'd seen him like this. When did you get here? Andrew asked, trying to act normal again. When you guys were talking about who would win, the Avengers or the Justice League, Pippa replied. Andrew's expression darkened. That had been 30 minutes ago, a conversation that had gone on far too long. Oh, you know, after my sister's event, I came to relax and grab a coffee with friends, Andrew said, trying to cover up his lie. You're a terrible liar, Pippa thought, noting Andrew's unnatural expression and tone. You told me in a message that your sister's event was at 3, and at that exact time, I saw you walking into the comic book store. My family has had me stuck here for a while, Pippa said, sighing in exasperation. Andrew wanted to slap himself. The night before, after getting Pippa's number, he couldn't resist texting her, and they chatted a bit. To make his lie more believable, he had specified the exact time of Lila's event. Are you mad? Andrew asked, noticing that Pippa's expression remained calm. There was no frown or sign of anger. She just looked at him serenely while sipping her shake. No, Pippa replied, lowering her cup and looking at him directly with a slight smile. Andrew frowned in confusion. Why wasn't she angry? He had lied blatantly and been caught. The reason, though she wouldn't share it with Andrew, was that she had overheard his conversation about comics and other geeky things. She had seen Andrew chatting with Leonard and Harwood a bit during programming class, but didn't think they were that close. It surprised her that a popular athlete like Andrew had such a geeky hobby and 2 friends who didn't seem like they'd fit with him at all. She liked seeing that there was more to Andrew than met the eye. Most athletes she'd known were jerks or idiots with egos the size of mountains. Tomorrow, we are doing the project without fail, okay? Pippa said in a tone that left no room for negotiation, though her expression remained friendly. Yeah, sure, we already agreed on that, Andrew replied. Just as he finished speaking, 3 figures approached the table, interrupting their conversation. The bill is paid. We can head home now, said a man with a smile, looking at Pip. You fulfilled your family outing quota, sweetheart. You can go back to your room and continue with your studies, added a middle-aged woman with hair and eyes similar to Pip's. Thanks, Mom, for the great privilege of returning to my own room, Pip said in a resigned tone. At that moment, the woman noticed Andrew sitting at the nearby table. Oh, and who's this? A friend? She asked. Hi, I'm Andrew. I'm working with Pippa on a school project, he said, standing up out of courtesy. He extended his hand firmly toward the man, who returned the handshake with a smile. Oh, Andrew. Pip's mother exclaimed, recognizing the name. You're the school team's quarterback, right? We've seen your games back in middle school. It's a pleasure to meet you, Andrew replied modestly. Josh never misses a game. You're a great quarterback, said the man, gesturing to a boy hiding behind Pip's mother. The boy looked at Andrew shyly, but with evident admiration. Oh, thank you. I'm just a backup now, Andrew said, scratching the back of his neck, clearly not used to receiving compliments. And the project you're working on? Do you have everything planned out? Pip's mother asked. Yes, Mom. We are working on it tomorrow, Pip quickly interjected, as if trying to prevent the conversation from going too far. Why don't you come to our house to work on it? We have a quiet room where you can concentrate, so you don't have to worry about finding a place to meet, Pip's mother suggested. Pip placed a hand on her forehead, clearly embarrassed by her mother's meddling, but she didn't contradict her. In fact, it was exactly what she had been planning to suggest to Andrew. If it's okay with Pippa, I can come, Andrew said. Pip's mother smiled, satisfied. Perfect. We'll see you then. Pip, do you want to tell him what time? Pip sighed, resigned but without protesting. Alright. Tomorrow at 4. Does that work for you, Andrew? Yeah, that works perfectly, Andrew replied. Pip and her family, with the bill paid, said goodbye to Andrew and left the cafe. Phew, luckily, she didn't get mad, Andrew thought with relief. At that moment, Leonard and Harwood arrived. They each paid for their orders and began the journey back to Andrew's house to celebrate hitting 1,000 subscribers, a number now nearing 1,100. As they descended the escalator, Andrew's mind wandered to the unexpected encounter with Pippa. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar head of hair and turned toward the upward moving escalator. There was Veronica. She sensed someone looking at her and turned her gaze toward him. Their eyes met. Time seemed to stop for a second. They were moving in opposite directions, one down, the other up, but the eye contact remained unbroken. Veronica's expression was a mix of surprise, anger, and something Andrew didn't want to decipher at that moment. Her eyes seemed to ask, "What are you doing here?" Howard, noticing the change in Andrew's face, followed his line of sight. His reaction was immediate. "Oh no, that's Veronica, isn't it? Wasn't she not supposed to be here?" he murmured, his tone a mix of amusement and concern. Andrew noticed that Veronica wasn't with her usual group of friends, Hallie and 2 other girls. Instead, she was with the cheerleading squad. "Just run," Andrew said impulsively, making a quick, practical decision. He broke eye contact with Veronica and began bounding down the escalator 2 steps at a time, leaving Leonard and Howard staring after him in disbelief. To Andrew, Veronica's shout echoed through the mall corridor. Even as the distance between them grew, her voice was loud enough to catch the attention of everyone nearby. Hearing her yell, Leonard and Howard started running after Andrew. Howard, laughing under his breath, tripped as he tried to keep up. "This is the best thing that's happened to me all week. Do you think she's going to chase you down like the TX in Terminator 3? Stop talking, Howard. If you keep spouting nonsense, you'll get winded and collapse here with your terrible fitness," Andrew snapped, his patience wearing thin. After a couple more minutes of running, Andrew, Howard, and Leonard finally escaped the danger zone, the mall. The fresh air outside was a relief, but neither Howard nor Leonard seemed in any shape to continue running. Andrew was breathing erratically, not from physical exhaustion, but from nerves. As he looked ahead, he found himself face to face with people he instantly recognized. A few meters away stood his parents, Mitchell and Cam, with Lily in her stroller. Both of them looked at him with a mix of surprise and confusion, clearly sensing that something was off when they saw Leonard and Howard standing next to him. "Why do I have to meet everyone today?" Andrew thought in exasperation. It felt like the universe was conspiring against him, as if everything was aligning to expose his lie. Puds lia 15 capitulas por adelantado en mi Patreon. Enlace, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 30, Pippa's House. On Sunday, 10 minutes before 4 o'clock, Andrew left his house heading to Pip's house to work on their programming project. Their houses weren't far apart. With just 10 minutes of moderate walking, Andrew should arrive on time. As Andrew walked, he thought about the events of the previous day. His lie had been discovered by all the people who shouldn't have found out: Pippa, his parents, and Veronica. Of the 3, Veronica was the one who took it the worst. As for Pippa, she didn't seem to care despite her perfectionist tendencies. Who knows why? And his parents seemed almost delighted to find out Andrew had lied. 3. They didn't even punish him. Howard and Leonard were able to spend the night as planned. They even all returned home together in Mitchell and Cam's car along with Lily. The reason for Mitchell and Cameron's excitement was that Andrew had lied for the first time like a normal teenager. That's why they were happy, because his discipline and good behavior were sometimes far too extreme. With Veronica, he had a tedious phone conversation. He needed to end this relationship as soon as possible. For this, he asked his cousin Hallie, an expert in ending relationships, for help, and his shortest breakup holds the record at just 2 days 6. If Hallie's advice didn't help, he would simply end the relationship without further ado. He had already tried hard enough to take care of Veronica's feelings so as not to reject her in front of everyone. Now he is the only one who is harmed, since Veronica only talks about herself in the conversations, which made him realize that she is very superficial. After finishing the task at Pip's house, he would head to his uncle's house to talk to her. Andrew stopped in front of a pretty picturesque 2-story house. Seeing it matched the address Pip had given him, he walked to the door, rang the bell, and waited. Ding dong. The moment he rang the bell, Andrew heard quick footsteps rushing toward the door and loud but happy barking. He instantly knew it was a dog scratching at the door, eager to meet the guest. "Barney, back. Don't scratch the door," Pippa scolded, but the dog didn't seem to take her seriously and kept scratching the door until it was finally opened. The first thing Andrew saw was a golden retriever jumping at him with great force. Luckily, Andrew's strength was high enough that he wasn't pushed or knocked over by the enthusiastic dog too easy. "Buddy, easy," Andrew said, petting the dog with a smile and laughing softly as the golden retriever's tongue licked his face. "Always the same, Barney," Pippa said in a resigned tone, letting Barney give Andrew a proper welcome. "Barney? Like the dinosaur?" Andrew asked as Pippa invited him in. "Yes, like the dinosaur," Pippa replied after a few seconds, debating whether or not to confirm. "Seems like you're into kids movies," Andrew teased with a slight smirk, remembering when Pippa had called him Andy, referencing Toy Story. "And how do you know about Barney the dinosaur? Are you a secret fan?" Pippa shot back playfully as they walked down the hall toward the living room. They hadn't even greeted each other formally. "I know him because of my little sister. She's obsessed with that show," Andrew replied. "5 Is your little sister real? Or is she just a convenient excuse to save you when you're in trouble?" Pippa asked with a slight smile. "Flesh and blood and Vietnamese," Andrew answered without getting upset at Pippa's comment. After all, he had lied using his little sister as an excuse. Considering that everyone knew him well and nobody was aware his parents were adopting a baby, it was understandable for Lily's existence to be questioned. I don't know. If you want me to believe you, you'll have to show me proof or something," Pippa said, pretending to think. "10. When I get back home, I'll send you a picture of her," Andrew replied, hoping to shake off the label of liar from his reputation. "Fine, but you have to be in the photo. You can find plenty of pictures of Vietnamese babies online," Pippa said, and Andrew agreed, unable to argue with her logic. When they arrived in the living room, and Pippa frowned slightly upon seeing her dad and little brother sitting on one of the couches. The living room was cozy, spacious, and filled with several sofas arranged around a coffee table, all facing a large television. On the coffee table were already Pippa's notes and her laptop, everything ready for them to get to work. "I thought I was pretty clear a few minutes ago," Pippa remarked, shooting a sharp glare at her father, who was smiling from the couch, as if he weren't doing anything wrong. "Hi, Mr. Ummaby." "Hi, Josh," Andrew greeted with his usual enthusiasm, not understanding why Pippa was frowning. Pippa had been very clear in telling her father and brother that she and Andrew would be using the living room to work. No interruptions, no distractions, and absolutely no spectators. But there they were, her father, with that mischievous smile that exposed him as the nosiest person alive, and Josh, her 10-year-old brother, practically bouncing on the couch, unable to contain his excitement. Both of them were eager to meet the star quarterback who had been interviewed by a local news outlet, appeared on TV, and won 2 district championships in middle school. It didn't matter that the championships were at a school level in their community. That was more than enough to make him a local legend. Besides, this was Los Angeles, with an enormous number of schools, making it no small feat to stand out. "Hello, Andrew. Welcome to my home. Make yourself comfortable, and please, call me Victor," said the African American man with a warm smile, completely ignoring his daughter's piercing glare. Pippa was not Victor's full-blooded daughter. Her father died when she was only 1 year old, so she has no memory of him. Victor is her mother's second marriage, who is currently away from home, having met some old friends. As for Josh, he is the son of Victor and Pippa's mother. Despite this, Pippa considers Victor as her father, not as a stepfather, and both have a very close relationship, father and daughter. Andrew, always polite, smiled and nodded naturally. "Thank you, Mr. Victor. It's a pleasure." "Dad, Josh, what are you doing here?" Pippa asked in a calm tone, though a vein of frustration was beginning to show on her temple. "What? I didn't know I needed an invitation to sit in my own house," Victor replied with total cheekiness. "I rewatched the video of that incredible pass in the final against the Venice Spartans. It was awesome," Josh blurted out, unable to contain his excitement any longer. He was even wearing a 49ers jersey. "Oh, that was a good pass," Andrew said with a slight smile, recalling the game. It hadn't been a difficult match, but that final pass had gotten a lot of attention. It was the reason he'd been interviewed. "A good pass? That was over 70 yards. That's elite high school quarterback stuff, and you were only in middle school," Victor exclaimed. A really good high school quarterback can typically throw passes between 60 and 70 yards with accuracy and power. That's the standard at higher levels of competition. But exceeding 70 yards is exceptional, especially for a middle schooler. That's why everyone saw Andrew as having such a bright future. 5. Although Andrew had read some comments on the video of his pass on YouTube saying it was luck and similar things, if they knew that throwing that pass hadn't even been a challenge for him, they'd lose their minds. I watched the game 5 times. Josh said enthusiastically, but just as he was about to continue, he was interrupted. Josh, enough, Pippa said. I told you, Andrew and I need to work. Remember that word. WORK. That means we don't need fans getting in the way, she added. They couldn't waste time. They needed to have a preliminary idea ready for tomorrow. Her father raised his hands in surrender, though his smile remained. Relax, Pip. We just came to say hello. It's not every day we have a future NFL star in the house, Victor said. It's a bit early to say I'll play in the NFL, Andrew replied, recalling the heart attack from his past life. If he hadn't died, he'd be playing in the NFL now, so he figured it was best not to tempt fate. But you will, Josh said with more confidence than Andrew himself, and we're talking about his future. You've said hello. Out, Pippa ordered. Come on, Josh. Let's give your sister and Andrew some space, Victor said, realizing he was pushing the limits. But, Dad, Josh protested, reluctant to leave. No buts. There'll be plenty of time to talk football in the future, Victor said, giving Pippa a subtle smile, one she noticed immediately. Perhaps her father noticed that she was more dressed up than usual. If you need a break or some inspiration, Josh and I will be in the other room watching the '95 game between the 49ers and Packers. I'm sure you'd love to see that historic game, Victor added, glancing at Andrew, who was tempted to rewatch that incredible match. One Dad. Pippa growled, losing her patience, and pointing toward the door. Alright. We're leaving, Victor responded with a laugh, guiding Josh out of the living room. Finally, Pippa let out a sigh of relief, and collapsed onto the couch across from Andrew. Sorry, those two are huge football fans, Pippa said. Don't worry about it. Your brother seems like a good kid. If he knows that much, he's probably good at football, Andrew said with a soft laugh as he placed his backpack on the floor and pulled out his notebook. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 31. A video game. Alright, let's get started. Do you have any idea what kind of functional program we should create? Asked Pippa, opening her perfectly organized notebook, with every page carefully numbered, and a column dedicated exclusively to jotting down ideas. I thought about it, but... Pippa paused and let out a frustrated sigh, lightly tapping the edge of her pencil against the table. Creativity isn't my strong suit. I prefer math and logic. So, to be honest, I'm completely lost when it comes to coming up with an original idea. For me, the important thing is that it works and meets the assignment's requirements. I see. Actually, I already have something in mind, Andrew said confidently. Oh, what are you thinking? Pippa asked, leaning forward. A video game, Andrew replied with a smile. A video game? Pippa repeated, raising an eyebrow as she set her pencil down on the table. I've seen the video games my little brother plays. They have incredible graphics and tons of things happening at once. We can't create something like that, she added. To I understand why you'd think that, but I'm not talking about something as elaborate as those AAA games. What I have in mind is much simpler, something we can realistically achieve with the tools we have, Andrew said, laughing lightly. Replicating a AAA game would require a team of experts and a lot of money. So, what kind of video game? Pippa asked, tilting her head slightly, skeptical but interested. A simple game, like the ones you play on your phone, Andrew replied. One, I don't play anything on my phone, Pippa responded, earning a strange look from Andrew, who quickly pulled out his phone. Look, this is Block Breaker Deluxe 2. It's a game where you move a paddle to bounce a ball and destroy blocks. It's not complicated, but it's really addictive. The mechanics are simple, yet it can get challenging as the levels become harder, Andrew explained, leaning over so Pippa could see the screen. Pippa watched the game attentively as Andrew navigated the main menu tabs and started playing. He breezed through the early levels with ease. It doesn't seem that hard, Pippa commented at first, her arms crossed. Try it, Andrew said, handing her the phone. Pippa accepted. After a few minutes, she started to understand the challenge. The speed increased, the ball bounced at unpredictable angles, and bonuses appeared in hard to reach places. How am I supposed to catch that star without letting the ball fall? She exclaimed, frustrated but already hooked on the game. Andrew laughed. It's just a matter of practice and improving your reflexes. Without realizing it, nearly 20 minutes passed as they took turns, laughing every time the ball fell, and marveling at the increasing difficulty of the levels. Island complete. Pippa exclaimed, raising her hands in a small gesture of triumph. Well done, you're improving really quickly, Andrew praised with a smile, glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. Both were sitting on the floor, legs crossed, backs leaning against the base of the sofa, their shoulders slightly touching. The coffee table in front of them held their notebooks, still blank. Well, it wasn't that hard, Pippa replied, though she couldn't help but smile as she looked at the score on the screen. It wasn't easy. You saved that ball at the last second, although, to be honest, I could've done it better, Andrew said with a playful smirk, crossing his arms and boasting a little. Pippa raised an eyebrow, turning her head toward him with a mix of disbelief and challenge. Oh, really? Andrew nodded, maintaining his confident expression and looking right back at her. Of course. I've got a natural talent for these things, probably on par with my athletic talent. Please, Pippa replied with a light laugh. You've played way more than me, so obviously you're better. But if I practice more, I'm sure I'd beat you. Is that a challenge? Andrew asked, raising an eyebrow and giving her a slight grin. They stared at each other for a moment. Pippa suddenly realized how close their faces were, blinked, and shook her head as a faint blush colored her cheeks, for she quickly straightened up and grabbed her notebook and pencil. Anyway, we should be working, not wasting time playing games, she said, trying to hide the nervous tone in her voice, which Andrew didn't seem to notice. Oh, right, Andrew said, glancing at the time on his phone. They had lost track of time. The darn game really was addictive. It's true that this game is simpler than the ones my brother plays, but the levels keep getting more complex, and none of it feels simple. It also has music for each level, and neither of us is a composer, Pippa said, switching back to work mode. That's true. This game has a lot going on, animations, special blocks, increasingly challenging levels. But the idea I have in mind for our project will be much simpler. No moving blocks or flashy music. Just a basic, addictive mechanic. Something like tapping to make a character go up, and releasing to make it go down. It doesn't need incredible graphics, just precision and reflexes, which will make it really addictive, maybe even more than this game, Andrew said with a slight smile. 13, something like what we just played, but simpler? Pippa asked, raising an eyebrow. Exactly. A game that anyone can understand in seconds, but keeps them hooked as they try again and again, Andrew replied. Explain more, Pippa said, jotting in her notebook. Easy to understand game in seconds. Precision/reflexes. Tap to make the character go up, release to make it go down. My idea is for the main character to be a bird, using pixel art, Andrew explained, turning his notebook to show Pippa. I already drew an initial design. Here it is. 9. Pippa leaned forward slightly to get a better look at the drawing. It was simple but charming. The bird had a rounded shape, a small orange triangular beak, and a pair of wings that seemed ready to flap. Did you draw this? Pippa asked, a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Andrew, the elite athlete of their school, to have an artistic side too. Yeah, I'm not the best artist, but I think it works for what I want. It's simple, recognizable, and easy to animate, Andrew replied. The game Andrew wanted to replicate was Flappy Bird, a game that wouldn't be released until 2013. In other words, it was still more than 5 years away from being created by its original developer. 3. In his past life, Andrew remembered playing this simple yet addictive mobile game. A delightful little bad navigating through pipes reminiscent of those in Mario Brothers. The only objective was to keep going through pipes until you lost. Then you'd start over, trying to beat your high score. As you progressed, the speed increased. Andrew wanted to replicate this game for one main reason: money. In his previous life, he had read an article stating that Flappy Bird, at its peak, generated around $50,000 per day in ad revenue and had over 50 million downloads. However, the original creator, for moral reasons, eventually decided to remove it from the Play Store. According to the creator, he disliked the addiction his game caused in people. For Andrew didn't know if he could replicate that success, but he was going to try. It wouldn't take long to create the game if he worked with Pippa. Of course, he'd split the profits. As for the morality of stealing an idea that technically didn't exist yet, it wasn't something that kept him up at night. For him, it was more of an opportunity than an ethical dilemma. His previous life had taught him that money wasn't just necessary, it was essential for survival. After the death of his grandfather, who had been his only close family, Andrew was left alone. Some friends of his grandfather took him in, but the financial situation was always tight. Despite having a natural talent for football, Andrew had to work part-time to support himself and indulge in small pleasures. Who wouldn't benefit from $50,000 a day? Plus, he wouldn't have to dedicate his entire day to this project, since the game is simple and it's a task given to him at school, so he has to spend time on it, whether he wants to or not. He could try to create the game on his own, but his strength wasn't in programming, and he was just starting out in this world, so it was crucial to have someone as competent as Pippa by his side. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link: https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 32. Nervousness. What about the obstacles? And the background? We can't let the bird fly in a void, asked Pip, stopping her gaze at the bird in the notebook. I was thinking of green pipes or something similar. They should appear randomly with spaces between them for the bird to fly through. That's the player's goal. As for the background, I was thinking of a blue sky with some pixelated clouds, Andrew replied, flipping to the next page of his notebook, where he had sketched the pipes and the sky. Very simple drawings. 5 I see. So, the player taps the screen to make the bird go up, and if they stop tapping, the bird goes down. The trick is to dodge the pipes, said Pippa, nodding as she quickly grasped the game's logic. Exactly. If the bird hits one of the pipes or the ground, you lose. There will always be a gap between the pipes for the bird to pass through, but that gap will keep changing position. For example, one pipe might have the gap very high, and the next one might be much lower. This way, the player will have to constantly adjust the height, Andrew explained. And as you progress, does it get harder? Asked Pippa, and Andrew nodded. The speed will gradually increase. The idea is that, even though it's a simple game, it has that addictive I want to beat my record factor. For that, we just need a counter to track how long you survive. The longer you dodge the pipes, the higher your score goes, Andrew added. A counter that's solely based on survival time. That sounds simple to implement, said Pippa, as if it were no challenge at all. It was a relief to have someone so competent on their team. So, there won't be levels as such. The game is infinite until you lose. We just need to make it endless once you hit play, said Pippa, resting a hand on her chin. Yes, and program the pipes to appear with gaps in different positions and randomly. That would make each game unique and not feel repetitive, said Andrew, looking at Pippa expectantly. We need to make sure the pipes aren't impossible to dodge. We can set certain ranges so that the gaps are always within a reasonable limit, Pippa said thoughtfully. Do you know how to do that? Andrew asked. Yes, it's just a bit more advanced than what we've covered so far. It won't be a problem, Pippa replied. Great. It's nice to work with someone so smart, Andrew said with a smile, causing Pippa to quickly look away for some reason. It's not that big a deal, Pippa said, avoiding eye contact. 3 Andrew and Pippa spent a little over an hour discussing the organization and details of every aspect of the game. They defined the gamma play, the design of the pipes, the bird's behavior, and how they would divide the tasks. They didn't finalize every detail, but they now had something concrete, far more than just a preliminary idea, which was the professor's assignment. They were well ahead of schedule. This is impressive, Pippa said, looking at her notebook, filled with meticulous notes. This is more than enough to present tomorrow. In fact, I'm sure the professor will praise us, Pippa thought confidently. Yeah, we are pretty far along. Happy now, Miss Perfectionist? Andrew said with a slight smile as he packed up his things. He knew Pippa was a perfectionist and a good student, so being ahead in a subject was definitely a good thing. Perfectionist? Me? Pippa asked, slightly confused by the comment. Yes, I've noticed. Since we've known each other, I've seen how meticulous you are about everything you do. You even correct my spelling when we take notes in class, Andrew said with a smile. Well, I just like everything to be well done, Pippa replied, looking down, feeling a bit uncomfortable about being so particular about others' work. It's one thing to be a perfectionist about your own work, but wanting to do the same with others could come across as a bit meddlesome and, in some cases, even annoying. Sorry if I've corrected you too much since we met, Pippa added. It doesn't bother me. I actually like that about you, Andrew replied casually, zipping up his backpack. Do you like that about me? Pippa asked suddenly, stammering a little as she looked at him. Yes, Andrew replied, not noticing the intense look Pippa was giving him. I think people with that kind of attitude toward things are the ones who really achieve great results, he added. He was the same way with his training and diet he had to be to reach his dream. Hard work plus talent. Pippa nodded slowly, a slight blush appearing on her cheeks. The quality I like about you is that you're kind to everyone, Pippa said, summoning her courage. Kind to everyone. Andrew repeated, looking at her. I'm not. Leonard and Howard are my friends, Andrew clarified. He thought Pippa considered him kind, only because she had seen him hanging out with Leonard and Howard, two nerds at the mall yesterday. It's not because of that. It's just that I've noticed how you interact with people, and it feels like you're always trying to make others feel comfortable, Pippa explained. Noticed? High school started less than 3 weeks ago, Andrew said. He didn't think he had interacted with enough people to be considered kind to everyone. Pippa furrowed her brow slightly and, with a touch of sarcasm, replied, remember we went to the same middle school, genius? Why do you think my dad and brother are such big fans of yours? She said, pinching Andrew's arm lightly, making him smile. Oh, that's right. My memory's not as good as yours, teacher, Andrew responded, laughing as he lightly tapped her forehead. His intent was to make a playful gesture, as if he were tapping her brain to emphasize his comment, but the gesture came off more like an attempt at flirting. They both fell silent for a moment, looking at each other, the air between them slightly tense. Pippa, initially surprised by the touch and the closeness, stayed still, unsure of how to react. Andrew, for his part, didn't seem to realize there was more to his gesture than just a joke. However, as the silence stretched on, he began to feel a little awkward. You're right. Sometimes I forget not everyone has a memory as perfect as mine, Pippa said after a few seconds, trying to steer the conversation away and hide her nervousness behind a casual attitude. Just then, Andrew's phone started ringing, and when he saw who it was, he frowned. It was Veronica, his cheerful and talkative girlfriend, or rather, the girl he'd been in some sort of fake relationship with, though only he knew that. What's wrong? Pippa asked, momentarily forgetting the previous tension. Nothing. Andrew replied, putting the phone back in his pocket without answering. Pippa raised an eyebrow, curious, and said in a playful tone, ignoring a call? And here I thought you were kind to everyone. The things one comes to learn about. Andrew glanced at her briefly and smirked. If I answer now, I could be stuck talking for an hour, and I really need to head home. I'll call her back when I get there. Don't worry. My reputation for being kind to everyone is still intact, he replied. Well, if you put it that way, I have no choice but to believe you, Mr. Kindness, Pippa said, laughing a little. Glad to hear that, Miss Perfectionist, Andrew said with a smile. Andrew said goodbye to Victor and Josh, and Pippa walked him to the door. Don't forget to send me photographic proof that your little sister exists, she reminded him. I will. See you tomorrow at school. Goodbye, Barney, Andrew said, waving to Pippa and Barney, who was jumping and licking him enthusiastically as a farewell. He's gone. Pippa thought as she closed the door, letting out a deep sigh. The last moments had been strange, but she couldn't stop replaying them in her mind, their faces so close, Andrew's finger lightly touching her forehead. 3 Is he gone already? Victor asked, peeking through the doorframe leading to the living room. You should invite him over for dinner sometime. We didn't even get to talk about football, Josh complained, also poking his head through the doorframe. Wait, you guys were watching? Stop being so nosy, Pippa exclaimed, indignant. One, look who's talking. Josh shot back as Victor burst out laughing. It was rare for the queen of nosiness to tell someone else to mind their own business. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 33. Talk to Hallie and Alex. So, you agree to go out with Veronica, just to avoid rejecting her in front of everyone. And now you want to break up with her, because you can't stand her, and she takes up your free time for video games? Hallie asked, sitting on the edge of her bed, and looking at Andrew, who was sitting beside her. After leaving Pip's house, Andrew went to his aunt and uncle's home for this important conversation with his cousin, Hallie. He needed advice on how to break up with Veronica discreetly. Exactly, Andrew said, nodding. Hallie stared at him silently for a few seconds, before she couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into uncontrollable laughter. It's not funny, Andrew said, slightly indignant. For him, there was nothing amusing about the endless phone calls with Veronica or the dates. I should guessed you said yes because of that, Hallie said, still laughing. I worried for nothing, she added under her breath, though Andrew heard her. Worried about what? Andrew asked. Oh, nothing. Why don't you just end the relationship? It's been 2 weeks. It wouldn't seem strange if you did, Hallie said quickly, stopping her laughter and changing the subject. Yeah, I know, but I don't want to be the one to end it, you know? I already went out of my way to minimize Veronica's emotional damage by not rejecting her in front of everyone. If I'm the one to break up with her, she'll still be sad and her ego will take a hit, Andrew explained. To him, it would end up being similar to rejecting her publicly, though less extreme. Millimeters. Sometimes I forget how mature you are, Hallie said, looking at Andrew with a small smile. 7 mature? Please. That's not maturity. That's just fear of taking responsibility for other people's feelings, Alex said from her bed, looking up from her book. 9 Shut up, Alex. You're the last person who should talk about other people's feelings. Andrew is trying to be considerate, Hallie snapped, glaring at her with a frown, clearly annoyed by her interruption. Considerate? Agreeing to date someone, just to avoid hurting their feelings in front of everyone, then not wanting to be the one to break up, because that might hurt them too. Yeah, super considerate, Alex said sarcastically. For the best way to handle this is to treat her like an adult. Tell her the truth, even if it's uncomfortable. It's not your job to carry the weight of her emotions, Alex added, adjusting her glasses. 8 Mind your own business, Hallie growled, grabbing a pillow and hurling it forcefully at Alex, who failed to react in time and took the hit square in the face. Don't throw pillows at people's faces, Alex exclaimed indignantly, tossing the pillow back awkwardly. Hallie dodged the pillow easily, but it ended up hitting Andrew, who was too lost in thought to notice what was happening. Your strength is pathetic. Instead of studying so much, you should work on your coordination, Hallie said mockingly, crossing her arms with a smug smile. Maybe Alex is right, Andrew said, setting the pillow aside. Hallie turned to him with wide eyes. Seriously? Alex's advice on girlfriends and boyfriends? She asked, unable to believe what she was hearing. Alex, on the other hand, smiled smugly. I knew someone in this family would eventually recognize my wisdom. Though, of course, not everyone is smart enough to do so, she added, glancing pointedly at Hallie with the last remark. No, you're not doing that, Andrew, Hallie suddenly said, placing her hands on Andrew's cheeks and forcing him to look her directly in the eyes. I'm not? Why not? It seems like a reasonable solution, Andrew said, blinking. He thought about what Pippa had told him earlier that day, that he was kind to everyone. She had meant it as a compliment, but taking it to an extreme might be counterproductive. Could it be that always trying to avoid hurting others was causing more problems than it solved? 7 Agreeing to go out with Veronica, just to avoid rejecting her in front of everyone, enduring long conversations and dates that took away time for his own interests. All because he wanted to be considerate or kind. In the end, the one most negatively affected was himself. I can't always be kind to everyone, Andrew said, looking at Hallie, who was still gripping his cheeks tightly. Well, it seems he's finally understanding that you can't save the world by being the knight in shining armor 24/7. Welcome to the realistic side of life, cousin, Alex said in a mildly sarcastic tone. One shut up, Alex. Hallie shot back, glaring daggers at her. She wasn't about to let Andrew follow Alex's advice. He came to her for help, not Alex, and she wanted to be the one he thanked. 6 Andrew came to me for advice, not you, Hallie added, letting go of Andrew, who sighed in relief as his cheeks were finally free. So, what's your advice? Andrew asked. You don't have to break up with Veronica directly. What you need to do is make her realize you're not as interested as she thinks. That way, she'll decide to end the relationship herself, Hallie replied with a confident smile. And how exactly am I supposed to do that? Andrew asked. It's simple. First, respond to her messages, but without much enthusiasm. Be short, but not rude. Reply with things like okay, sure, or alright. Nothing more. If she wants to call you, make excuses to avoid it. And for every 3 dates, cancel 2 or 1, saying you're busy, tired from training, or something like that, Hallie explained, raising a finger, as if giving a lecture. 6 That sounds a little cruel, Andrew commented, tilting his head. 1 It's not, Hallie insisted. You're not being mean to her, you're just showing that you're not as interested. Trust me, she'll realize soon enough that it doesn't make sense to stay with you if you're not showing the same enthusiasm. And what if she takes it the wrong way anyway? Andrew asked, still hesitant. Hallie placed a hand on his shoulder. She won't. Veronica's smart. Sure, she might feel a little disappointed, but trust me, it's better than going down the direct breakup route, like Alex suggests. Why would breaking up directly be worse? Andrew asked. If you break up directly, you'll have to talk to her face to face. That's inevitable. And, Andrew, in that conversation, she's going to ask you why you're leaving her. At that moment, there are a lot of ways things could go wrong, Hallie explained, and Andrew saw her point to in that talk. He might accidentally say something clumsy that would make her realize he agreed to date her, just to avoid rejecting her in front of everyone. If that happened, it would be the worst case scenario, as Veronica would figure out that the relationship started out of pity or social pressure. On the other hand, if he followed Hallie's plan, Veronica would naturally realize that things weren't working and decide to end it herself. Plus, she wouldn't feel humiliated or deceived. Alright, I'll do it, Andrew said, nodding. 19 Great. In 10 days, she'll break up with you, and you'll be back to your routine, Hallie said with a smile. Isn't she your friend? You shouldn't be happy about this, Alex chimed in snidely, once again butting into the conversation. Hallie shot her a murderous glare but said nothing. Time to leave, Andrew thought, glancing at the time on his phone. Andrew said goodbye to his cousins and the rest of the family. It was late, and he needed to get home. Hallie walked him to the door. Oh, one more thing, Hallie said, grabbing Andrew's wrist, just as he was about to leave. What? Hallie hesitated for a moment, biting her lip slightly before speaking. Well, if you're really going to follow my plan, there's something I forgot to mention. What is it? Andrew asked. You should cut back on kisses and displays of affection with Veronica, Hallie said, crossing her arms. No holding hands, no spontaneous kisses. You know, so she starts noticing that things are changing and picks up on the signs. It's part of the process. To really? Won't it cause more trouble if it's that obvious? Andrew asked. Hallie knew that Veronica had already kissed Andrew, who, in his role as her boyfriend, had felt obligated to kiss her or hold her hand. Otherwise, his lie might unravel, and Veronica might even assume he was gay. To avoid that, Andrew had decided to kiss her and hold her hand. If you keep acting like the perfect boyfriend, she'll never realize something's wrong. Besides, it's not like you're pretending you're just not interested in her that way, right? Hallie said. 2mm. Makes sense. Alright, I'll do it. Andrew nodded, finally saying goodbye to Hallie and heading home when he's gone. Hallie thought as she closed the door, letting out a heavy sigh. She headed back to her room, only to find Alex watching her with a faint, teasing smile. "What?" Hallie asked, her tone sharp and impatient, a stark contrast to how she'd spoken to Andrew earlier. "I have to admit, I'm genuinely surprised," Alex remarked, closing her book with a deliberate gesture. "I thought that, with how annoyed you've been about Andrew's relationship, you would have supported the advice for him to break up with Veronica directly," she added with a sly smile. She and their mom had noticed Hallie's mood shift ever since Andrew got a girlfriend, though Hallie wasn't exactly known for being in the best mood. To begin with too, Hallie frowned, clearly confused and visibly irritated. "What are you implying? Why would you say that? What's wrong with my plan?" "Nothing, technically. Except that it's way longer and more dramatic than necessary. If you'd just told him to break up with Veronica, this whole thing would be resolved by tomorrow. Don't get me wrong, I just thought you'd want this relationship to end as quickly as possible," Alex explained. "Well, you thought wrong," Hallie said, sitting on her bed, signaling she was done with the conversation. But Alex wasn't. Her goal was to get under her sister's skin. "I thought you were upset because Andrew got a girlfriend, and you seemed so happy when he told you it was a fake relationship," Alex said. "One that has nothing to do with it. All I want is to help Andrew. He asked me for help because he doesn't want to hurt Veronica. That's why I suggested a more subtle, less aggressive approach," Hallie explained, trying to keep her composure. "So, it has nothing to do with Andrew being in a relationship and you, well, you know, being jealous," Alex said, tilting her head slightly as she scrutinized Hallie. "I'm not jealous. That's ridiculous. We're cousins," Hallie exclaimed indignantly, a blush quickly spreading across her cheeks. "Yes, cousins. Andrew is adopted and joined the family when you were 5, Hallie. You don't even share blood or any formal relation. He's more like a childhood friend," Alex said with an amused smile, clearly enjoying how much she was irritating Hallie. "9, that has nothing to do with it," Hallie shot back quickly, her blush deepening as she pointed a finger at Alex. "Andrew is like my older brother, okay? I've known him since we were kids, and I've always seen him that way. So, stop making things up," she added, storming out of the room. She knew she couldn't win this argument, and the last thing she wanted was to give any further explanations. Alex stayed on the bed, watching Hallie leave with a satisfied smile on her face. 3. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 34, Pippa's Invitation. Friday, September 27th. Almost 2 weeks had passed since Andrew had met at Pip's house to lay the groundwork for their programming project, a video game, Flappy Bird 3, a game Andrew remembered vividly from his past life, although in this timeline, it would still be 5 years before anyone even thought of creating it. However, in this reality, the creators would be him and Pippa. Andrew felt no guilt about claiming the idea. The possibility of future profits was worth the price, which wasn't all that high. He didn't need to work 24/7 or invest massive amounts of money. The development of Flappy Bird was going smoothly. In just 2 weeks since they began, Andrew and Pippa had made significant progress compared to the rest of the class, where most were still stuck on more basic tasks except for Leonard and Howard, though their focus was on creating a more complex and scientific tool, not a video game. Professor Smith, who spent time reviewing each group's progress, couldn't hide his surprise at how far Pip and Andrew had come. Unlike Leonard and Howard, they had a clear idea of what they wanted to create. During one of the classes, Professor Smith observed the code on Pippa's screen closely and nodded with admiration. "It's clear you've had a solid vision from the start," he commented with an approving smile. "Well, the idea for the game is entirely Andrew's. He already knew exactly what he wanted to do," said Pippa, adjusting some gravity parameters at that moment. "Oh, that's great, Andrew. Do you want to be a video game developer as well as a quarterback?" asked the professor with a slight smile, glancing at Andrew, who was known for football. However, he hadn't yet taken off in the high school team, since he was still a backup. "Video games are just a hobby. Football comes first," Andrew replied with a peculiar smile. His programming skills were slightly above average, and the idea for Flappy Bird wasn't even his. The project's progress was due to several key factors, He knew exactly how he wanted the game to work, and Pippa's programming skills were far beyond what was expected of a beginner. Her ability to learn quickly and turn Andrew's ideas into code was impressive, while he, with his prior knowledge of the game, acted as a guide to avoid mistakes and save a lot of time. Moreover, they didn't limit themselves to working during school programming classes. They met on Saturdays or Sundays at Pippa's house to continue developing the game. They got along surprisingly well, considering that just a few weeks ago, they were little more than classmates. The last class on Friday was programming. Once the bell rang, signaling the end, Pippa and Andrew started packing up their things. Andrew had practice later, a lighter, more tactical session, as his team was playing an away game at another school's field that night. Do you realize that, if we keep this pace, we'll have the game ready in 6 weeks? Pippa said as she closed her backpack and slung it over her shoulder, looking at Andrew. The professor had given them a 10-week deadline to complete the project, expecting something simple, a basic tool or a straightforward video game. However, Flappy Bird, despite its minimalist appearance, had a level of complexity that placed it far above the expectations for a group of 9th graders just starting out in programming. This project was an excellent opportunity for Pippa's academic record. Yeah, when we launch it to the world, we'll be teenage millionaires, Andrew said with a faint smile, already imagining the money coming their way. The downside would be the legal process, given they were minors, but luckily, his father was a lawyer too. I didn't know you cared so much about money, Pippa said, raising an eyebrow as she looked at him. You can't deny that a nice check also helps keep morale high, Andrew said with a shrug. True, Pippa agreed with a nod. Neither of them was passionate about programming or game development. Pippa did it mostly because she enjoyed studying a bit of everything, and Andrew, more than creating video games, enjoyed playing them or, in some cases, recording them to upload to YouTube. See you, Andrew said, waving goodbye to Pippa. Wait, Pippa said, grabbing his arm. What's up? Andrew asked, curious. I wanted to ask. Pippa began, her tone different than usual, hesitant. She went silent for a second, her mind going blank before her thoughts swarmed in. Come on, Pip. I've been preparing for this for the past 2 days. It's not that hard, just say it. She scolded herself in her head, a habit she had whenever she got nervous. After the game, I'm hosting a small get-together at my home. It's not a big group. I just wanted to know if you'd like to come, she finally said, looking at Andrew with nervousness. She tried her best to hide one "oh," Andrew said, unsure how to respond. "Oh," Pippa repeated, thinking her invitation was about to be rejected. It's fine if you don't want to, Pippa quickly added, noticing Andrew taking a few seconds to answer. No, Andrew exclaimed suddenly, startling Pippa, who flinched in surprise. I'll go. I was just wondering if Howard and Leonard could come too, Andrew said, trying to justify his earlier hesitation. This wasn't entirely untrue. He'd had a conversation with Howard during one of their late night gaming or movie marathons, where Howard had begged, practically pleaded that, if Andrew ever went to a party with girls, he had to invite him. That's what friends do, according to Howard. Pippa glanced toward Leonard and Howard, who were standing by the door a few meters away, watching them. They seemed to be waiting for Andrew. Sure, they can come. They'll get along fine with everyone else, Pippa replied. Her friends were pretty normal, not the stereotypical popular crowd, but also not as geeky as Howard, Leonard, or even Andrew himself. Great. See you there, Andrew said with a smile. Great. See you. Good luck with the game, Pippa said before quickly leaving the classroom. What just happened? Andrew thought, scratching his head as he walked over to Leonard and Howard. Pippa's behavior had been so strange, and even his own felt off, since they started talking about hanging out later. Happy talking to your new girlfriend, Andy? Howard asked in an envious tone. Shut up, she's not my girlfriend, and call me Andrew. It's weird when you call me Andy, Andrew said, rolling his eyes. Break up with Veronica, and you already have another girl. It must be great being a popular athlete, Howard said, stroking his chin. Maybe he really should try the training Andrew was always pushing him to do. But he shook his head. He wasn't ready to endure that much physical pain, and besides, his coordination was terrible. Sure, he could improve his physique, but his lack of coordination was a disaster. He'd never played sports, except during PE classes, and the thought of catching balls, passing, and moving fluidly on the field terrified him. He was clumsy, lacked agility, and his poor coordination made him feel like a fish out of water. As for Howard's comment, Andrew wasn't with Veronica anymore. Just as Hallie had predicted, Veronica broke up with him in 10 days actually, it was 9. And Andrew noticed she seemed to move on much faster than he expected. Veronica's popularity skyrocketed after becoming the girl who dumped Andrew. She climbed the school's social ladder and landed a spot among the most popular cheerleaders. 5. Andrew couldn't help but laugh to himself. Veronica seemed far happier now than she ever had while they were dating. Teenagers, after all, cared more about popularity and image. And Veronica, apparently, had prioritized image over a real connection. Andrew didn't mind one bit. He was perfectly fine with everything being superficial. As for his image and popularity, he couldn't care less. He'd gladly bury it. 3. All he wanted was to play football and video games. Being single is great, Howard. One day, you will understand, Andrew said with a relaxed smile. Now he was a free man, able to dedicate his time to football, video games, and everything else he loved. God gives bread to those who have no teeth, Howard said indignantly. 11. It's way too early for you to pull out your religious sayings, Howard. Leonard cut in with a mocking smile. Did you hear that from your mom or something? Leonard was a teenager entirely focused on science. His mother didn't believe in any religion, so he'd grown up in an environment completely detached from those concepts and even viewed them with disapproval. Anyway, Pippa invited me to her house for a get-together with her friends. You're both invited too, Andrew said. We'll finally get to meet Lauren and Karen, Howard exclaimed with a smile. Andrew looked at him with a strange expression. How do you know those two names? He asked, a bit confused. Those were the names of Pippa's best friends. Andrew, having visited Pippa's house several times, had heard them mentioned in conversations and eventually remembered them. But Howard wasn't friends with Pippa. Oh, that was easy, Howard said with a proud smile. I looked them up on Facebook. Seriously? Andrew asked, not understanding Howard's proud grin. Yeah, you know, since I figured you'd eventually follow through on the promise we made before, I knew I'd end up meeting her friends. And, well, it's always good to be prepared, Howard replied. Whoa, that's very smart of you, Mr. Stalker. I'm sure the girls will be thrilled when they find out you thoroughly browsed their profiles, Leonard remarked, and Andrew laughed. They'll never know if you two don't say anything, Howard said shamelessly. See you at the game tonight. Be there so we can go to Pippa's house together, Andrew said, saying goodbye to the two as he hurried off to practice too. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35, Nutritional Jokes. We must play like we did in the first game of the season. We must crush them, exclaimed a middle-aged man, moderately muscular and sporting a large mustache, as he looked at the group of teenagers in front of him. His name is David, and he is the coach of the high school football team that Andrew belongs to. Currently, Andrew was in the last practice session before tonight's game. The Friday practices before a game are supposed to focus on tactics and be less intense than earlier practices for obvious reasons. However, they had just endured an intense training session that left everyone sweaty, muddy, and out of breath except for Andrew, whose superior physical condition was thanks to both his discipline and his genetics. As for tactics, they hadn't touched on any of that. They didn't review strategies, analyze tonight's opponent, or create a game plan. It was all motivational talk, which Andrew found to be empty words, since motivation alone wouldn't win them the game. So far, the team had played 2 games. The first was a friendly match that Andrew's team won, although neither he nor his friends were starters. The seniors and the coach celebrated that victory as if they had just won the damn Super Bowl. The second game was last Friday. It was a season opener, an important significant match. However, as Andrew had predicted, his team lost by more than 14 points. A blowout. The only ones who managed to secure starting positions were Kevin and a guy named Ralph, who had played with Andrew in middle school. Ralph's position was on the defensive team. Beyond that, no one else had managed to replace any of the main seniors, no matter how much better they performed in practice twice, 3 times, or even more. Reggie and the others were running out of patience. If they lost another game, it would be very difficult to maintain a good record and qualify for the playoffs, let alone dream about becoming district champions once still. Despite the beating they had taken, the incompetent coach didn't make any changes to the starting lineup. He kept Jason and his friends in their positions. Andrew had expected this. He had already noticed the coach's incompetence. The man would arrive late to practices, just like Jason. The training sessions were lackluster, and tactics or strategy, those words didn't seem to exist in David's brain. It's what I expected from a school like this, thought Andrew. His school didn't have a competitive football program. He knew that. After all, the coach was related to one of the players. That kind of thing didn't happen in schools that took football seriously. Andrew, because of his record in middle school, his 70-yard pass, leading an underdog team to 2 district championships, and being named MVP in both tournaments, had received offers from several high schools in California with competitive programs, but he turned them down for he wanted a bigger challenge. In his past life, he had attended one of those schools with a great football program. He had learned and improved a lot, surrounded by teammates and coaches at his level. But now, his skill level was far beyond what it had been back then. On the other hand, if he could lead this team to success, his fame and reputation would grow exponentially, attracting the attention of college scouts. Besides, he wasn't alone. He had rigorously trained Regis, Archie, Kevin, and the others, so he wouldn't be surrounded by incompetence. He knew football was a team sport. No matter how good or talented he was, he couldn't win a state high school championship on his own, surrounded by weak players. This wasn't the same as middle school or elementary school. I said we must crush them, David exclaimed, noticing that no one was motivated by his speech. We'll crush them, Jason and his friends said in unison, their tone far from enthusiastic. Today, they were facing a team better than last week's, and they were in the same condition as in the previous game. Andrew, Archie, Reggie, and the other freshmen stood at the back, staying silent. That's the spirit. That's all. See you at the buses in a few hours, said David, wrapping up the practice. Let's go, Andrew said to Reggie and the others, who were frozen in place, each lost in their own thoughts. The others followed Andrew. The group walked to the locker room in silence. After changing and cleaning up, they headed to a restaurant to uphold their pre-game ritual. But this time, spirits were low, and almost no one spoke. They had never been in a situation like this before. They were always starters and winners. Something similar had happened during their first year of middle school, but even though they didn't win the district championship, they still secured starting positions and finished second. A young woman approached their table. She was the waitress who always served them. She had light brown hair tied up in a messy ponytail, lively amber eyes, and a relaxed demeanor. She wore an olive green shirt and a black apron with her name on the upper corner, Olivia. Hey, guys. What's with the long faces? Olivia said, greeting them with familiarity and enthusiasm. Andrew raised a hand in a brief wave, forcing a smile. The mood's down. We are still sad bench warmers, he joked, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Bench warmers? So what? Remember, Andrew, even the greatest started on the bench, she said, winking at him, trying to lift his spirits. She's right, Andrew said, glancing at his friends, but they didn't seem very convinced. Well, let's cheer you guys up with some food. The usual for you, Andrew? Olivia asked with a warm smile. Yeah, thanks, Olivia, Andrew replied, unsurprised that she already knew. Olivia nodded and pulled out her notepad. Looking at the others, she asked, and you guys? What do you want? I'll have the usual too, Steve said, staring at the table and playing with the napkins. The only thing that could lift his mood was eating a lot. Steve. The usual? I don't think I've memorized your order yet. But if you tell me now, I promise to remember it next time, Olivia said, raising an eyebrow. Wow, favoritism much. You only remember Andrew's, Steve said indignantly. He's the real food lover of the group. Not Andrew, who always orders the same thing and only cares about food in terms of calorie count, protein intake, and maintaining a strict, balanced diet. Andrew calculated his macros with near scientific precision, always prioritizing practicality over taste. It's because Andrew is predictable. Chicken breast, Caesar salad, whole grain bread, and water. Always the same. It's easy to remember, Olivia explained. One that's not predictable, that's discipline, Andrew interjected, defending his choice. Discipline is just a fancy word for boring, Steve replied with a mocking smile. Food is meant to be enjoyed. I'll have a cheeseburger with extra cheese and large fries. No calorie counting for me. Did you forget it's supposed to be a light meal? Kevin asked. Yeah, Steve, or are you planning to roll across the field instead of running? Reggie added with a smirk that made some of the boys chuckle. That's it, teasing Steve helps lighten the mood, Andrew thought, as if he'd just had a revelation. Why worry? I'm going to be on the bench anyway, so let me enjoy my burger in peace, Steve retorted. You're right about one thing, Steve, you'll be on the bench. But if they put you in the game, I hope those fries and burgers give you enough energy to run more than 2 meters without needing a break. You know, the combination of saturated fats and processed proteins in that kind of food isn't exactly what your body needs for optimal performance. In fact, it could make you feel slower than you already are, Andrew said with a slight, teasing smile. An awkward silence followed Andrew's explanation. No one said anything. The others exchanged confused looks, unsure if it was a joke or an unsolicited nutrition lesson. Just then, Olivia let out an exaggerated, fake laugh. Oh, saturated fats and processed proteins. Are you talking about processed meat? How clever, she said, clutching her chest, as if she'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. I knew you'd get my joke. Does it make sense now, guys? Andrew asked with a smile, looking at Olivia, who nodded in agreement. For the rest just chuckled nervously, not adding anything. Olivia finished writing down their orders and tucked away her notepad. I'll bring everything out in a few minutes. Good luck tonight, Andrew. Starter or not, I'm sure you'll make your presence known, she said with a smile before walking away. Hey man, she's totally into you, Reggie said as soon as Olivia was out of sight. Yes, who in their right mind would laugh at such a bad joke, said Steve, supporting Reggie's earlier point. The others nodded and looked at Andrew with mischievous smiles. Hey, what's so bad about my nutrition joke? You can learn and laugh. What more do you want? Andrew said, giving the table a light tap. Learn, yes. Laugh, no, Kevin replied, and everyone agreed. Seriously? You guys are the problem. I've made plenty of nutrition jokes, and they've gotten good reactions, Andrew said, crossing his arms. At that moment, Archie raised his hand, as if he'd just realized something. Wait a second, are the only people who laugh at your jokes girls? He asked. Andrew muttered, thinking back to the people who laughed at his jokes. Only images of girls laughing at his nutrition jokes came to mind. Yeah, just girls, he finally admitted. Now do you see why only girls laugh? Kevin asked, sharing a knowing look with Archie and then Andrew. Oh, yeah, Andrew said with a grimace. It seemed that only the girls interested in him laughed at his nutrition jokes. That's great. You've got a way to tell if a girl's into you. Just crack one of those jokes and bam. You'll know if she wants to kiss you or something, said Steve with a smile too. Oh, true. A perfect indirect method, Reggie added, stroking his chin. The only thing is, it could go really well or really badly, you know? If the girl laughs, everyone wins. But if she doesn't, you're just the weird guy telling jokes about saturated fats, hoping someone finds it funny, Kevin said, and everyone burst into laughter except Andrew. It was supposed to be about teasing Steve, not me. Andrew thought, but he didn't say anything. At least the mood had lightened, even if it was at the expense of his nutrition jokes. Back to the point. Ask that older girl out, Reggie said with a smile. She's 19. Andrew replied, looking hesitant. The idea of dating an older girl was appealing to Andrew, considering both his lives He was mentally around 25 or 26. 8. Although he had relived his childhood and never truly faced the responsibilities of adult life. That's the best part. A 19-year-old girl wants something with you, Raggy said, excited and a bit envious when the others started cheering Andrew on like a group of chimps hyping each other up. Alright, enough. I'll do it when I'm the starting player and have something to brag about, Andrew said, unable to deny that, at some point, the idea of having a relationship with an older girl had crossed his mind. After all, he was still a heterosexual guy. 3. Everyone started clapping, as if they had just secured starting positions themselves. After a few minutes of waiting, Olivia returned with the food. After eating and chatting, they headed to the buses to make their way to the rival school's field. It was time for the game. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 36 Family Discussion. Dunphy House. If he wants to play with his friends, then let him play with his friends. You will not decide where my son will play, shouted Mitchell, red with anger, at Jay. In the Dunphy living room, a discussion that had started just minutes ago was quickly escalating in intensity. Since it was Game Friday and this time they were playing an away game, the family had gathered at the Dunphy house to head to the visiting field together. As for Andrew, he wasn't with them because he would be traveling on the school buses with the rest of the team. The argument was started by Jay, who told Mitchell that Andrew shouldn't be playing for a 5th division high school given his athletic level. The CIF, California Interscholastic Federation, divides the football system into 13 divisions, which represent varying levels of competition among schools. The first division is the highest, where schools with the strongest programs and most well-prepared teams are found. As the divisions decrease, the competitiveness and overall level of the teams progressively drop. Andrew's school is in the 5th division, an intermediate level that, while not lacking in talent, does not offer the same competitive intensity as the higher divisions. Andrew chose to stay at this school as a personal challenge. His plan is to climb divisions year after year, eventually reaching the 2nd or 1st division, to win the state's most prestigious and significant championship. That is his primary goal. 17 schools in the lower divisions have access to state championships within their own division. However, these state championships are limited to the division in which they compete. Teams playing in the higher divisions, such as the 1st and 2nd, have access to the most prestigious state championships, encompassing the top teams from across the state. During his time in middle school, Andrew had been a star, achieving a pass of over 70 yards, winning 2 district championships, earning outstanding records, MVP awards, and more. 3 Because of this, several 1st and 2nd division high schools offered him a spot on their teams. However, he turned them down, and Mitchell and Cameron respected his decision. But Jay didn't share the same perspective as Cameron and Mitchell. He thought Andrew was being immature and throwing his future away. 5 Jay couldn't understand why Andrew would reject the chance to join a higher division school with more advanced football programs and the possibility of competing at the most prestigious state level. Jay doubted Andrew's ability to carry the team on his shoulders and lead them to climb at least 3 divisions, especially since, in his opinion, the team lacked talent. Not everyone had the talent Andrew possessed, and it wasn't just about the players. The coach, the sports program, the infrastructure, all these factors mattered too. Even if Andrew's talent somehow managed to perform a miracle and take the team to the top, Jay believed it would be too late to truly compete in a significant state championship. Colleges offering prestigious sports scholarships focused on 1st and 2nd division teams and their state championships. After all, Andrew would only have 1 year to play at higher division levels, a limited time to adapt to an entirely new level of competition. Friends, we are talking about his damn future as a professional. He can't make decisions based on friendship, said Jay with exasperation. Jay and Mitchell stood facing each other in the center of the living room. The others, Claire, Gloria, Cameron, Phil, Alex, and Manny, sat on the couches watching the argument, which seemed like it could go on for a long time. As for Hallie, she was in her room getting ready, and Luke was playing in his room, who knows with what. Professional? It's his first year of high school, Phil interjected, raising his hands in a conciliatory gesture. Maybe we're putting too much pressure on him. This is the time for him to have fun, enjoy the game, and spend time with his friends. Dad, Phil's right. We should respect his decision, added Claire. Although she was competitive, they couldn't force Andrew to attend a different school. If he wanted to play with his childhood friends, so be it. Fun. Respect. Jay repeated, glaring at them. Andrew isn't just any kid. He's always saying he's going to be a professional and win a Super Bowl. That's why I, as his grandfather, take it so seriously. How could I not, when he sets those goals for himself? He added, and the room fell silent, because the old grouch had a point. As the argument in the living room dragged on, an unexpected voice broke the silence. Mom, do you think Miss Robbins will like this poem? Manny asked, oblivious to the argument and uninterested in the family drama. Manny had spent the last few minutes writing a poem at the coffee table. Gloria, who had been examining her nails, and was equally disinterested in the family drama since she knew nothing about football and how it was organized, looked at her son with a warm smile. Let me hear it, me American Englisher, she said affectionately. Manny cleared his throat, adopting a theatrical stance as he held a sheet of paper in front of him. With a solemn tone, he began to recite, "The light of your class brightens my days, Miss Robbins, your pure inspiration, a wise guide with a great heart. Your teachings are a special gift. Thank you for everything, my favorite teacher." Gloria hugged him, moved. "It's beautiful, Manny. I'm sure Miss Robbins will love it." "Miss Robbins? Your English teacher?" Jay asked, and Manny nodded. Jay sighed internally but said nothing. He'd already had a discussion with Gloria about this and decided it was best not to comment. "Now then," Jay said, returning to the main argument. "Is nobody going to say anything? I'm right. I'll talk to Andrew and make sure he transfers to another school at the end of the semester," he added, crossing his arms with the confidence of someone convinced they had already won the argument too well. "Technically, Grandpa has a point. Also, I have something else to add to this discussion. Andrew is always kind to everyone. Don't we all remember how he agreed to go out with that girl, just so he wouldn't hurt her feelings?" Alex said with feigned innocence. Everyone nodded, recalling the incident with Veronica, which was a well-known story in the family. "What does that have to do with transferring schools?" Mitchell asked, frowning. "It's obvious. It's probably the same reason he won't leave his 5th division school. He doesn't want to seem like the kind of person who abandons his friends." "Andrew is too kind," Alex replied, adding fuel to the fire, which was her goal. Jay let out a huff and threw his hands in the air. "Aha. See. That's exactly what I'm saying. He's making immature decisions based on friendship and feelings, not on what's best for him. Maybe he wants to achieve something great with his current team," said Phil, siding with Mitchell and Cameron. The argument continued, with Phil supporting Mitchell, Claire staying neutral though she was slowly leaning more toward Jay's side. Alex returned to her book, satisfied with what she had stirred up. "3 enough, everyone," Cam shouted in a sharp tone, suddenly standing up from the couch. Everyone fell silent and turned to look at Cameron. "Jay, I take my son's future very seriously," said Cam, and Jay nodded slightly. He was aware of Cam's football past and understood the importance of these decisions. "And Andrew takes his future even more seriously than we do. This isn't an immature decision or one made for friendship," Cam continued, taking a deep breath. Everyone nodded in agreement. If anyone was serious about his football future, it was Andrew. He never missed his training, followed his nutrition plan, adhered to his daily routine, and displayed a discipline that proved how serious he was about becoming a professional. "What do you mean? You said he didn't accept the other schools, so he wouldn't abandon his friends," said Claire, narrowing her eyes and looking directly at Mitchell. "Yes, we lied," admitted Mitchell, no longer hiding the truth. "Alex was right. Andrew is kind to everyone," Cameron interjected, taking the lead. "Except when it comes to football." "Exactly. If there's one thing where Andrew puts friendship second, it's football. He didn't stay at his school for his friends. He stayed because he wants a bigger challenge," Mitchell explained. "A bigger challenge?" Claire repeated, raising an eyebrow. "That's right," confirmed Cameron. "Andrew doesn't just want to join an established 1st or 2nd division team. He wants to take a team in a lower division and turn it into something great." He wants to prove that he can lead them to success. That's the reason he gave us. But if we'd told you that, what would you have thought? Mitchell added, crossing his arms. It would have sounded like he was being arrogant, like he thought he was the only one who could help that team move up divisions. And we didn't want everyone to see him that way. The room fell silent again until Jay suddenly burst into laughter, breaking the tension. Everyone stared at him, surprised, expecting some sarcastic remark. But instead, Jay shook his head, and a smile spread across his face. "That's a much better reason than that friendship nonsense," said Jay with a proud smile. "One, it's not arrogance, it's ambition. And that's not a bad thing, especially in this sport." "What?" asked Claire, confused. "Now you agree with him?" "Of course I do. It shows he's different from the rest," replied Jay, shifting from anger to satisfaction to "So, you're not going to insist that he switches schools?" Mitchell asked, still a bit skeptical. "That hasn't changed. But I'll give him, at the very least, a year. A year to prove with actions what he's saying. I'll trust him, but if he doesn't manage to move up even one division in that time, then I'll be the first to tell him to find another team," Jay replied. "It's good to reach an agreement. Although if that happens, I doubt you'll be able to change Andrew's mind. He's more stubborn than you can imagine when it comes to football," said Cam, and everyone laughed, because it was true. At that moment, Hallie came rushing down the stairs, glanced toward the living room, and was surprised to see everyone there, deep in conversation. "What are you all doing here? Why didn't anyone tell me it was time? You're going to make us late for the game," Hallie exclaimed, a bit flustered as she adjusted her bag and gave her makeup some final touches. "Oh, Hallie finished getting ready first. That's new," said Alex, looking up from her book. Usually, Claire had to rush Hallie to finish getting ready so they wouldn't be late for the game. Let's go, move it," Cameron shouted, rushing toward the door when he noticed the time. "You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 37. The game against Wilson High School had begun with great energy in the air. Wilson High School had won the 2 games they played so far, the friendly match and the first season game, so they were in high spirits, and playing at home overshadowed the visiting fans. Mitch, Cam, and the others found a spot in a raised corner of the visiting stands. From there, the view wasn't the best, but they did their best, along with the other parents and families from Andrew's school, to make their cheers and applause heard. However, their efforts were constantly overshadowed by the thunderous support of the home crowd and the harsh reality reflected on the scoreboard. 2/4 of the game had already passed, and Palisades High School, Andrew's school, was losing 35-10 to Andrew's team. "Sucks, Jay. And you complained about the thrashing my soccer team got," Manny said, glancing at the scoreboard as the third quarter began. One for Manny to make a comment like that was unusual. Normally, he preferred to spend his time writing melancholic poems or seeking love in his many muses rather than getting involved in sports. "Really, Manny?" Jay said in his signature dry tone. "Right now, with the score, you decide to pay attention to a sport? Of all possible moments, you pick this one. It's tragic, at least it'll inspire a poem. Oh, and I can give Andrew a motivational speech, just like he always gives me," Manny replied with a faint smile, waiting for the moment to get his revenge. "Manny, don't say that. It's not funny," Gloria scolded, trying to understand what on earth was happening on the field. She couldn't figure out why teams sometimes attacked and other times defended. "Come on, Andrew. You can turn this around. It's only a 25-point difference. Lily supports you," Cam exclaimed, standing up with Lily and trying to cheer, though his attempt was drowned out by the rival chants. "I don't think this is the best environment to bring a baby," Claire commented with a critical look. "Do you think Andrew can do something from the bench? Like he has psychic powers?" Mitchell asked with a frown, frustrated with the coach's decisions for not putting Andrew in and leaving Jason, an incompetent quarterback who hadn't made a good pass all game, one a few seats away. Leonard and Harwood were talking in low voices, not even paying attention to the game. Sports weren't their thing, and although they were friends with Andrew, he didn't force them to attend school games because he knew they didn't enjoy them. Leonard and Howard were there because later that night, they would go to Pippa's house. Finally, there was going to be a gathering with girls. Howard was the most excited, since he would finally have a chance to approach a girl in a more private setting within a circle of friends. Leonard was happy too, since he could expand his social circle and talk to a girl, but he wasn't as demonstrative as Howard. "This is our big chance, Leonard. I'm finally going to talk to Kara. A real conversation. Do you know what that means?" Howard said with an eager smile. "Let me guess." Leonard replied with a thoughtful look. "Are you going to talk to her about her favorite movies, favorite bands, and how she hates indiscriminate tree cutting?" Leonard added, raising an eyebrow at Howard. "Exactly, I've told you before." Howard nodded confidently. "One stalking her on Facebook seems to have worked for you," Leonard said, shaking his head. As for him, he wouldn't stoop so low. He'd try to let things happen naturally, if possible, or at least avoid making a fool of himself. It wasn't stalking. It was strategic research. It's totally normal. Everyone does it, Howard justified himself without a hint of guilt or shame. "Sure, everyone does," Leonard replied, choosing not to press further, since it was pointless. A few rows above Leonard and Howard, Pippa sat with her close-knit group of friends. Kara, her best friend, Lauren, Connor, and Zach, friends she had known since she was 10 years old. "What's wrong?" Zach asked, looking at Kara, who, for some reason, shivered and hugged herself, as if she had suddenly gotten very cold. "I don't know. I just got a chill out of nowhere," Kara replied, rubbing her arms to shake off the sensation. Lauren, always quick with a joke, grinned. "Maybe someone's talking about you," she said with a mischievous smile. "What if it's not something good? Lately, I felt like someone's been watching me all the time, you know? That feeling that someone's staring at you, but you don't know who or what," Kara said with a dramatic expression. "It could be the evil eye, or worse, some obsessed stalker," Lauren added, though she didn't seem overly concerned. "Another one of your crazy out of nowhere theories?" Connor asked, rolling his eyes and letting out a small smile. "Pay attention to the game," Pippa interrupted, clearly not sharing her friend's humor. Her gaze was fixed on the field, where Andrew sat on the bench with an expression of frustration and reluctance as he watched his team get crushed. "Oh, come on, Pip. Why do you care so much? It's not like Andrew's going to change anything from the bench," Connor said in a tone meant to sound casual, but laced with a hint of mockery. "And what do you know, Connor? Andrew isn't on the field because the coach won't give him the chance, not because he can't make a difference. You saw him play in middle school, or have you already forgotten he won 2 district championships and was MVP?" Pippa shot back, narrowing her eyes at Connor. Connor shrugged, feigning indifference, though his jaw tightened slightly. "That was in middle school, Pip. This is different. Maybe he's not at the level everyone expected." "Really? Or does it just bother you how good he is as a quarterback? You should question the coach's decisions more, not a player who's proven what he can do before and hasn't been given a chance," Pippa shot back firmly. "Wow, Pip, calm down. I think even Andrew could feel how hard you're defending him from here," Kara added with a nervous giggle, trying to ease the tension. Luckily for Connor, at that moment, a loud uproar from everyone around them quickly drew attention back to the field. "What happened? Did they score another touchdown against us?" muttered Zach, who had been following the argument between Pippa and Connor. "No. They tackled our quarterback, and it looks like he's injured," commented Victor, Pippa's dad, who had known her friends for many years. 11 The earlier argument didn't matter to him. He was entirely focused on the game, being a big football enthusiast. "Dad, does that mean?" asked Josh, Pippa's younger brother, standing up from his seat with a look of hope replacing his earlier expression of defeat. "Yes, son." Victor nodded, cutting him off. A faint smile began to form on his face. The first since this dreadful game started. 5 on the field. Jason lay on the ground clutching his arm and groaning in pain, or so it seemed. With the help of his teammates, he removed his helmet and looked toward the coach on the sideline, gesturing at his arm. The referees, noticing the signal, quickly approached, and Jason, between gasps, indicated that a substitution was necessary. The referees wasted no time and raised their hands to signal a player change. The coach, already aware of the situation, signaled to Andrew. Andrew, who had been sitting on the bench the entire game, immediately jumped up and started warming up. He quickly finished, put on his helmet, and readied himself to take the field. The visiting stands, which had been silent until then due to the humiliating defeat, erupted into cheers and applause as they saw Andrew heading onto the field to "Let's go, Andrew!" Cameron shouted, standing up enthusiastically. "Crush them!" Claire yelled, clenching her fists, eager to see the look of defeat on the home crowd's faces. Andrew, with his helmet securely in place, walked confidently toward the line of scrimmage, the imaginary line that separates the teams in football and marks the starting point for each play. The referee signaled for him to get ready as the opposing team lined up in their defensive positions 140-yard line. A long way to go, Andrew thought, glancing at the clock. They were 2 minutes into the third quarter. The team needed to advance more than 60 yards to reach the end zone. "Let's do this," Andrew murmured with an excited smile. Finally, he would get to play a real game after so long, one he was going to enjoy himself and, of course, crush his opponent. 1. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 38, The Game Second. Recommended soundtrack, I Shield 21, Be Survivor 9. Andrew crouched behind the center, his eyes quickly scanning the opposing defense. The linebackers looked ready to lunge at him. "I have to lead players with whom I have never practiced, and without a clear strategy from the coach, TSCH, Andrew muttered to himself. "Set, hut," Andrew shouted, and the ball snapped into his hands. Instead of stepping back to prepare a pass, Andrew made a quick move to his right, faking out the nearest defensive lineman. "He's going to run," someone on the opposing team shouted, but by the time they said it, Andrew was already surging forward. With his impressive speed, thanks to his training in genetics, he covered a significant number of yards in just a few seconds. Rarely in previous games had he showcased his speed and reflexes to evade defenders, as it wasn't necessary. His passes always hit their mark. But right now, he didn't trust the receivers or the non-existent strategy from the coach. He would have to score a touchdown himself. As Andrew continued charging ahead, a defender dove for his legs, but he lightly sidestepped, causing the defender to collide with another player who was about to lunge at him. He managed to reach the 50-yard line in a single run, and no one had stopped him yet. In football, you get 4 attempts, or downs, to advance 10 yards. If you fail to gain those 10 yards within the next 3 tries, you lose possession of the ball and hand control over to the opposing team. By advancing 10 yards, Andrew ensured that, if he was tackled now, the team would have another set of 4 downs, starting the next play from the 50-yard line closer to the end zone. They would keep pushing until they scored a touchdown. "Come on, Andrew," Pippa shouted from the visitor stands, clenching her fists nervously. Her father, brother, and friends, except Connor, were also cheering for Andrew, many surprised by his incredible speed and reflexes to dodge players too. "Yes, yes, dodge them all," Claire shouted. Oh, is that Andrew? "I can't see well," Leonard said, squinting and adjusting his glasses for a better view. He didn't recognize Andrew, and didn't even understand the rules of football, but if everyone was cheering enthusiastically, it must be a good sign. Howard, next to him, shrugged since he didn't understand anything either, but he started cheering along, because everyone else was doing it. "Run, you training maniac," Howard yelled. Andrew kept pushing forward, reaching the 60-yard line, when a linebacker tried to block him. With a sudden spin move, Andrew left the defender with empty hands and a confused expression. What just happened? The defender thought. At the 70-yard line, Andrew was still running. The home crowd was shouting in frustration, as was the opposing coach. "Take him down, damn it. Somebody stop him." When Andrew reached the 82-yard line, 2 defenders, coordinated and fast, closed in on him from opposite sides. Andrew tried to juke them, but this time, he had no way out. He was tackled hard. He fell to the ground, rolling over to protect the ball. The defender's hands gripped him tightly, but he didn't let go of the ball. The whistle blew, and the play was over. First down. A 42-yard gain. The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers as the visitor stands erupted in cheers. "That's it," Jay exclaimed, his voice hoarse with excitement and a satisfied smile on his face, giving a high five to Phil, who was the closest to him. "Ouch," Phil muttered, grabbing his hand with a pained grimace he tried to hide, though it didn't matter, since Jay's eyes were fixed on the field. What's wrong with Andrew's team? Nobody helped him, not even to block a single damn defender. They're useless, Pippa exclaimed angrily, though she was thrilled by Andrew's incredible success in advancing 40 amazing yards in a single down 7 pip. Kara murmured, still processing the intensity in her friend's tone. "That's the spirit, my girl. Shout louder," Victor exclaimed with a grin. 3 on the field. Andrew quickly got up, brushing the dirt off his uniform. "Not bad. If I'd had some support from my team, I could've gone further," Andrew thought. His seniors hadn't been able to follow and support him, though he didn't blame them entirely, since he hadn't told them he was going to run and needed backup. The opposing defenders were panting and visibly frustrated, staring at him, as if they couldn't believe what had just happened to the team gathered in the huddle, surrounding Andrew. Their gazes were a mix of respect and amazement. Even the seniors, Jason's close friends, seemed to start questioning their loyalty to the starting quarterback after witnessing Andrew's performance in that play. Andrew had only needed one play in a real game to make such an impression on the seniors. "We'll repeat the previous play," Andrew said in a firm and direct tone. "No over-the-top emotion, no motivational speeches. This time, I need someone to follow me and block the first defenders that come at me. I'll fake right but cut left. I want the receivers to stay alert. If I see an opening, I'll pass the ball. If not, I'll take it myself," he added, giving clear instructions. "To your positions," Andrew ordered without waiting for a response. The team nodded without objection. There was something in his tone and posture that inspired immediate, almost instinctive confidence. Everyone quickly lined up in their positions. "Set hut." The ball snapped perfectly into his hands, and the play began. Andrew faked to the right, drawing in the defenders, but in a swift motion, he changed direction to the left, dodging a linebacker who lunged into empty space. A lineman teammate followed closely, blocking the second defender who tried to intercept Andrew. Andrew ran with even more speed than before, leaving everyone stunned. Just a few yards from the end zone, 2 defenders closed in on him. Andrew performed a lateral jump to avoid the first hit, and twisted his body to absorb the impact of the second defender, but he didn't stop. He pushed forward with all his strength, crossing the goal line, while cradling the ball tightly in both arms. "Touchdown," roared a loudspeaker, accompanied by a deafening explosion of cheers from the visiting stands. "2 yes." Cameron and Hallie squealed, hugging and jumping up and down. Phil enthusiastically lifted Luke, who was cheering happily. Even though he didn't fully understand what was happening, he just knew his cousin was doing what he always did, crushing the competition. Jay and Mitchell hugged each other until Jay realized what he was doing and awkwardly pulled back, slightly embarrassed. "Do you see it now? Andrew can lead this team to second or even first division," Mitchell exclaimed with a proud smile, not noticing Jay's mild embarrassment from the hug. 5 ahem. "Let's not celebrate just yet. There's still a quarter and a half left to play," Jay said cautiously. Andrew didn't raise his arms, smile, or do anything celebratory. He adjusted his helmet and calmly walked back to his team. Now they had the chance to either kick for an extra point or attempt a 2-point conversion. For the extra point, the ball had to be kicked from the 15-yard line through the uprights, earning 1 point. To go for a 2-point conversion, the team would have to carry the ball into the end zone through a play, either a pass or a run, from the 3-yard line. This was riskier. Teams typically opted for the extra point, unless they were desperate for more points. Andrew's teammates on the field weren't sure how to react. Some still felt uneasy about the situation, glancing at Jason on the bench. He sat there injured, watching the game in clear surprise like most of the crowd. Others were simply unsure what to make of Andrew's cold and composed demeanor. "Well done, Captain," Kevin exclaimed, giving Andrew a high five, which he accepted. For the first time, Andrew showed a faint smile. "We are going for the 2-point conversion," Andrew said, immediately returning to his serious tone. It wasn't a suggestion, it was a statement. "Really? Why not just kick the extra point? One of the linemen asked, looking at Andrew with doubt. We always kick. It's a guaranteed point, said the kicker, who was usually in charge in these situations. The coach always instructed them to take the safe point. We are losing 35-16. Playing it safe won't get us back in this game, Andrew said, his tone firm and unwavering. No one argued further after seeing the serious, no-nonsense look on his face, so different from the friendly demeanor he usually had at school. Andrew and the rest of the team lined up at the 3-yard line. That's when everyone began to realize they were going for the 2-point conversion. What the hell are they doing? Andrew's coach muttered. This wasn't the plan after a touchdown, but it was too late for him to intervene. One set. Hut. Andrew shouted, receiving the snap. The opposing team was already poised to stop him, with their linebackers in position. But Andrew moved quickly and with agility, executing a fake that completely fooled the defenders, who were expecting another rushing attempt. This miscalculation by the opposing team gave Andrew the time, the gap, and the opportunity he needed. With a quick and precise throw, he launched the ball a clean pass straight into the end zone. The ball arrived at just the right moment, and the receiver caught it effortless, landing inside the end zone. 2 points. 35-18. Palisades High School wakes up and gets back in the game, though they still have a long way to go before they can celebrate, the announcer shouted, followed by a roar from the visiting crowd. Did you see that pass, Dad? That was incredible, Josh exclaimed, jumping out of his seat. Yes, that was amazing, Pippa shouted with a smile, not realizing her brother wasn't talking to her, but she didn't care. Josh looked at his sister with confusion, momentarily distracted from the euphoria of seeing his team score. He had never seen her this enthusiastic about football games. He knew she understood the game, she was smart, and had to watch the matches because of the family, but she'd never shown much excitement before. Andrew approached the coach and the rest of the team, who were looking at him with a mix of happiness and doubt. The ones celebrating loudly and giving him high fives were Aggie, Archie, Steve, and the others. The cheerleaders, who had positioned themselves in a corner of the stands, began jumping and waving their pom-poms with excitement after the successful 2-point conversion and the touchdown. Veronica was among them. She looked at Andrew with a swirl of mixed emotions but said nothing, focusing on her job as a cheerleader. Coach, Andrew said, removing his helmet and looking at David. What is it, Andrew? The coach asked in a serious tone, not showing any irritation about the 2-point conversion decision. This wasn't the moment to reprimand Andrew. Can I play defense? I'm fast, and I can tackle. We need to do something to stop their offense, Andrew requested, his tone direct yet respectful. The coach paused, thinking. It wasn't entirely uncommon for a player to play both offense and defense. Considering Andrew's speed, agility, and strength evident when he'd been tackled and immediately got back up, it wasn't unreasonable to let him join the defensive lineup. Alright, but don't overexert yourself, David finally replied. Andrew returned to the field, this time with the defensive team. Many were surprised to see him back on the field so quickly. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 39. The Game 3. Another successful 2-point conversion for Palisades High School, shouted the commentator, his voice amplified by the loudspeaker. 7 Mitchell, Cam, Jay, and everyone in the visiting stands cheered and applauded enthusiastically at yet another successful 2-point conversion by their team. This is an epic comeback. 35-34. They are just 1 point behind. Since player #19, Andrew Pritchard Tucker, entered the game, Palisades High School has scored 3 consecutive touchdowns and successfully converted all the 2-point attempts, the commentator said, his voice filled with surprise and excitement. As a neutral commentator, witnessing such an epic comeback was the best thing that could happen to him, not only as a sports fan, but also to make the game commentary even more thrilling. That's not all, Mark. Since Andrew stepped onto the field, he hasn't just transformed Palisades offense, but has also dominated on defense. Wilson High School hasn't been able to score another touchdown since he joined the defense. This kid is leaving his mark on both sides of the game, the analyst commented, his tone a mix of awe and admiration. Yes, incredible. Now Wilson High School takes the offensive. There are only about 4 minutes left in the game, the commentator exclaimed with a serious tone. If Palisades wants to win, they need to stop this offense quickly and get back to scoring. Time is gold, he added. We are good on time. The only thing is, they can't score, Andrew thought. He had to keep a cool head. There were almost 4 full minutes left. The opposing team burned time, taking their time to line up, which drew complaints from Coach David and several players on the bench. "Set hut," shouted the rival quarterback, and the ball snapped into his hands. Wasting no time, he handed it off to his running back, who quickly chose the left side, where it seemed fewer defenders were positioned. But he had made a grave mistake. That was Andrew's zone. The running back lowered his head and charged forward, confident he could break through the gap. However, Andrew had already read the play. His body tensed as he calculated the perfect moment to strike. As the runner reached the line of scrimmage, Andrew moved like lightning, lowering his body and executing a textbook tackle. With one arm aimed at the runner's midsection, Andrew struck with devastating force, stopping him dead in his tracks and driving him to the ground with a sharp, resounding impact. 6 The crowd gasped collectively, both home and visiting fans instinctively wincing at the painful tackle the runner had to endure. "Oh my god. What a tackle by Andrew. That even hurt me," exclaimed the commentator. It was the first time Andrew executed such a fast and powerful tackle. He didn't have time to go softer. He had to shut down the offense as quickly as possible. The opposing running back lay motionless for a few seconds, struggling to catch his breath. His teammates helped him up as he shook his head, clearly reconsidering whether he wanted to touch the ball again. "Don't give me the ball again," the running back muttered. His quarterback gave him a puzzled look, but simply shook his head. They gained a mere 2 yards and had only 3 downs left. If they continued down this path, they'd lose possession and have no chance of reaching the end zone. They needed to go for a pass. The play resumed. "Set hut," shouted the Wilson School quarterback as the ball snapped into his hands. He began to retreat, scanning for a passing lane, while his linemen worked to protect him. Seeing his lineman collapse as 2 massive defenders charged toward him, he made a hasty decision. He spotted his nearest receiver, seemingly in a perfect position to catch the pass, and threw the ball with all his strength. But Andrew had already read the play. He'd had enough time to follow the quarterback's eyes, allowing him to leap at the perfect moment and intercept the pass with both hands. The visiting stands erupted into a deafening roar. "Interception. Andrew Pritchard Tucker does it again," the commentator shouted, his voice brimming with excitement. "Is this kid everywhere, or what?" Andrew landed with the ball securely in his arms and began to sprint. Just 50 yards, Andrew thought, determined to end the game. His feet pounded the turf as he pushed forward, eating up the yards. "Whoop!" yelled Kevin as he hurled himself with all his strength at a massive lineman trying to stop Andrew's run. Kevin managed to bring the lineman down, tackling him to the turf. At Andrew's request, Kevin had also joined the defense. Coach David couldn't deny a request from his sudden star player, who was now leading both the offense and defense. Taking advantage of the opportunity Kevin created, Andrew continued his run. Another defender tried to catch him from the side, but Andrew accelerated, leaving him behind. One of the opposing running backs charged toward Andrew. He caught sight of him out of the corner of his eye. Dodging him will be difficult, he thought in a split second. However, a shout broke through the tension. "Stop right there, you bastard," yelled his team's defensive leader, who launched himself at the rival runner, tackling him to the ground and pinning him there. 9-run junior. The defensive leader shouted, giving Andrew a thumbs up, for the defensive leader felt deeply guilty for all the points they had conceded today. As the leader of the defense, he considered himself responsible for it, although Andrew didn't entirely agree. It wasn't that the defensive leader didn't share some of the blame, but the real fault lay with Jason, who had repeatedly lost the offensive position. Jason's passes had been inaccurate, often ending up in the hands of opposing defenders or falling incomplete. His mistakes had cost them possession multiple times, leaving the defense exposed and exhausted, repeatedly facing Wilson High School's advances. Thanks to the defensive leader's assist, Andrew made it to the touchdown line. Touchdown. A perfect pick six, the commentator shouted with excitement. The term pick six referred to when a defensive player intercepted a quarterback's pass and returned it directly to the end zone, scoring a defensive touchdown. It was a highly valuable and celebrated play because it not only stopped the opponent's advance, but also earned points for the defensive team. The visiting stands, though smaller in size, were on their feet, roaring with applause and cheers for Palisades High School. Phil lifted Luke into the air, the boy laughing as he was tossed up. Claire hugged Hallie, a rare sight, and even Alex joined in, offering a faint smile and clapping calmly. Mitch and Cameron embraced tightly, an unusual display for Mitch, who often struggled to show affection in public. Jay, usually stoic, clapped with a wide smile and even let out a whistle. Pippa celebrated by hugging and bouncing with Kara and Lauren, while Zach clapped enthusiastically from the side, a smile on his face. The least enthusiastic among them was Connor, who clapped with minimal energy. Excited to meet tonight's star? Zach teased, glancing at his friend. He knew exactly why Connor wasn't thrilled about Andrew. Connor had liked Pippa since middle school, but had never mustered the courage to make a move. Now, with Andrew entering their lives and growing closer to her, it left Connor feeling uneasy, as though he had a rival 5. And not just any rival. Andrew was the most popular athlete in their grade, a 2-time middle school champion, and now delivering an extraordinary performance, turning what seemed like a certain loss into a comeback victory. To make matters worse for Connor, he and Pippa's group of friends had learned that Andrew was visiting her house on weekends to work on a programming project. Connor didn't like this one bit, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. After all, he wasn't in any kind of relationship with Pippa. The scoreboard updated: Palisades High School 40, Wilson High School 35. Andrew held the ball high, smiling behind his helmet. Finally, he could relax a bit. His entire defensive team ran to him, embracing him roughly and exchanging high fives. The offensive team took to the field. Andrew spoke with the coach to decide whether to attempt a 2-point conversion, a riskier play, or secure a single point with a kick. The kick was a guaranteed point, bringing their score to 41 and leaving them 1 touchdown ahead of the opposing team. However, if Wilson managed to score a touchdown, they would tie the game, and with their own kick, they'd reach 42 points to take the lead. Considering the limited time left and how solid Palisades' defense, especially with Andrew, had been, the coach opted for the safer route. The kick won. Andrew obeyed the decision, agreeing with the coach to an extent, although he personally would have gone for the 2-point conversion. If, by some unexpected twist, Wilson scored a touchdown, a single-point kick would still put them at 42. From the 15-yard line, the kicker struck the ball hard, sending it cleanly between the 2 uprights and securing another point. 41 points for Palisades, 35 points for Wilson. The coach had been right. Wilson didn't have much time left, and their morale had plummeted after the stunning comeback by Palisades. As the clock ran down to 0, the referee raised his hands to signal the end of the game. Game over. 35 for Wilson and 41 for Palisades, pulling off an extraordinary comeback victory, the commentator exclaimed, rising from his seat with microphone in hand. The crowd erupted into cheers as Palisades players, both those on the field and on the bench, celebrated their hard-fought victory. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link: https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 40. Post-game. Andrew's team celebrated the victory like never before. The least happy one seemed to be Jason, as he got injured. Although it wasn't serious, or so they told him, he couldn't show his disappointment openly. He smiled and celebrated, but if you looked closely, you could tell it wasn't natural. As for the other seniors close to Jason, especially on the offense, they completely forgot about the starting position dispute and were ecstatic over the team's epic comeback. The leader of the defense, Liam, was thrilled, and the rest of the defensive players felt the same. So was Coach David. His team's epic comeback made him care little about the previous issues of leaving his nephew and his friends as starters. Archie, Reggie, Steve, and Andrew's other friends were overjoyed by the huge victory despite not playing a single minute. They knew this game would change things, with Andrew as the starter. Not because they thought Andrew would demand the coach play his friends, like Jason did, but because now the coach would have to put the players with the best performance during practice, or so they hoped. Andrew headed to the locker room with the rest of the team in a festive atmosphere. After getting changed, they left the locker room to meet up with their families and friends who had come to watch the game. "Hey, Andrew," called Reggie, walking up to Andrew, who was heading toward the exit of the locker room, hoping to find his family and his two friends, Leonard and Howard. "What?" asked Andrew, expecting Reggie to tell him they were heading to Arky's house as usual, sticking to the tradition they always followed after Friday night games. This time, though, Andrew couldn't join them because he had other plans. "Liam's throwing a party at his house. We're invited. Everyone's going, cheerleaders and even the most popular girls," said Reggie, a grin forming on his face. "Our first big high school party," exclaimed Steve excitedly, joining the conversation. "Don't yell, idiot. You're going to make us look like rookies," muttered Oki, scolding Steve. "Really? Is Jason going too?" asked Andrew. It seemed the tradition of gathering at Arky's house every Friday after the game would be broken in high school, thanks to teenage parties. "Yeah," Reggie replied, not too thrilled about it, but he wasn't about to miss the first big high school party. "If we gain the confidence of Liam and the rest of the defense, we'll have power in the team. Jason won't be able to do whatever he wants anymore," commented Kevin. Liam, the defensive leader, was in his second to last year of high school, not the same year as Jason. From what Andrew had seen, Liam was a great defensive leader and player, much better than Jason, and one of the best at Palisades High School, excluding Andrew himself. "Millimeters, good luck with that," Andrew said, and everyone gave him puzzled looks. "One, you're not coming?" Reggie asked. "You have to come. You were the star tonight," exclaimed Steve. They hadn't played a single minute. How would they get everyone's attention if Andrew wasn't there? Without him, they were just guys who watched the game from the bench, except Kevin, but he wasn't the star of the night. "I have plans," Andrew replied, briefly explaining that he was going to Pippa's house, his friend from programming class. The guys already knew who she was, since they'd seen Andrew talking to her during breaks or in the hallways. "Oh," they all said in unison, looking at him with slight smirks that made Andrew frown. "And here I thought you were still upset about Veronica," commented Steve. "When have you seen me upset about Veronica?" muttered Andrew, a vein appearing on his forehead. "Today, Veronica gave you plenty of looks once you stepped onto the field," said Aki, who had been watching from the bench near both teams' cheerleaders. "Yeah, she must be regretting breaking up with you," added Reggie with a faint smile. "Who knows, if you go to Liam's party, she might try something with you," he added. "I don't want anything to do with her. Let her keep playing at being popular," Andrew said curtly with a grimace, and no one else dared to comment when they saw his expression. Rare to see in him expressions of this kind. Andrew agreed to date Veronica for a simple reason: to avoid humiliating her. She had confessed her feelings in front of everyone, in such a public display that Andrew felt he had no choice but to accept, as rejecting her would have embarrassed her deeply too. Was it the best decision? Maybe yes, maybe no. But at that moment, it seemed like the most empathetic thing to do. Breaking up with her immediately after agreeing to date her would have been strange, and would likely have sparked rumors that could hurt her even more. So, Andrew decided to give it a try, and made an effort to be the perfect boyfriend, dedicating himself to making her feel special and taking care of her feelings. However, the relationship proved to be a challenge for Andrew from the start. Although Veronica had some positive traits, like preparing nutritious lunches for him, she was largely self-centered and superficial. She would talk endlessly about herself, rarely giving him a chance to share anything about his own life or interests. Andrew got the sense that, for Veronica, the relationship was more about maintaining her image as a popular girl than about genuine feelings. Eventually, Andrew started following Hallie's advice, who suggested he show less interest and stop trying so hard to please Veronica. This shift in attitude didn't go unnoticed, and soon Veronica decided to end the relationship on her own, abruptly and without hesitation. Perhaps Veronica stopped seeing any value in him. Andrew had not only stopped being the perfect boyfriend, also his social standing at high school wasn't remarkable either. He was a bench warmer on the football team, and his popularity was beginning to fade. To make matters worse, rumors about him started to spread. People said he had nerdy interests, like video games and movies, that most teenagers didn't consider cool. 6 Far from being bothered or trying to deny those rumors, Andrew ignored them entirely. He didn't care what others thought. The rumors even gained traction when he started spending more time with Leonard and Howard in public places, something he would no longer hide. Andrew had made a clear decision to live on his own terms, without worrying about others' opinions. 6 At the end of this whole charade, the only one hurt was him. He wasted his valuable time trying to please a spoiled and shallow girl or to be dumped. 5 Although he actually preferred this, rather than having hurt a girl with genuine feelings. They left the locker room, and Andrew met up with his family. Everyone celebrated enthusiastically when they saw him, especially his parents. Cam hugged him so tightly that he nearly choked him with his strength. He also met up with Leonard and Howard, who had been brought by the latter's mother. Debbie, a very large woman with no neck, chatted with Cam and Mitchell before leaving the two boys in their care, as they would be taking all three to Pippa's house one after that. Andrew told them to wait for him, since he wanted to meet up with Pippa before heading straight to her house. Pippa? Who's that? Hallie asked Leonard and Howard after Andrew left. Andrew's programming friend. Leonard replied, not understanding why Hallie's tone seemed angry. Andrew has a female friend? Never heard of her, and it seems like you haven't either, commented Alex from the side, clearly trying to stir things up. She invited us to her house. We are going now, Howard added with a slight smile, trying to show off a little that he had a social life. She invited Andrew, and he invited us, Leonard corrected. Hey, why are you trying to make us look like losers? Howard whispered to Leonard. She invited Andrew to her house. Why? Hallie asked, continuing her interrogation. She's hosting a small gathering with her close friends, Leonard replied. And Andrew is one of her close friends? Hallie asked again, this time getting a response from Howard, who noticed the irritation on her face and decided to take a little revenge for when Andrew made them bike until exhaustion, only to find out Hallie had a boyfriend. 1 year. He's her close friend, though if you ask me, they became close pretty fast. Andrew goes to her house on weekends to work on a project together. They spend hours together, and they have great chemistry, so their relationship progressed quickly, Howard said with a slightly mischievous smile. Chemistry? Hallie repeated in an overly calm tone, though it was obvious she wasn't happy hearing this too. Oh, Hallie, don't be like that. Isn't it sweet? Andrew has a close female friend. It's better than his fake relationship with Veronica, Alex commented with a mocking grin. Hallie's frown deepened at this. She knew what her sister was trying to do, but she couldn't help being annoyed by this discovery. Millimeters. Is he not going to Liam's party? Hallie asked, trying to calm herself. It wouldn't be good to show jealousy in front of strangers, especially since she was Andrew's cousin. Liam's party? Leonard and Howard asked, looking at each other in confusion. They had no idea who Liam was, or what this party was about. Oh, right. They probably weren't invited, Hallie thought, sighing internally. She had been invited due to her popularity, and Dylan would also be there, since he seemed to be friends with some of the defensive players like Liam. A party after the game. You're not going, Claire said, joining the conversation after hearing the word party. She knew how these Friday night post-game parties worked. She wouldn't let her daughter go to a party filled with older guys, where alcohol was likely involved. It was already enough that she allowed her to date a senior. Fine, Hallie said, leaving Claire surprised. She had expected Hallie to start yelling and asking why she couldn't go if everyone else was. Hallie didn't complain, as she had already decided to go to the gathering at Pippa's house, inviting herself along. 9. Andrew, unaware of Hallie's sudden decision, finally found Pippa. It had been difficult to spot her among more than 100 people in the parking lot. When he saw her about 10 meters away, he noticed her parents, Victor and Lean, her mom, her brother Josh, and her group of friends, 2 guys and 2 girls. Pippa was also scanning the crowd for him, and finally, their eyes met. She began walking briskly toward Andrew, and he did the same. Andrew, you were amazing, Pippa exclaimed with excitement and an enthusiastic smile on her face. She had never been particularly interested in football, but this game had her thrilled from the moment Andrew stepped onto the field and began the epic comeback. 21 Thanks. Now we're at an even record, 1-1, Andrew said, happy to see Pippa's enthusiasm. To qualify for the playoffs, the team needed an overall record with more wins than losses compared to the other teams they faced. Before Pippa could continue the conversation, her father and brother, both crazy football fans, arrived and began congratulating Andrew and bombarding him with questions about the game. Pippa wanted to smack both of them on the head, but she held back. Luckily, her mother intervened, dragging Victor and Josh away. "We'll wait for you in the car," she said with a faint smile. Unfortunately for Pippa, she still couldn't have a quiet conversation with Andrew because her friends arrived. She had no choice but to introduce them, just Zach and Connor, since Kara and Lauren had already met Andrew. "Tell him what you were thinking during the game," Zach whispered with a grin to Connor, who quickly shut him up. "Do you want me to end up in the hospital?" Connor muttered, recalling Andrew's tackles. The rivals' players had stayed down on the ground for several seconds until their teammates helped them up. "Well, see you at my house," Pippa said, realizing that having a quiet conversation here was impossible. They said brief goodbyes. Andrew returned to his parents, where he learned from Hallie that she would be going to Pippa's house too. Well, one more person won't make a difference, Andrew thought, shrugging as he got into the back seat of the car with Leonard and Harwood, for Claire made sure to follow the car and drive Hallie. She much preferred this gathering of same grade friends over a party full of older, popular students. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 41. The First Eye. "She is Hallie," said Andrew, introducing Hallie to Pippa and her friends. He also introduced Leonard and Harwood, who were very nervous. Hi. Hallie greeted lazily, her gaze settling on Pippa. Pippa had short straight hair, lighter at the tips, blue eyes, and skin as white as a lily. As for her outfit, she wore a retro-style short-sleeved shirt in a reddish tone, paired with overalls. "She's cute," Hallie thought, unable to deny the reality. Andrew's cousin, Pippa thought as she also looked at Hallie. She couldn't understand why Hallie had come here at the last minute, being one of the most popular girls in her grade, but she didn't mind her presence. Zach was inwardly delighted by Hallie's sudden arrival. He needed to take advantage of tonight and score some points with her. As for Kara or Lauren, he felt no attraction and saw them more as childhood friends. Unlike Connor with Pippa, the gathering at Pippa's house began. Andrew preferred this 1,000 times more than a crowded party with mostly strangers, alcohol, and who knows what other substances. A gathering like this was much more fun for him. They played board games, chatted about the game, watched a movie, joked around, and more. It was a great night. Andrew found Pippa's friends very entertaining, especially Kara, Lauren, and Zach. As for Connor, he didn't like him much, because every time Andrew was talking to Pippa, Connor would butt in, whether by joining the conversation, interrupting with some comment, or suggesting they do something else. As the night went on, Andrew started observing Connor more closely, and noticed that he kept his attention fixed on Pippa more than on anyone else in the group. Connor likes Pippa, Andrew concluded, feeling a slight discomfort he couldn't ignore. Why did this bother him? Could it be that he also had feelings for Pippa? He hadn't really reflected on his emotions when it came to romance, but he always looked forward to going to Pippa's house on Saturdays or Sundays, to be alone with her, whether it was to talk about their programming project, trivial topics, or play some mobile game together. Thinking about all of this, the signs were evident. Yes, I feel something for her, Andrew thought as he sipped juice from a glass. He was sitting cross-legged on the living room floor. It was almost 1 in the morning, and his parents would soon come to pick him up. 16 Harwood and Leonard had a good time tonight, though they were still shy and not the best at socializing. They got along very well with Zach, a half-Asian boy with round glasses and quite tall for his age. Zach was a film enthusiast, and the movie they watched today was Back to the Future, a film Leonard and Harwood had seen many times before. They had a great conversation/debate with Zach about it. Harwood didn't have the courage to talk to Kara. He knew what she liked, but didn't know how to start a conversation. Still, he felt he would have more chances if he were invited again in the future, and judging by how this gathering went, he might become part of this group of friends. His moment would come. He just had to wait a little longer and be patient. As Andrew realized his own feelings, he didn't want to leave. He wanted to spend more time with Pippa and have a one-on-one conversation. Moreover, they wouldn't see each other tomorrow or the day after, as Pippa was busy on Saturday and he was busy on Sunday. They had decided to work on their programming assignments from home. Thinking this through, Andrew realized it wasn't mandatory to meet up to work on the project. They could easily do it from their own homes, on their computers. They already knew what they needed to do and what each of their tasks was. Still, Andrew kept coming to this house. Considering Pippa was a perfectionist who valued maximum productivity, it was odd that she hadn't suggested working from home. That way, they wouldn't be distracted by playing games on their phones or talking about trivial things, often neglecting to write code. Could she have a slight interest in me? Andrew wondered, having a small revelation. Andrew set the glass down on the coffee table and discreetly glanced at Pippa, who was a few feet away, talking with Clara and Lauren. Everyone was tired from the long day at school and all they had done afterward. Leonard and Harwood were chatting with Zach. Connor was near Pippa, trying to join the conversation but not succeeding. As for Hallie, she was sitting next to Andrew, looking at her phone, browsing photos her friends had sent her from Liam's party. She was the one who had the least connection with the group. She only talked to Andrew and a little with Leonard. Her main mission was to interfere in Andrew and Pippa's conversation. The same as Connor. Andrew noticed, but he didn't say anything. He thought maybe she wanted to be friends with Pippa or something like that. Ugh. They'll talk about that party all week and I missed it, Hallie sighed as she scrolled through the photos. Plus, the party was still going on, unlike here, where everything had already ended. Why did you come here? Andrew asked, raising an eyebrow. Because my mom didn't let me go to the other party, Hallie lied with extreme ease too at that moment. Andrew remembered the conversation he had earlier in the afternoon with his friends when they were eating at the restaurant before the game. The conversation about his nutritional jokes that were only funny to the girls interested in him, according to the guys on the team. If these jokes were as bad as Kevin and the others said, what would happen if he made a joke here and Pippa laughed? One, would it mean she was interested in him in a more romantic sense? The answer would be yes, as long as she laughed at his bad nutritional joke. All he had to do was test the theory, and for that, he had to make a nutritional joke that could make things really awkward if no one laughed. With this in mind, Andrew decided to test his theory. He took a deep breath before approaching Leonard, who was listening to a heated discussion about Star Wars between Zach and Howard. Hey, Leonard, Andrew said quietly, why don't you try the fries on the table? What do you think? Huh? Why? I've eaten a lot tonight, Leonard said, not understanding what Andrew suddenly wanted. Just go along with it, say they are good, and make sure everyone hears you. I need your help, Andrew whispered. Leonard raised an eyebrow, but seeing there was no major complication in what Andrew was asking, he agreed without thinking much. With a somewhat strange expression, he took some fries and put them in his mouth. These fries are good, Leonard exclaimed loudly, though his tone didn't sound very convincing. Andrew made the first fries joke that came to mind. A joke criticizing fries from a scientific perspective with a punk line that no one would find funny, at least for most people with a normal sense of humor. Instantly, he heard a laugh. It was Hallie, laughing exaggeratedly. Andrew looked at her, confused, clearly not expecting his cousin to laugh at his nutritional joke 6, but he stopped thinking about it as another laugh was heard in the room. The laugh belonged to Pippa, and it was more genuine and less exaggerated than Hallie's. Kara and Lauren looked at their friend, unable to believe she was laughing at such a bad joke. Leonard was trying to figure out what had just happened and what the hell Andrew had said. Was that a joke? Why couldn't he find it funny? She laughed. Andrew thought, ecstatic. The moment of uncertainty completely disappeared, replaced by a wave of excitement. 5. That meant Pippa was interested in him. As long as he believed the words Reggie and the others had said. He should take their words with a grain of salt, since his friends aren't exactly experts in romance. Even though they are athletes, each of them has only had one girlfriend at most. After confirming this, and feeling a little more sure that there might be an interest from Pippa in him, Andrew sent a message to his parents. In the message, told them to come and pick him up a little later, so he could be alone with Pippa without Connor and Hallie. He had to make his move tonight. It was all or nothing. He briefly explained the situation to his parents. One Cam responded instantly, sending enthusiastic encouragement when he learned that his son was interested in a girl. Minutes passed, and in half an hour, everyone had left. Claire came to pick up Hallie. Connor and the other friends of Pippa left as well. Howard also left with Leonard. Debbie came to pick them up. Only he was left with Pippa 10. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link https://www.patreon.com/nav07. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42. The first second. Only he and Pippa were left. Step 1 complete. Andrew thought as he sat nervously on the couch. Many negative thoughts swirled in his mind. Was he rushing things too much? What if Pippa just laughed out of kindness, so he wouldn't look like an idiot in front of her friends? Did she really have feelings for him? Or was he just overthinking everything? It had only been a month since they met. Maybe he could wait a little longer and look for more signs that Pippa was interested in him. But what if Connor decided to make a move and try something with Pippa? Would Andrew even stand a chance? Connor and Pippa had a longer history together than he did. No, I have to do it now, Andrew thought, shaking his head. He was never one to back down. Well, okay, maybe he was like when he dated Veronica and couldn't bring himself to break up with her. But in situations like this, he acted. He didn't stand on the sidelines watching. Andrew? Pippa called, her voice breaking through his thoughts. She was looking at him while he sat on the edge of the couch cushion, staring at the floor, hands clasped tightly together. Andrew snapped out of his daze and looked up. There she was, her beautiful blue eyes fixed on him. One are the others already gone? Andrew asked, straightening his posture. Yes, Howard's mom is quite the character. Pippa replied with a strange smile, briefly recalling how Debbie and Howard had been yelling at each other over something trivial just moments ago. Andrew laughed lightly, but just as he was about to say something to Pip, the door leading to the other room opened, and Victor walked in. Oh, Andrew, you're still here? Victor asked with a smile. He seemed eager to talk to Andrew about the game. Yeah, my parents will be here soon, Andrew replied as Victor sat down on the couch across from him and started enthusiastically talking about the game. Pippa sighed internally. She had thought she'd finally get a moment alone with Andrew, without interruptions from Connor or Hallie. But now her dad had shown up, bursting with energy to chat about touchdowns. Andrew's plan was effectively ruined by Victor's sudden entrance. There was no way he could make his move with Pippa's father in the same room. After a few minutes, Pippa took a deep breath and said, Dad, I need to show Andrew something for the school project in my room, since we are not meeting tomorrow. Sure, go ahead, but leave the door open, and don't take too long, Victor said, pausing his touchdown talk to glance at Pippa. Pippa gestured to Andrew with her head, and he awkwardly got up from the couch to follow her. They left the living room and began climbing the stairs. Am I really going to her room? Andrew thought nervously, swallowing hard. This was better than he'd expected, though it made him even more anxious. They passed the first door, which had a sign with the name Josh, and stopped at the second door. Wait a second, Pippa said as she entered and closed the door behind her. Andrew stood there waiting, confused about what Pippa could be doing inside. Was her room messy? Strange for someone as perfectionist and organized as she was. A minute later, Pippa opened the door and gestured for him to come in. It was Andrew's first time in this life visiting a girl's room aside from his cousin's rooms, Hallie and Alex. Everything's so neat, and it smells nice, Andrew thought, curiously observing the room. The decor had a vintage theme, with dark wooden furniture, pastel accents, and some antique style lamps. It was an unusual choice for a teenage girl, but to Andrew, it fit Pippa's personality perfectly. Once he stepped inside, Pippa left the door slightly ajar, then walked over and sat on her bed, looking at Andrew, who stood awkwardly in the middle of the room. Did you have something to show me for the project? Andrew asked, trying to mask his nervousness. No, that was just an excuse to save you from my dad, Pippa said with a smile that Andrew found utterly charming. Come, sit down, she added, patting the spot beside her on the bed in a friendly manner. Andrew hesitated for a second before walking over and sitting next to her. Thanks, I was getting tired of talking about tonight's game, Andrew said. I didn't expect that from you, a football fan and the star quarterback, Pippa teased with a faint smile. Well, everyone already asked me about the game. I was a bit drained and besides, I wanted to talk to you alone, Andrew said, trying to sound as casual as possible to Pippa, who was ready to exchange her usual jokes with Andrew, fell silent, staring at him intently. The room grew quiet for a few moments, with both of them gazing at each other without saying a word. Andrew felt the air grow heavier. It's time, he thought as he slowly leaned closer to Pippa, closing the distance between them. When their faces were almost touching, Andrew, unable to hold back any longer, closed his eyes and kissed Pippa. At first, there was no reaction. Pippa remained still, frozen as if she were in shock, not responding to the kiss. Andrew, confused and feeling like the moment had been a complete failure, quickly pulled away, his heart pounding. Sorry, I shouldn't have, Andrew murmured, looking at Pippa and waiting for some kind of response. That was when Pippa reacted. She blinked as if snapping back to reality, and without thinking, she leaned forward and kissed Andrew. 12 this time, she closed her eyes, and now it was Andrew who kept his eyes open, a bit confused by the sudden turn of events. But he quickly closed them and surrendered to the kiss, savoring the feeling of Pippa's lips. After a few seconds, they pulled away and just stared at each other. Whoa, I thought I'd blown it, Andrew thought, relieved. He couldn't help but wonder about Pippa's strange initial reaction when she had frozen up. While Andrew was reflecting on that, Pippa's mind was in chaos. She hadn't expected Andrew to be so bold and kiss her here and now. Sure, she had considered the possibility that he might be interested in her, but she never imagined he would show it so directly. As for her own feelings, she clearly had some for him, otherwise, she wouldn't have kissed him back. Is my breath okay? Pippa wondered, touching her lips, as if to confirm something. Then another worry hit her. Oh no, I ate way too many fries tonight. Do my lips taste greasy? Her nerves spiked as she regretted the mountain of snacks she'd devoured earlier. As these thoughts swirled in her head, she felt warmth creeping up her pale cheeks. Even Andrew noticed the faint blush spreading across her face. Then another reflection made her cheeks burn even more. Am I good at kissing? Pippa wondered, realizing it had been her first kiss, and fretting over whether Andrew had noticed one. While these absurd chaotic thoughts overwhelmed her, Pippa tried to keep her composure. But Andrew had already noticed her nervous gestures and flushed cheeks. That was a really nice kiss, Andrew said, trying to guess one of Pippa's concerns, and he nailed it. That's a relief. Are you a mind reader? Pippa asked softly. No, but it was easy to read your expression and take a guess. I've never seen you this nervous, Andrew replied with an amused smile. Shut up, you were nervous too, said Pippa, giving Andrew a playful tap on the shoulder, which made him laugh. After that, they both fell silent again, staring at each other. Just as they were about to kiss again, a shout came from downstairs. Andrew, your parents are at the door, Victor called out. Don't shout, you idiot. Josh is sleeping, said another voice, belonging to Lean. Pippa and Andrew exchanged amused looks, both smiling. Andrew was a little surprised to hear Pippa's kind mother scolding someone. It wasn't something she did often. Well, I have to go, Andrew said, standing up from the bed and walking to the door, with Pippa following him. 5. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 43, Surprise. 2 months later, to the damn window camper killed me. Andrew heard Harwood's voice through his headset. They were playing a match of the new Call of Duty, World at War. It was a multiplayer match with Leonard and Harwood in hardcore team deathmatch mode 8 of course. Andrew was recording the gamma play to edit and upload to YouTube later. Harwood and Leonard's commentary would be in the video, which made it way more entertaining compared to playing alone. This wasn't the first video Andrew uploaded featuring Leonard and Harwood. He'd already posted to others, and they were very well received. At this moment, Andrew's YouTube channel had surpassed an incredible milestone: 10,000 subscribers. He hit that number in just 3 months, or to be exact, 88 days since uploading his first video. Come on, Ringo, stop dying, Andrew said as he circled a building, closing in on the camper Howard hadn't been able to take out. Leonard burst out laughing when he heard Andrew call Howard Ringo. He'd heard it before, but it was still hilarious. Ringo is the nickname Howard uses in the videos, though he didn't choose it. Leonard and Andrew gave it to him. That's not my nickname. I told you my gamer tag is Proman69, Howard said angrily. Oh yeah, maybe when you stop dying and get a girlfriend, we'll call you that, Leonard commented, and Andrew laughed as he killed the camper with a sneak attack from behind. Shut up, Wazowski. When you grow a few inches, you can join this conversation, Howard shot back mockingly. That was the nickname he gave Leonard due to his short stature and broad build too. Here we go again, Andrew thought with a faint smile as he landed a headshot on another camper. When you beat me in kills, we'll talk, Ringo, Leonard said, igniting another round of bickering. Andrew found them fighting in a knife duel in a highly dangerous area. Since it was hardcore mode, friendly fire was enabled. But if you killed too many teammates, you'd lose points or even get kicked from the match. Come closer, Wazowski, or are you as cowardly as you are in real life? Howard taunted, trying to provoke Leonard. I'll show you how the pros play, Ringo, Leonard replied. And so, the two began fighting each other, completely forgetting about the match. Andrew too, forgot that they were in the final phase of the game. He was too entertained watching his two friends stabbing each other with knives. A grenade? Andrew thought as he noticed a grenade drop right in the middle of their fight. Boom. The explosion went off instantly, killing both Howard and Leonard in a double kill. Andrew didn't even have time to react or locate the enemy who threw the grenade before his character was riddled with bullets and died. After this triple kill, the match ended with Andrew's team losing. Andrew, Ringo, and Wazowski sat in silence, staring at the defeat screen. At that moment, a voice broke through the voice chat. 6 really? Are Russians insulting us? Leonard asked, lamenting the lost match. Losing a hardcore game always left a bitter taste. What did you expect? We killed each other, Howard said, resigned. Look at the chat. He's still insulting us, Andrew said, half amused. He had no idea what the Russian was typing, but it couldn't be anything good. Why did he switch to text chat? Leonard asked. His mom probably scolded him for yelling, Howard replied, then started responding to the Russian in his own language, saying exactly what he had just mentioned. This video is going to be fun, Andrew thought as he left the lobby and closed the game. Aren't you playing another one? It's still early, Leonard asked, noticing that Andrew had logged off. No, I have something to do, Andrew answered, being vague. What? Talk to your girlfriend? Howard asked in a jealous tone, having just finished arguing with the Russian. By girlfriend, he was referring to Pippa. It had been 2 months since Andrew had shared his first kiss with her. Yeah, I'll talk to her, but she's not my girlfriend yet for now, Andrew replied, smiling slightly as he remembered the kiss they'd shared in Pippa's room months ago too. Since that moment, his relationship with Pippa had improved significantly. They understood each other well and had a great time together. At this point, Andrew and Pippa were in the dating phase. They spent a lot of time together, as if they were a couple, but they hadn't explicitly defined their relationship. They'd gone to the movies, out to eat, and other places, enjoying their time together. Even though they acted like a couple, they hadn't formally said what kind of relationship they had. Tomorrow, Friday, was the last game of the regular season. It was an important match, even though they had already secured a spot in the regional playoffs regardless of the outcome. The California Interscholastic Federation, CIF, is divided into 10 main sections, and Andrew's school belongs to the CIF LAX, Los Angeles City section. In this section, there are 32 teams in Division 5, one of which is Andrew's school. During the regular season, these 32 teams are divided into 4 groups of 8. Each team plays games within their group, facing each other from September to November. At the end of the regular season, the teams with the best win-loss records across the section qualify for the regional playoffs. In this case, 16 of the 32 teams will advance to the regional playoffs. Andrew's team had won 5 games and lost only 1 so far. With this record, the team was already among the top 16 in the section, guaranteeing their spot in the regional playoffs. Although tomorrow's game wasn't crucial, it held strategic importance. The better the record at the end of the regular season, the better their playoff seeding, which meant facing a weaker team in the first round. You haven't made it official yet? You two are practically glued to each other all day, Leonard commented in a strange tone. No, but I'm asking her officially tomorrow. I've got it all planned out. We'll win. I'll have a great game. We'll qualify for regionals with an amazing record. And the cherry on top will be that we'll officially be boyfriend and girlfriend, Andrew said, already envisioning the plan in his head. 5 Cam, his dad, had taught him that special moments should be grand, done with style, and given the importance they deserved. What better way to make it official than to ask Pippa to be his girlfriend right after the final game of the regular season? Don't tell me you're still doubting she'll say yes. You two already act like a couple. The only thing missing is saying it, Howard added. I know, but it has to be said explicitly, and it's even better if it's grand, so everyone knows, Andrew replied. 6 Wow, take it easy, Romeo, Howard said. What's wrong with that? Andrew asked. Do you think Pippa will be comfortable with you doing it so publicly? She'll become the center of attention for everyone on the field, Howard asked. When this last game was being played at home, so almost the entire school would be attending. The team had never had such a good winning streak, and this was the first time in several years they were qualifying for the regional playoffs. After the final whistle, everyone who wanted to could enter the field to celebrate with the team family, friends, and classmates. Andrew paused for a moment, thinking. Howard's question made sense. Pippa had always been pretty low-key when it came to being in the spotlight, though things had changed a bit since they started seeing each other 2 months ago. Andrew, as the quarterback who earned his starting position in an epic way and led the team to victory after victory, had become one of the most popular students in high school. And he was just a junior who had only started high school a few months ago. The attention on him also made everyone focus on Pippa, the girl who walked hand in hand with him down the hallways and acted very affectionate and close. While Pippa didn't seem to seek attention and couldn't care less about popularity, she also didn't seem bothered by being in the spotlight. She didn't have a problem with it. I doubt she'll mind. At most, she'll blush a little, and she's so cute when she does. Andrew thought, deciding he would go ahead with the grand gesture anyway. For don't tell me you're going to listen to Howard? Seriously? He's never even had a girlfriend, Leonard said, breaking the silence from Andrew. Of course not. I'm doing it, no matter what he says, Ringo, Andrew finally replied, as Leonard laughed, and Howard started ranting, as usual. Andrew ended the call with the guys. He took off his headphones, turned off the mic, and grabbed his phone. He called Pippa, and as the phone began to ring, he moved his mouse with his left hand to click on his browser. His gaze shifted between his PC screen and his phone, as though he wanted to do everything at once. He held the phone with his shoulder, pressing it against his ear while scrolling through the internet and heading to his email. He hadn't checked it all day when the inbox appeared. Among the usual emails, one stood out in a way that made him freeze. His eyes widened as he read the subject line, written in clear letters, YouTube Partner Invitation 7. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 44, YouTube Partner Invitation. Note, Andrew's gaming channel name has been changed to Maverick12-6. Finally, thought Andrew, clicking on YouTube's Run button. YouTube Partner is a program officially launched in 2007 that allows content creators to monetize their videos. YouTube itself invites content creators with popular or highly engaging channels to join the program. Monetization primarily relies on pre-roll ads, the ads shown before a video, and banners on the channel page. YouTube takes a portion of the revenue generated by the ads, and the rest goes to the creator. Andrew has known about this program since he uploaded his first video. At first, he didn't see it as a goal, considering his YouTuber career more of a hobby. However, the massive growth he experienced made him change his perspective. If he could monetize his videos, it would be amazing. Who doesn't like earning money while doing something they love? Double prize for Andrew had been waiting for the invitation ever since he started gaining subscribers daily. He had an audience that supported his videos with views and comments, just what was needed to be invited to the program. On top of that, his format of commentary gameplays mixed with humor was something new to the platform, making it much more appealing. "Hi, Andy? Are you there?" said Pippa on the other end of the phone. "Oh, yeah. Sorry. Hi," said Andrew, snapping back to reality. He had forgotten for a moment that he was on a call. "What's up? You seem distracted," asked Pippa, lying on her bed with a relaxed expression, though a slight smile hinted at her excitement to hear Andrew's voice. "It's because..." Andrew began explaining the YouTube partner program to Pippa. "That's amazing, Andy," Pippa said with genuine enthusiasm after hearing the good news. She already knew Andrew was a YouTuber. She'd discovered it when he nervously showed her his channel for the first time. From that moment on, she had supported him in every way possible. Not only did she subscribe with her own account, but also with those of her entire family. She watched every video he uploaded and never failed to leave positive and encouraging comments. "You're finally going to be able to monetize your videos. It's about time. Those idiots took way too long," Pippa added, with a touch of indignation in her voice. "Huh? What happened to the refined language? It's strange to hear you insulting someone, miss," Andrew replied in a playful tone. Although Pippa was usually very composed, a few choice words would slip out when she was truly passionate about something, like a football game, only Andrew's games, or an academic frustration, which was rare for her. Deep down, Andrew found this spontaneous side of her quite charming. "So what? Are you going to snitch to my mom?" Pippa shot back, her tone playful and defiant. That could be an option. I don't think Lean would be thrilled to find out her cute, responsible daughter insults people," Andrew replied, pretending to weigh a moral dilemma. "Oh, cute. How cute?" Pippa asked as she absent-mindedly twirled a strand of her hair. At that moment, Josh, Pippa's brother, passed by the hallway. Glancing into her room, he noticed her sitting there, oblivious to everything, smiling in a way he had never seen before. His sister, always so serious and focused on her studies, now seemed like any other teenage girl, playing with her hair and completely lost in a conversation with her boyfriend. "Unbelievable," Josh muttered to himself, shaking his head and continuing down the hall, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Pippa and Andrew kept talking, unaware of how quickly time was passing. It was a rare sight for two people so structured and used to meticulously planning their day. Pippa, perfectionist and dedicated, had even her leisure hours scheduled in her planner. This conversation wasn't on the agenda, but she didn't care. As for Andrew, he had an almost obsessive discipline when it came to training, and a well-organized routine to fit in everything he loved: playing video games, uploading videos to YouTube, hanging out with his friends, spending time with Pippa and chatting with her, and, of course, being with his family. When it came to his teammates, he already spent enough time with them during training sessions and at school, so he didn't hang out with them much outside of that. Instead, that time was reserved for Leonard, Howard, and now Pippa's group of friends. "Look at the time," said Pippa, glancing at the clock in her room. 30 minutes had passed, during which they'd only been flirting and chatting aimlessly. She had called Andrew to discuss something specific. "Oh, yeah," Andrew said as his eyes went back to the YouTube email. He had forgotten to open it. "Open the YouTube email. I have something to tell you after that," said Pippa. Andrew clicked on the email, and the following appeared. He read it out loud to Pippa. "From YouTube Partner Program, Partner Support at youtube.com to Maverick Gaming YTCH at gmail.com. Subject: YouTube Partner Invitation. Hello Maverick 12, congratulations. We've been following the growth of your channel and are impressed by the unique and entertaining content you're creating. Your channel, with its innovative style of commentary gameplays, has caught the attention of our community and meets the criteria to join the YouTube Partner Program. 1. As a YouTube partner, you will be able to monetize your videos through ads, access exclusive tools to enhance your content, be part of a select community of growing content creators. To join the program, Click the link below and follow the steps to complete your registration. Join the partner program now. We're excited to support you as you continue to grow on the platform. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us. Best regards, the YouTube team. How exciting, said Pippa after Andrew finished reading the email to her. Yes, and on top of that, we've already adapted Flappy Bird to the Android SDK. Now we just need to upload it to the Google Android market, Andrew commented with a smile. Everything was going incredibly well. His team had qualified for the regional playoffs, and he'd secured the starting quarterback position. He'd started dating Pippa, his YouTube channel surpassed 10,000 subscribers, and now he'd been invited to the YouTube partner program. For Andrew and Pippa had used Eclipse to develop Flappy Bird, which took them 8 weeks to complete. At one point, they thought it would take 6 weeks, but they ended up behind schedule. Ever since they started dating, whenever Andrew went over to Pippa's house, neither of them got much coding done. Even though they took 2 extra weeks, they were still ahead of the rest of their classmates. They were the first to finish, and their game wasn't simple at all, far exceeding the professor's expectations, which earned them an excellent grade. In addition to being happy about the grade, Andrew felt a special sense of excitement. It wasn't just an academic project anymore. Now was the time to publish the game for everyone to download. The target was the Google Android market, the App Store Google had launched just a few months ago. They quickly ruled out the idea of uploading it to Apple's App Store, since the language they had used to code the game, Java, wasn't compatible with iOS. If they wanted the game on the App Store, they'd have to rewrite it entirely in a language compatible with iOS, like Objective-C or Swift. This would involve significant time and effort. They estimated it would take at least 8 weeks to make the transition, because they weren't familiar with iOS programming languages, and would have to learn from scratch. Before we upload it to the store, we need to register as developers on Google's platform. And for that, there's a small issue. We need to pay a $25 registration fee, said Pippa in a more serious tone. Well, that's not too much. I've saved up some money, Andrew replied. Me too, but that's not the tricky part. Since we are minors, an adult has to create the account. And since both of us are underage, it would have to be under one of our parents' names, Pippa said, having already researched everything. Well, that complicates things a bit, Andrew admitted. One who would be the parent listed as the account owner? This could cause some friction, since it involved money. The person whose parent wasn't listed on the account would have to trust the other to distribute earnings fairly. The money will go to the bank account of the person who creates the account. But I don't really mind. If it's okay with you, just talk to your parents and that's it, said Pippa, not wanting to complicate things. She had made the video game for school in the first place and never thought about publishing it or making money. Plus, the creative idea was Andrew's, and she trusted him. She knew that, if there were any profits, he wouldn't cheat her, nor would his parents, whom she knew to be very kind and fair people. Really? You're not worried? Andrew asked, slightly surprised. No, I trust you. It was your original idea, your idea to publish it and make money, so the game is more yours than mine, said Pippa. The game belongs to both of us. Without you, I couldn't have done even half of it. It's our baby, Andrew replied. Oh, our baby? What, am I the game's mother now? Pippa asked, laughing lightly. Well, if you think about it, you made it grow. I just conceived it, Andrew said with a strange smile. While he had helped with coding, Pippa had done more in that aspect, with her contributing about 60% and him 40%. Pippa couldn't help but burst out laughing at the idea of Andrew conceiving the friendly pixelated bird. It was such a strange thought, and even stranger, that they were having this kind of conversation. When Pippa finally stopped laughing, a laugh that Andrew found utterly charming, he continued, at most, we could write up an agreement or something like that, and make sure your parents are in the loop. Sure, that works. Speaking of which, my parents are inviting you to dinner tomorrow after the game to celebrate your team making the playoffs. That's actually why I called. Want to come? Pippa asked in an expectant tone. Of course. Although, my family also planned a celebratory dinner, said Andrew, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Oh, wait. Why don't we bring everyone together? We can talk about Flappy Bird with our parents and figure out how to set up the account. Two birds with one stone, Andrew suggested, for always thinking about efficiency. I like the idea. I'll tell my parents, you tell your family, and we'll stay in touch, said Pippa. Neither of them hung up right away, both reluctant to end the call first. After they finally did, Andrew left his room to talk to his parents. They needed to get organized, since they only had until tomorrow to plan the dinner. The best possible scenario had just fallen into place. After the game, he would confess his feelings to Pippa, they'd officially become a couple, and their families would have dinner together, getting to know each other in a much more formal way. 13. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 45. 3 Big news. After finishing his conversation with Pippa, Andrew enthusiastically left his room. Dad, Andrew called out as he quickly made his way to the living room. In the living room, he found Cam playing with Lily in her stroller. "What's up, son? Why so excited?" Cameron asked, shifting his gaze from Lily to Andrew. "Great news," Andrew responded. "Well, 2 or 3. He added with a confused expression. "Oh, this sounds big." "Start with the least important one," Cameron said, now giving his full attention to what his son was about to say. Least important," Andrew murmured as he quickly ranked the news from least to most significant. "Okay, YouTube invited me to their program, and I'll be able to monetize my videos," Andrew replied, and Cam, who had been kneeling to play with Lily, jumped up in excitement. "That's amazing. You just hit 10,000 subscribers, and now you're invited to YouTube's program," Cam said with a joy that outshone Andrew's 1 year. "We just need to complete a form and link the Google AdSense account to my channel," Andrew said with a smile. Soon, he would have money to buy lots of things. Even though his family was financially stable, he wasn't a spoiled child who could buy everything he wanted. Now, with a new sister, expenses were divided, so earning his own money wouldn't hurt. He could buy things for himself, for his sister, and even help around the house. Cam and Mitchell were aware of the videos Andrew had been uploading. Andrew told them when he hit his first major milestone, 1,000 subscribers, telling them earlier would have been a bit embarrassing, since his channel wasn't getting much traction back then. About a month ago, as Andrew saw his channel growing day by day, he decided to talk to Mitch and Cam about monetization. It was highly likely he'd be invited to join the YouTube partner program. It was a long conversation, as it was hard for both parents to believe that uploading gaming videos to the internet could make money. The way to earn money was through Google AdSense, Google's advertising platform. By being part of the YouTube partner program, you could place ads on all the videos you publish. These ads generate revenue based on the views and clicks they receive. The more views a channel has, the more money it can earn. By the end of the conversation, Mitchell and Cameron finally understood that what Andrew was explaining was entirely possible, especially considering it involved a multi-billion-dollar company like Google. Mitchell created a Google AdSense account since Andrew, being a minor, couldn't do it himself. Now, Andrew's YouTube channel would have the option to link the AdSense account and start generating income, which would go into the bank account Mitchell registered with Google AdSense. "Let's fill out that form and link the account," Cameron exclaimed enthusiastically, ready to head to Andrew's room and complete everything as soon as possible. "We need to wait for father, since it's his account," Andrew commented as he sat on the couch. "I have the password," Cam said with a small smile. He knew where Mitchell kept all the important information. "We can't. Father will get mad if we leave him out and do it on our own," Andrew said, shaking his head slightly. "You're right. We don't want him scowling through dinner," Cameron agreed, knowing full well that Mitchell didn't like being excluded from these kinds of things. He might even complain about the fact that Andrew hadn't waited to tell both of them at the same time. "Well, tell me the other 2 pieces of news. If YouTube was the least important, I can't even imagine how important the other 2 will be," Cam said, his eyes shining with excitement and his tone making it clear he was eager to hear everything right away. "Father will be here in a few minutes. We should wait for him, or he'll also get upset, because I told you everything first," Andrew said, glancing at the clock. "Oh, right," Cam said, making an exaggerated grimace as he crossed his arms. He knew exactly what Andrew meant. Mitchell always complained about being the last to find out about important news because he worked. I don't want another monologue about how unfair it is not to be the first to know things, Cam added. The two of them sat on the couch, staring at the clock in silence. The only sounds breaking the quiet were the rhythmic ticking of the second hand and the soft noises of Lily playing with a rattle in her stroller. It was only a few seconds before Cameron began to fidget in his seat, unable to contain himself. Oh, enough. Just tell me now. I promise I won't tell him you told me first, he pleaded, clasping his hands together as if begging. Alright, waiting is boring anyway. Just act surprised when I tell him, and pretend you're hearing it for the first time, Andrew said, and Cam nodded repeatedly. Then Andrew began sharing the two pieces of news. The second most important was about the Friday dinner after the final game of the regular season, a dinner with Pippa, her parents, and her brother. To this was a big deal, as it would be the first time his parents would talk in such an intimate setting as a dinner with Pippa's family. Up until that point, Mitch and Cam had only exchanged a few words with Pippa's parents during games, but this was entirely different. Cameron was visibly excited upon hearing the news. That's amazing. This means your relationship with Pippa is going wonderfully, he exclaimed, clasping his hands in front of his chest melodramatically. Yes, it's important, but it's not like I'm proposing to her, Andrew replied. Cam seemed more enthusiastic about the dinner than he was. My little boy is growing up so fast, Cam said, ignoring Andrew. Andrew couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's just a special dinner, sure, but it's not that big of a deal, he said. Cam didn't listen and continued, lost in his own monologue. You've always been such a focused kid, always training, playing video games, or reading those comics. Mitch and I were starting to think we'd have to set you up on blind dates in high school. Don't make this a big deal, Andrew thought, but said nothing. During his middle school years, Andrew had never shown interest in romance, something that was common for many boys his age. But his lack of interest wasn't just typical youthful disinterest. Andrew had transmigrated, and in his previous life, he had been 16 years old before his tragic end. This made it impossible for him to feel attracted to anyone between the ages of 11 and 14, keeping him away from any kind of romantic relationship. For even now, in his first year of high school, romance wasn't a priority for him. However, everything changed when he met Pippa. From the very first moment, Andrew was captivated not just by her looks, but also by her intelligence and charisma. Pippa was brilliant, with a quick mind, and a unique personality that constantly challenged and inspired him. She fascinated him in a way he had only experienced once in his previous life. Over time, as he spent more time with Pippa, Andrew realized that being around her was not only pleasant but also exciting. For the first time since his transmigration, he seriously considered that romance could be something meaningful and valuable. Alright, what's the last and most important news? Cam asked after calming down and stopping his rambling. Andrew stared at him, his eyes reflecting hesitation. He knew this news was going to trigger an even more exaggerated reaction than the last one. Cam had already rambled and dramatized enough about the dinner, telling him this would be like lighting a rocket. Well, I'm not sure if I should say it, Andrew said, debating whether to share it or not. What? Of course, you should say it. Come on, Andy, don't leave me hanging. What could possibly be more exciting than meeting your in-laws at dinner or the YouTube thing? Cam pressed. It's just, I'm worried you'll get too excited. You know, like earlier. Andrew said, scratching the back of his neck. Me? Get too excited? Cam exclaimed indignantly, raising his tone and placing a hand on his chest. Here we go, Andrew thought. Alright, I'll tell you. Just don't overreact, okay? Andrew said, cutting him off before he could continue complaining. Cam nodded solemnly, raising his hand, as if taking an oath in court. I promise, son. Tucker's word. Andrew took a deep breath and said, after the game, I'm planning to officially confess to Pippa, in front of everyone. I want it to be special, something hard to forget. There was a moment of absolute silence in the room. Cam blinked a couple of times, processing what he'd just heard. Then, as Andrew feared, he exploded. What? A public confession? Andrew, this is huge. This is straight out of a romantic movie. The popular quarterback confessing to the smartest, prettiest girl in school. Pippa is going to be the envy of every girl. Cam shouted, jumping out of his seat and grabbing his head with both hands. Andrew facepalmed, clearly regretting saying anything. I knew I shouldn't have told you, he muttered under his breath. Lily paused her games for a moment and glanced at Cam. I'm so proud of you, son. Do you already have everything planned? A speech? Flowers? Balloons? An epic soundtrack? Oh, we need to plan this together. We don't have much time. Cam continued, pacing around the room in excitement. Andrew raised his hands, trying to calm him down. Dad, it's not a spectacle. It's just a simple confession after the game. Something from the heart, not a Broadway production. But still, it's your first big declaration of love. Can I at least be nearby to record it? What if we use the good camera? Cam asked, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Andrew. Fine, record it if you want. But just that, Andrew agreed, preferring this over turning his confession into a spectacle with flowers, balloons, or an epic soundtrack. One, I promise, I'll just record it, and Mitch will take photos. Pippa is so lucky to have you, Cam said, looking at his son with a proud smile. To Cam, teenagers of this generation weren't romantic at all. Most had quick, fleeting relationships without the special touch of grand gestures or memorable moments. An easy example was Hallie. In the past 2 months, she had broken up and gotten back together with Dylan 3 times. They were currently separated, but everyone was wondering when they'd get back together again. Cam kept asking about the confession, how Andrew planned to do it, if he had a speech, and countless other questions. Luckily for Andrew, Mitchell arrived, and it was time to share the 3 pieces of news with him, and then link the Google AdSense account. When Andrew told Mitchell the news, everything started smoothly. The first announcement about YouTube was met with genuine surprise from Mitchell, and while Cam was visibly excited, he managed to keep a believable performance. However, when the dinner with Pippa's parents was mentioned, Mitchell began to grow suspicious. Cam's reaction was too measured, lacking the enthusiasm he would normally show for something like this, raising the first doubts. Finally, when Andrew revealed the third piece of news, his plan to formally ask Pippa to be his girlfriend, Mitchell's suspicions were confirmed. Cam, who would have normally burst with excitement, tried to feign a more restrained happiness, but it was so forced that Mitchell immediately knew he had already heard it. Mitchell decided not to show any annoyance, as these were very good news from his son. Then he and Andrew went to the computer to complete the YouTube partner form and link the Google AdSense account, while Cam took care of Lily. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 46. Regina George. I'll go to the restroom. Get us a table, Andrew said as he walked through the hallways with Leonard and Harwood on their way to the cafeteria. Alright, Leonard and Harwood replied in unison as Andrew hurried off to the restroom, having held in the urge to pee for over 15 minutes. Today was game day. It was noon, and there were about 3 hours left before classes ended. Andrew had to head to the final practice soon. Phew, a brief break. Leonard sighed once Andrew was out of sight. What do you mean? Harwood asked, not understanding what Leonard was referring to. Don't you feel all the stares and whispers we get when we walk around with Andrew? Leonard replied, lowering his voice slightly as his eyes darted nervously around. Of course I do, and it's great, isn't it? We've climbed the social ladder. We are not just faceless nerds anymore, Harwood said with a confident grin, adopting an exaggeratedly carefree posture as he walked, as if he were the center of attention, attempting, unsuccessfully, to mimic Peter Parker's style from Spider-Man 3. We are exactly the same as before, Leonard thought. And why does it bother you? Stop being such a pussy. It's just a few stares and whispers, Harwood added, frowning at Leonard's discomfort. I know, but I'm not used to this much attention. It makes me nervous, Leonard admitted, looking down. Just have a little more confidence in yourself, for God's sake. I haven't gotten a single wedgie since starting high school. Isn't that great? Harwood said. Leonard nodded slightly. That was true. Nobody bothered them anymore, and it was a radical change from middle school, where bullies always seemed to target them. And if anyone tries to mess with you, Howard continued, raising a finger, as if revealing an infallible secret, just mention Andrew. Trust me, it's like magic. They back off instantly. Leonard frowned, confused. Does Andrew know you're using his name for that? Of course he does. He even told me I could threaten them by saying he'd tackle them, Howard said with a small smile. He's a great friend. Leonard murmured with a shy smile. Leonard had grown up in a home that could only be described as functional on the surface. His mother, a pragmatic and distant woman, had adopted a parenting philosophy that felt more like a scientific experiment than an act of love. She rarely offered words of encouragement. Instead, she analyzed him, questioned his decisions, and imposed expectations that seemed designed to highlight his flaws rather than his strengths. Every mistake was a personal failure. Every success was simply expected of him. The result was a shy boy with low self-esteem and a constant feeling that he would never be enough for anyone, not even himself. However, Andrew's arrival in his life had been a surprise. Despite being everything Leonard wasn't, Andrew never made him feel inferior. It's just a few stairs, nothing more, Leonard encouraged himself, straightening his back a little and lifting his gaze. Andrew walked out of the restroom shaking his hands. Damn it, put some toilet paper in there, he thought. 6 At that very moment, a delicate hand suddenly grabbed his wrist, forcing him to turn and see the girl responsible for it. Regina George, Andrew thought, frowning as he recognized the blonde who had grabbed his wrist. Regina had long, straight blonde hair, fair skin, blue eyes, and a slightly upturned nose. Her outfit consisted of a pink cardigan over a white shirt, a light pink miniskirt, and fuchsia heels. She was a very image of the most popular girl in school, and she knew it. She was the head cheerleader and the queen of the school's social hierarchy. She had achieved this status while still in 11th grade, though Andrew didn't see this as much of an accomplishment most teenagers did. Girls wanted to be her, and boys, well, most of them couldn't resist her beauty and poisonous charisma. We need to talk, Regina said in a tone that sounded more like a command. Andrew, however, was unimpressed by her reputation. He couldn't care less about high school popularity contests. He was only popular because he was good at football. As for Regina, he barely knew her, except for a previous encounter where she had tried to intimidate him after learning about his hobbies. Some time ago, Andrew had been spotted by Veronica at the mall while hanging out with Leonard and Howard. One of the girls with Veronica that day was Regina, who had seen Andrew with 2 nerds and carrying comic books in his hands. Upon discovering this, Regina had tried to use it to her advantage, attempting to manipulate Andrew into becoming her lackey. She had threatened to spread rumors if he didn't comply with her ridiculous demands. But Andrew had done the unthinkable. He completely ignored her. He had already decided he didn't care if his hobbies were exposed. If someone tried to mock him for it, he'd either tackle them or just tune them out. This immediately put him on Regina's blacklist, or perhaps her list of interests. No, we don't need to talk, Andrew replied curtly. He freed himself from her grip with a firm, effortless motion. Regina blinked, momentarily stunned. She wasn't used to being ignored, much less rejected in such a way. However, she quickly regained her composure. That indifference, that resistance, it was precisely what made Andrew different and far more interesting to her. Wait, Regina called out as Andrew walked away. Andrew didn't even turn his head. Hey, stop, please, she insisted, this time in a much less aggressive tone, grabbing the fabric of his jacket. Did she just say please? He thought, mildly surprised, not expecting the queen bee to know that word. Regina took a deep breath, clearly uncomfortable. It wasn't common for her to be in a position where she needed to beg for anything. Can we talk? Regina asked in a softer tone, glancing around to make sure no one was watching them. Make it quick, Andrew said, slightly intrigued. But not here. We need privacy, Regina said. Andrew frowned. The fact that Regina was being serious and even seemed scared puzzled him. She was known for her confidence and intimidating aura. He nodded, and soon they entered an empty classroom at the end of the hallway. Once inside, Regina closed the door behind them, making sure no one was nearby. All right, what do you want to talk about? Andrew said, looking at her with distrust. Regina hesitated for a moment, something unusual for someone with her personality. Her eyes, usually sharp and calculating, now reflected a mix of shame and worry. "I'm being blackmailed," she finally admitted, the words coming out with difficulty, as though she hated having to say them. "So?" Andrew asked without a hint of empathy in his tone, clearly uninterested in gossip. Regina pressed her lips together, clearly uncomfortable with Andrew's indifference, but she decided to continue. "I need your help," she said, the words almost seeming to burn her throat as she forced them out. Andrew let out a small laugh, shaking his head in disbelief. "My help? You need my help? What an irony. Not long ago, you tried to blackmail me over my hobbies, and now you want my help? Are you joking?" "One, it was just a harmless threat. I never spread the rumors," Regina said, as if that were some noble gesture on her part. Andrew raised an eyebrow and said, "Really? Because I remember hearing rumors and whispers about me. Something about the backup quarterback being a pathetic virgin, or a nerd whose only girlfriend dumped him for being a loser." At that time, the game where Andrew came off the bench, led an epic comeback, and secured his undisputed starting position on the team hadn't happened yet. Now, Andrew was the starting quarterback, the MVP of every game played and won, leading the school to the regional playoffs. Nobody dared to whisper those rumors near him anymore, but when he was a backup, it was a different story. Many mocked or pointed fingers at him. "That wasn't me. It was your ex-girlfriend, Veronica. And she's also the one blackmailing me," Regina replied. "Veronica?" Andrew repeated, his tone more neutral than surprised. It wasn't entirely shocking that the shallow girl who had dumped him upon realizing his popularity wasn't rising and he was just a bench warmer might be capable of spreading those rumors. Regina studied him carefully, waiting for a flicker of anger or a spark of resentment, but she saw none of that. "I thought you'd be more hurt, considering she was your first girlfriend, or so the rumors say," Regina remarked. Andrew ignored the comment and asked, with a bit more curiosity than he wanted to admit, "How is Veronica blackmailing you?" "Who would have thought?" Veronica, the girl who once seemed kind and approachable, turned out to be a cunning and manipulative snake. Did high school transform her into that, or had she always been that way, hiding her true nature behind a friendly facade? Good thing Hallie distanced herself from her, Andrew thought. After joining the cheerleading squad, Veronica had started spending more time with them, and had stopped hanging out with Hallie. His cousin, while she did care about popularity, wasn't malicious. She wasn't the type to spread rumors to tear others down, and crown herself queen of the school. Seeing that Andrew was willing to listen, Regina took a step closer. Her haughty expression softened for a moment, revealing a flicker of insecurity. "She has a photo of me. A photo of me in my underwear," Regina confessed in a lower tone. 6. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 47. Lend a hand. "She has a photo of me. A photo of me in my underwear," Regina confessed in a lower tone. The room fell silent. They stared at each other. Regina watched him intently, trying to read something on his face. Malicious amusement, genuine surprise, maybe even a spark of glee. But all she found was calm. "Don't laugh," she warned quickly, even though Andrew had shown no intention of doing so. "I'm not laughing," Andrew replied with a slight shrug. "But seriously? You, the self-proclaimed queen bee, falling for something so basic," he added. "It wasn't basic. And I don't self-proclaim myself as the queen bee." Regina defended herself, a flash of indignation in her voice. "Whatever. How did that picture end up in Veronica's hands?" Andrew asked. Regina ran a hand through her hair, clearly uncomfortable. "It was a mistake. Well, more like a trap," she admitted, averting her gaze. "I was chatting with Alan," Regina began, her voice dropping slightly. "Alan, the senior wide receiver?" Andrew asked, more curious than concerned. "Yeah, him," Regina nodded. Andrew crossed his arms, letting his mind assess the situation. Alan was friends with Jason. But unlike his friend, Alan actually had some talent. Of course, calling it talent was generous, considering the level they played at. Talent for someone playing at Palisade School, Andrew thought. Their school was in the 5th division, a place where standards were intermediates. You couldn't compare a Division 1 or 2 team with a 5th Division 1 one. Alan was good in that context, but Andrew saw him as someone who would never be able to play at a 1st, 2nd, or even 3rd Division School 1. Andrew knew the receiver was close to his limit. With Alan in his senior year, his chances of improving were minimal. He lacked the discipline and passion needed to stand out. For someone like Andrew, whose focus, talent, and ambition were light years ahead, Alan was just an average player. Andrew's arrogance, though evident, wasn't baseless. After all, in his past life, he had led his team to the state championship final in the highest division of all. In this new life, his skills as a player had reached an entirely new level. That's why he had received offers from multiple schools of the highest divisions. He could have easily transferred, but he chose to stay at Palisades. He wanted a challenge. He wanted to prove that he could transform a 5th division team and take it to a level no one thought possible. To repeating the same path as in his past life would be boring, and if he managed to achieve his goal here, he would attract far more attention from college scouts and the world in general, as the feat was significantly more difficult one. I thought Alan was really interested in me. But what I didn't know was that I was actually talking to Veronica the whole time, Regina continued, her voice laced with frustration and embarrassment. You seriously didn't realize? Alan isn't exactly the most poetic guy, Andrew said, looking at her in disbelief. The manipulative queen bee, so blind for love? Regina huffed, visibly annoyed. I know. You don't have to rub it in. Veronica knew exactly what to say. She pretended to be him, and I fell for it. And now she has that photo of me. Blackmailing someone with an intimate photo. You really hit a new low, Veronica. Andrew thought too. What does she want in return? Andrew asked. That bitch wants my position as cheer captain, and for me to be her subordinate, Regina replied, her brows furrowed, filled with anger toward Veronica. Will you help me? Regina asked. And you expect me to believe all this, just because you say so? You're as manipulative as Veronica, if not more, Andrew said. The story sounded believable, but he preferred to stay out of these annoying affairs. He was no longer the guy who cared about sparing other people's feelings. I'm not making anything up. It's the truth, Regina said, offended. Andrew raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Then prove it. Show me the conversation. Regina's face turned red immediately, something completely unusual for someone like her. What? No way, I'm showing you the photo. Are you some kind of pervert, or what? I'm not letting you enjoy that, she said, stepping back as if facing a predator. Is this how you ask for help? Andrew thought, sighing internally. Then I won't believe a single word. I'm not interested in getting involved in your drama without proof, Andrew said with a shrug too. He turned around, ready to walk away, but Regina, visibly frustrated, stopped him. Alright. I'll show you, but only so you see that I'm not lying. Don't you dare say anything or make a comment. Got it? She said as she pulled out her phone and searched for the conversation. After a few seconds, she handed the phone to Andrew. Andrew began scrolling through the messages, his eyes moving quickly over the text exchange between Regina and Alan, though in reality, it was Veronica using his phone. Eventually, he reached the photo. She wasn't lying, he thought. Regina watched him intently, searching for any change in his expression, perhaps surprise, discomfort, or even lust, but to her frustration, there was nothing. Andrew's gaze remained calm and curious. This irritated her more than she expected. That's it? You have nothing to say? Regina asked, both annoyed and confused. Andrew shifted his eyes from the phone to her and handed it back with a calmness that only made her angrier. What were you expecting? It's just a picture in a bra. It's not that big of a deal. Idiot. How can you be so cold? You see the most beautiful girl in school in a bra and don't react. Are you gay? Regina asked, gripping her phone tightly. She couldn't accept that Andrew felt no attraction to her body, one of the things she prided herself on. Most beautiful? Pippa is prettier. And no, I'm not gay, Andrew said almost lazily, unwilling to have this conversation. One, your life won't be ruined just because someone sees a picture like that. There are worse things, he added. For so, are you going to help me or not? Regina asked, dropping the previous topic. Andrew took a few seconds to answer. He remembered how his kindness and his need To care for others' feelings had led him to date Veronica, a mistake that had only harmed him. He had decided to stop being the nice guy who always put others first. No, he finally replied. Date what? Why not? Regina asked. Comma. You're no saint, and I'm sure you've spread rumors to hurt other people. Maybe you're not as extreme as Veronica, but that doesn't change what you've done, Andrew said. You're just going to watch my life get ruined and let me be humiliated. Don't you have any principles? Regina asked, furious and shocked by his refusal. Do what Veronica wants, and your picture won't spread. As for losing your spot as cheer captain, you reap what you sow, Andrew said, turning on his heels and heading for the door. Regina was left alone, motionless, with Andrew's words echoing in her mind. Her last hope had vanished. She had thought Andrew was a good guy, that his strong principles would make him help her without hesitation. Was I really so naive to think someone would give me a hand? Regina thought as her breathing became unsteady and a hollow feeling settled in her chest. The friends she had were only there because of her popularity. She couldn't rely on them for this. She was alone. Regina gripped her phone tightly, staring at the screen without really seeing it. Tears began to well up in her eyes. A sob escaped her lips, breaking the silence of the empty classroom. What terrified her the most wasn't losing her spot as cheer captain, or becoming subordinate to Veronica. What truly shattered her was the thought of that photo spreading, of everyone at school seeing it too. Even if she did what Andrew suggested and gave in to Veronica's demands, she knew that witch would still spread the photo once she had secured the captain's position. That would be the next step in solidifying her rise as the most popular girl while branding Regina as nothing more than a pathetic slut who sent lingerie pictures. Suddenly, the classroom door opened again. Regina flinched, quickly lifting her head, tears still staining her face. She saw Andrew standing in the doorway, watching her with a neutral expression. What are you doing here? Regina asked, wiping her tears and trying to sound strong. I was outside, listening, Andrew replied with a sigh. Are you here to mock me? Regina snapped offensively. Don't accuse me so quickly. I just changed my mind, Andrew said. Ate what? Seriously? Why? Regina asked, surprised, a flicker of hope returning. The reason is mine to keep. Now tell me, do you think the photo is only on Alan's phone? Andrew asked. I suppose so. The conversation was just between his phone and mine, and I never sent it to anyone else. Why do you ask? Regina said, confused. Andrew let out a small huff, as if debating whether to explain something obvious or save himself the trouble. Well, it's 2008. Teenagers here don't back up files or store things in the cloud. Least of all Veronica, who probably only knows the basics of modern tech, Andrew thought. Most likely, the photo was only on Alan and Regina's phones. At most, Veronica might have sent it to herself to make sure she had a copy. Andrew needed to confirm that as well. We'll delete the photo from Alan's phone, and while we're at it, I'll check if Veronica sent it to herself. If she doesn't have any copies, problem solved, Andrew said as if it weren't a big deal. Why would you go that far? Regina asked, narrowing her eyes at him. She wanted his help, but she hadn't expected him to go as far as getting Alan and Veronica's phones just to erase a picture. She had assumed he would just talk to Alan, who was surely aware of the situation, and ask him to delete it. After all, as team captain, Andrew had the most influence in the locker room. Andrew watched her for a moment before answering, his expression unchanged. I'm just helping you get rid of the photos. Do you want my help or not? Regina didn't say anything at first, but after a heavy sigh, she muttered, fine thanks. What was that? I didn't hear you, Andrew asked, feigning innocence. Regina pressed her lips together, visibly exasperated but also feeling a small sense of relief that Andrew had actually agreed to help. Thanks, she repeated louder, her tone a mix of irritation and genuine gratitude. Much better. I'll handle it today. Wait for an update, Andrew said, turning to leave the classroom. Just as he was about to step out, he threw out one last comment. Oh, by the way, red looks good on you. His tone was light and teasing his own little revenge for the time Regina had tried to blackmail him. Andrew didn't turn around to see her reaction, but he was sure he had caught her off guard. Regina felt her face heat up instantly, shame washing over her. Andrew. she shouted, her voice a mix of anger and embarrassment. In the photo, she had been wearing a red bra. Andrew simply raised a hand in a careless wave as he walked away without looking back. His smirk widened when he heard her flustered yell. Regina, still red-faced, stared at the door, where Andrew had disappeared. Her heart was pounding, though she wasn't sure if it was from embarrassment or something else. Was that flirting? She thought, confused. Andrew's casual attitude threw her off, and that frustrated her more than she was willing to admit. If Andrew knew what was going through Regina's head at that moment, he'd probably be banging his head against a wall. His intention had never been to flirt, not even close. It was just a bit of teasing, a small payback for her past blackmail attempt too. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 48. Andrew's reputation. Kara Ward rushed down the school hallway, her mind racing as she tried to make sense of what she had just witnessed. Her brow was furrowed, and a mix of confusion and urgency was evident on her face. She had seen Andrew and Regina George enter an empty classroom. 5Y was her best friend's boyfriend with the queen bee, Regina George. For Regina George was a name that commanded respect or fear. With a reputation for being ruthless, manipulative, and short-tempered, no one dared to cross her. Kara had always avoided her whenever possible, and while curiosity gnawed at her, she didn't dare get too close to that classroom. The risk of being caught snooping and becoming Regina's next target was not something she was willing to take. As for Andrew, even though she had known him for 2 months, because he was Pippa's boyfriend, she couldn't say they were particularly close. He had always been friendly to her, but at gatherings at Pip's house, he usually socialized more with Leonard, Howard, Zach, and, of course, Pippa. I have to get to the cafeteria and tell Pip, though it's probably nothing, Kara thought, a part of her trying to justify what she had seen. She saw Andrew as charismatic and, surprisingly, quite a geek, based on the conversations he had with Leonard, Howard, and Zach. There was something intriguing about the way he could go from discussing football strategies with near military precision to debating Marvel alternate universe theories, or which was the best ship in Star Wars 3. His enthusiasm for those topics made him seem approachable and genuine, but no one at school dared to mock him for it. There was something about his presence that commanded respect. Maybe it was that peculiar mix of charisma and innate authority. Because, even though Andrew was a friendly and good-humored guy most of the time, everything changed once he stepped onto the football field. The moment his cleats hit the turf, he took on a seriousness and focus that didn't go unnoticed. He barely even smiled. Kara and everyone else had noticed this shift. In middle school, he had seemed more relaxed compared to now. Since the game where he came off the bench and led a comeback, he had become an undisputed starter, led the offense, and had been the MVP in every match. He even played defense when needed, and his superiority was obvious to everyone. That was why the seniors had no choice but to follow him without question. When she arrived at the cafeteria, her eyes immediately searched for Pippa. Her best friend was sitting at their usual table, laughing with Lauren and Zach. As for Connor, he had distanced himself from the group and was now hanging out with other guys. The only one who didn't know why was Pippa. Everyone else was aware that he felt uncomfortable seeing Pippa and Andrew together. "Everything okay, Kara? You look deep in thought," Pippa asked with a smile, watching her friend sit down across from her. Kara let out a sigh and, after a brief pause, decided not to keep what she had seen to herself. "I saw Andrew going into an empty classroom with Regina George," she said bluntly. For the comment sparked immediate reactions from the group. Lauren, known for her straightforward personality, was the first to speak. "I knew it. That bitch who thinks she runs the school wasn't going to take long before setting her sights on Andrew," she said with clear disapproval, crossing her arms. "I don't think it's something to worry about. We don't know the context," Pippa said calmly as she sipped her drink. One she couldn't deny that the thought of Regina being alone with Andrew made her slightly uncomfortable, but her trust in him was stronger than a few doubts. She knew Andrew wasn't that kind of guy. Lauren raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. "Really? Regina doesn't go into an empty classroom with someone just to talk about schoolwork. And definitely not with the star quarterback. Andrew isn't like other guys. Pippa replied firmly, but without raising her voice. Hey, Zach protested. Pippa knew that Andrew had always been popular because of sports, but he never had a reputation for dating around or flirting with every girl. In fact, she was his first girlfriend. Even though everyone thought it was Veronica, she knew that relationship had been fake. Andrew had told her the truth about his relationship with Veronica. Well, still, Regina is manipulative and older. I told you both should make it official and say it explicitly. Why do you think marriages exist? Lauren said. When he gets here, I'll ask him and satisfy your curiosity, you gossips, Pippa said, rolling her eyes and changing the subject. Andrew, for his part, walked down the hallway unaware that Kara had seen him enter the classroom with Regina. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he noticed several eyes on him, but paid little attention to it. His gaze searched for Howard and Leonard. He found them at a secluded table in the corner of the cafeteria, both sitting alone with their lunches, chatting. He quickly approached them. He still hadn't told them that he had been invited to the YouTube partner program. He hadn't been able to tell them during the first few hours of class, nor had he sent a text, since he wanted to see their reactions live and in person. Why aren't you sitting with Pippa and the others? Andrew asked, sitting across from them. Howard paused his conversation with Leonard and looked at Andrew. I don't know. They were already at that table when we got here, so we just sat here, he replied, scratching his head. Yeah, we didn't want to interrupt anything, Leonard added, nodding in agreement. The truth was that, even though they had known Pippa, Lauren, and Zach for 2 months, they still didn't feel comfortable enough to casually sit with them in the cafeteria. There was an invisible barrier they hadn't been able to cross yet, a mix of shyness and lack of self-confidence too. However, with Andrew, it was different. Even though they had known him for about the same amount of time, they were close and considered him a true friend. This was largely because they shared the same hobbies, and Andrew had easily broken that barrier, inviting them to his house, playing online video games with them, and more. Interrupt. Pippa doesn't bite, you know? Well, Lauren might try, but Zach would probably stop her, Andrew said, raising an eyebrow. And what about turning Kara into your girlfriend? Andrew asked, looking at Howard, who made a disgusted face. In 2 months, his progress had been almost non-existent. He sucked at flirting with girls, even though he knew their interests thanks to Facebook. Howard let out a quick laugh before looking at Andrew and swiftly changing the subject. What about you? You went to the bathroom like 1,000 years ago. What were you doing? Handcrafting your own urine? Or did you take a dump and run out of toilet paper? I didn't take a dump, and I didn't run out of toilet paper. Something came up, but it wasn't important, Andrew said. He wasn't going to tell them about the Regina situation. Howard would lose his mind if he found out about the photo. He'd probably keep asking Andrew to describe it in detail. Andrew quickly changed the subject and told them about the YouTube partner program. Howard and Leonard were surprised and happy about the news. Andrew then started convincing them to create their own YouTube gaming channel like his. That way, they'd have their own crew established. Both of them looked thoughtful, but eventually agreed to do it. At first, they doubted their ability to talk alone during a game, but after playing plays with Andrew that he uploaded to YouTube, they gained confidence. There were many comments on the videos laughing at things Ringo or Wazowski said, which reassured them. While Andrew, Leonard, and Howard enthusiastically discussed what the first video on Howard and Leonard's channels should be, Pippa approached the table with Kara, Zach, and Lauren. Hey, Andy. So nice of you to greet me, Pippa said with a slight smile, her tone sarcastic, but without any real annoyance. Andrew turned his head and looked at Pippa. Oh, I forgot. Sorry, he said, scratching his head with an apologetic smile. He had been so excited to tell Leonard and Howard the YouTube news that he completely forgot to greet Pippa. Just kidding. You were probably telling them about YouTube, right? Pippa said with a sweet smile, sitting next to Andrew and placing her tray on the table. Yeah, you really know me, Andrew nodded, slightly surprised. I'm observant. Besides, I'm guessing you were so caught up in this news that you forgot to prepare your lunch for today, right? Pippa asked, and Andrew nodded. That's why I made this for you. Here, Pippa said, handing him a container from her tray, still unopened. Andrew took the container, and as soon as he saw what was inside, a smile formed on his face. White rice, vegetables, chicken, and 2 eggs. Thanks. You saved me from having to eat cafeteria food, Andrew said happily as he opened the container. He also knew that Pippa had made the food herself, which made it even more special, very different from when Veronica had done the same, but the meal had been prepared by her house's chef. It's nothing. What you eat is really simple to cook, Pippa said, waving her hand, as if it wasn't a big deal. Don't downplay it, you really saved me, Andrew said with a small smile, wrapping an arm around Pippa's waist and pulling her closer so they could eat together. Pippa blushed slightly at first but happily accepted being closer to Andrew. Howard, on the other hand, watched them with deep envy. One day he thought as he took a bite of his sandwich. Lauren, Zach, and Kara also settled at the table with their lunches. Next time, you guys come to our table. It's annoying to keep switching tables every day, Lauren grumbled, looking at Leonard and Howard. She knew that if those two had sat with them from the start, Andrew would have gone straight there. We didn't see you, Howard justified himself, lying as he spoke with his mouth full 1mm. Lauren hummed, clearly not believing a word that came from Howard's food-filled mouth. And you, Leonard? Did you get it? She added, this time looking directly at Leonard, who flinched slightly under her intense gaze, though, strangely, it wasn't an unpleasant feeling. Yeah, of course, Leonard said, holding Lauren's gaze for a few seconds before looking away. This is the second time I've told you this, and you keep giving me the same answer, but you don't do what you say. Are my words a joke to you? Lauren pressed on, starting a passive-aggressive argument with Leonard. As Andrew ate his delicious lunch, few would call the same simple meal every day delicious. He observed the exchange between Leonard and Lauren. Something caught Andrew's attention. Lauren seemed to be directing all her energy toward Leonard, completely ignoring Howard, even though he had made the same mistake of not sitting with them. Andrew narrowed his eyes, chewing his food slowly as he watched them both with curiosity. This is interesting, he thought to himself. It was like the saying that people who fight actually like each other, though in this case, Lauren was the only one fighting, since Leonard was far too passive. As Andrew watched this scene, wondering how he could help Leonard get a girlfriend, Pippa looked at him and casually asked, did you walk into an empty classroom with Regina George? 5. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, Pippa the Reliable. Did you go into an empty classroom with Regina George? Pippa asked casually. Lauren, who had been arguing with Leonard, fell silent. All eyes at the table turned to Andrew, who almost choked on his drink at the sudden question. Cough. Did you see me go into the classroom? Andrew asked, taking a sip from his water bottle. That's why you took so long in the bathroom. You weren't taking a shit. Howard broke the silence, his mouth hanging open in shock upon hearing the news. Howard had had thousands of fantasies about Regina George. In his ranking of the hottest girls in school, she was number 1. You assumed I was taking a shit? Andrew murmured, looking at Howard, who seemed the most affected by this revelation. So you're not denying it? Pippa said, eyeing Andrew, who for some reason felt a slight shiver down his spine. I went into an empty classroom with Regina George, Andrew confirmed. A flurry of sounds erupted at the table, gasps of surprise, exclamations, and even a faint whisper of no way from Lauren. Andrew blinked, confused by their exaggerated reactions. Millimeters. Kara saw you and told me, Pippa commented, now more relieved. She saw Andrew's calm expression and confirmed it easily, so Pippa knew nothing had happened between them. The reason must be something else, and that piqued her curiosity. Andrew looked at Kara, who had remained silent until now, but was now noticeably nervous. When she felt Andrew's gaze, she quickly looked away and started whistling badly, as if she didn't really know how. Andrew frowned, not because he was upset, but because Kara's behavior puzzled him. Why are you acting like I'm intimidating you? I'm not mad or anything. Of course not. It's not every day we see you alone in a classroom with Regina George, Kara said quickly, as if trying to justify herself. Then, what were you doing in an empty classroom with her? Pippa asked, her curiosity evident. It was clear that this was the question everyone wanted to ask. The group's eyes locked onto Andrew again, who took a long sip of water to buy time. I can only tell one person, Andrew said calmly, and pointed at Pippa. You. Andrew would tell Pippa he wouldn't let some stupid misunderstanding cause a fight over Regina George. A smile formed on Pippa's face, knowing she'd be the only one to hear the gossip. The rest of the group exploded in outrage. Why only her? Howard demanded, his eyes wide, as if Andrew had just betrayed some sacred bro code. Yeah, why Pippa and not the rest of us? Kara added, crossing her arms in offense. She was the biggest gossip of them all. She had to know what Andrew and Regina talked about. She could sense something big. She no longer doubted Andrew's loyalty. It was obvious something else had happened. Only Pippa. You've got to be kidding me, Lauren muttered, clearly intrigued. Andrew raised a hand, signaling for silence. Let me explain, okay? It's nothing personal. Well, actually, it is personal, but not in the way you're all thinking. The others waited for him to continue. Howard, Andrew began, turning to him. I can't tell you because, if we are being honest, you become unbearable. If you knew what happened, you'd be asking for every little detail, probably even throwing in absurd questions. Sorry, but no. Howard opened his mouth to protest, but then shut it, realizing Andrew was right. Zach, Andrew continued, looking at the boy who was sipping his soda. Even though I trust that you wouldn't do it on purpose, I know you'd forget this is supposed to stay a secret. In any casual conversation, something like "Oh, Regina and Andrew in that classroom" would slip out of your mouth before you even realized it. Zach shrugged, accepting the point with resignation. Kara, Andrew said, locking eyes with her, we all know you love telling stories, even the ones you shouldn't. If I tell you, the whole school will find out eventually. Kara grimaced, clearly wanting to deny the accusation, but she couldn't stop a guilty smile from forming. Lauren, I get the feeling Regina isn't your favorite person in the world. So if I tell you, you might end up using it against her, Andrew said. Lauren shrugged. She hated that bitch, and if she could do anything to ruin Regina's reputation, she absolutely would. So yeah, Andrew had a point. Finally, Andrew turned to Leonard. And you, Leonard, I really do trust you. But I also know that, if everyone pressured you enough, you'd end up caving, he explained. Leonard nodded slowly, acknowledging that Andrew wasn't wrong. He was too much of a people pleaser, and social pressure always got to him. But then why Pippa? Kara asked, frowning, voicing the question everyone else had in mind. Yeah. What does Pippa have that we don't? Howard added, crossing his arms, like he was personally offended. Andrew sighed, looking at them all with a mix of patience and exasperation. First, she knows how to keep a secret. 2, she won't cave under pressure from any of you. 3, she's not absent-minded like Zach. 4, she's not a pervert like Howard. Hey, that's uncalled for, Howard exclaimed, looking offended, but no one at the table backed him up. And lastly, she doesn't hate Regina like Lauren does, Andrew finished. Well, Pippa said, standing up with a smile, looks like I have a private conversation to attend to. Andrew stood up as well, leaving the rest of the group behind, still murmuring and speculating among themselves. As they walked away, Howard shouted, if you could at least describe her scent, I'd be satisfied. 7 Go get close to her yourself. Andrew shot back, shaking his head with a resigned smile, before heading toward the exit with Pippa, who couldn't help but laugh at how weird Howard was. Almost everyone in the cafeteria turned to look at Andrew as he walked away with Pippa, as well as at Kara, Howard, and the rest of their table. Everyone was wondering what the starting quarterback was talking about. What do you think they're talking about? Asked Steve, one of Andrew's friends and a current wide receiver on the football team. He was sitting at the athletes table, the one Andrew used to sit at. This had left the guys on the team a bit confused. Andrew, who had always been the natural leader of the group, had started alternating between the two tables. Sometimes he sat with his teammates, and other times with Leonard and Howard. Bringing everyone together at one table wasn't an option, since Leonard and Howard didn't feel comfortable around the athletes, so Andrew had to switch between them. He usually chose to eat with Leonard and Howard in the cafeteria. As his friendship with Pippa grew stronger, his usual cafeteria group became Kara, Lauren, Zach, Pippa, Leonard, and Howard. What Andrew appreciated most about Pippa was that she didn't mind going wherever he went. She didn't care if he sat with the football guys or with Leonard and Howard. Pippa just wanted to be with him. That flexibility was one less problem for Andrew. He always eats with them now, Reggie commented in a displeased tone. That's not true, it's 50-50. The day before yesterday, he had lunch with us, Kevin said, noticing the disapproving looks some of the guys at the table weren't even trying to hide. But today is game day. The final game. He's our leader, he should be eating with us, not talking to those nerds, Reggie complained, and several in the group nodded in agreement. Yeah, he should be here, Steve added, taking a big bite of his muffin. Wow, relax. Why are you all jealous? Andrew already has a girlfriend, it's Pippa, Kevin said with a slight smile, trying to lighten the mood and downplay the situation. He was the only one who truly understood what was going on. It didn't bother him that Andrew had lunch with another group one day and with them the next. He knew Andrew couldn't be in two places at once, and merging the tables wasn't the best idea. After all, the dynamic of each group was different. I'm not jealous, Reggie said indignantly, giving the table a small thump. I just think he shouldn't be getting distracted on game day, he should be with us. He added 6 distracted by having lunch with his girlfriend and other friends? Kevin murmured, shaking his head at how illogical Reggie was being. Kevin took a moment before responding. Deep down, he knew Reggie was just jealous. After all, Andrew had been his lifelong friend, and they had always been together, but things had changed. Even so, Andrew still spent time with them. You know what, Reggie? Kevin said, staring straight at his friend. If it really bothers you that much, why don't you go and tell Andrew to his face? Andrew? To his face? Reggie stammered, his annoyed expression fading. Yes, said Kevin. I'll think about it, Reggie muttered, crossing his arms, though his tone sounded more like an excuse. Just as Kevin was about to say something else, their conversation was interrupted by Lam, the leader of the defense. Hey, Kevin. Make sure Andrew is at the restaurant before the game. You know, the tradition, Lam said, completely ignoring the previous discussion. Ever since Andrew became the starting quarterback, Lam had developed absolute respect for him. The entire team had improved, it wasn't just Andrew shining. Now, it truly felt like they were playing as a team, both offensively and defensively. Yeah, of course. Don't worry about it. Tradition is tradition, right? Kevin replied. The pre-game tradition was to meet up at the Williamsburg diner for a light meal and to talk football before their Friday night games. Besides being a sort of ritual, it was a way to stay focused and united as a team. Andrew had started this tradition back in middle school, and now in high school, several seniors like Lam had joined in and never missed it. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 50, Regina's Gratitude. Andrew wasn't aware of the discussion at the football team's table. He was walking hand in hand with Pippa while telling her everything about Regina, not skipping a single detail. Whoa, who would have thought your ex would be so evil? Pippa commented after hearing about the blackmail Veronica was using against Regina one year, and I accepted her stupid confession so she wouldn't get rejected in front of everyone, Andrew said with a grimace. Sometimes being too nice isn't the best option, Pippa said too. Yeah, that's why I'll stop trying to be a good guy to people I barely know, Andrew said, clenching his free fist, since his other hand was still holding Pippa's one. Really? Right now, you're helping Regina George, someone who's more of a stranger than anything, and who not long ago tried to blackmail you, Pippa said, looking at him amused. Well, this is different. Veronica crossed the line, and I won't let her get what she wants, after spreading those rumors about me and using me to boost her popularity, Andrew said. Oh, I didn't know you could be vengeful, Pippa said with a slight smile. Surprise. I can be, if the person deserves it. Once Regina's photos are deleted from Alan and Veronica's phones, I'll tell Regina to report her to the school administration. I'll back her up by saying I had to step in to make sure the photos were erased. Andrew said with a small vengeful smile. One that way, Veronica would be punished, though he didn't think she'd be expelled since her parents had money, but at least she'd get reprimanded. As for why Regina hadn't reported Veronica yet, it was because she knew that if she did, her picture would be leaked instantly. It was unlikely Veronica would care about the punishment, which at most would be a few days of suspension. Millimeters. That's a good idea, though Regina might not want to report it. Once the photos are deleted, she'd have to tell the whole story to the adults, admitting that she sent a suggestive picture, and maybe she's embarrassed, Pippa said, looking thoughtful. Yeah, but it's just telling the story. I'll convince her. I'll also make Alan testify against Veronica. Andrew said too. You're really confident about Alan. Do you think he'll delete the photo so easily and also testify against his new girlfriend? Pippa asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. The power I have in the team will make him say exactly what I tell him. It'll be like taking candy from a baby, Andrew said with a small confident smile. Since he became an undisputed starter, the team had won every game, achieving the best streak in the school's history, and qualifying for the regional playoffs for the first time in over 10 years, with one game to spare. Because of this, Coach David adored Andrew. He saw him as his golden goose. The team had become unstoppable. Every game since the comeback had been a crushing victory. David, who had previously been more loyal to his nephew Jason, could no longer deny the truth. Andrew had transformed the team. And that was why he backed Andrew 100%. If Andrew said a player should be on the field, David supported him without hesitation. Andrew's power in the locker room was immense. Andrew knew this was only possible because he was in a 5th division school. In higher level schools, a coach would never give so much power to a player, or maybe they would if the player was extremely good, like him. However, Andrew wasn't the type of person to abuse his power for arbitrary decisions. Despite the influence he had, he tried to keep everything as meritocratic as possible. He didn't let personal likes or grudges affect his judgment. If it were about personal feelings, Andrew probably would have cut Alan from the team, since he was friends with Jason, and Andrew's relationship with Jason wasn't exactly the best. For him, the only things that mattered were performance and teamwork, not old rivalries. He was a leader with a clear vision. Only the best, the hardest workers, and those most committed to the team would earn their place on the field. And that was why everyone on the team respected him, including Alan and Jason's friends, because they knew it wasn't about favoritism, it was about results. Well, then it won't be too hard to give Regina a hand, Pippa commented, and Andrew nodded. That was another reason he decided to help her. It wouldn't be difficult to get Alan to delete the photo from his phone. Just a brief conversation. Oh, so you also saw her in her underwear? Pippa said, stopping and looking at Andrew. Andrew also looked at her and swallowed hard. He had told her that he checked the photo to make sure Regina wasn't lying. Are you mad? He asked. They stared into each other's eyes in silence until Pippa finally spoke. I can't deny that it bothers me that you saw Regina in her underwear, but it's not your fault. You had to make sure that manipulator wasn't lying to you. So no, I'm not mad. That's good. Thanks, Andrew said, relieved. Don't thank me. I'm not an irrational lunatic like Veronica, Pippa said with a smile. You're 100 times better than that witch. No, or 1,000, Andrew said, making Pippa laugh. They kept talking as they walked through the school hallways, as if they were on a stroll until the bell rang, and they each headed to their classes. During the last break, Andrew called Alan to talk privately. To Andrew's surprise, Alan was very cooperative. The moment Andrew explained the issue at hand, he immediately agreed to delete Regina's photo from his phone. I thought he'd put up more resistance, Andrew thought with a puzzled expression. Even though he knew he had power within the team, he expected Alan to play dumb and refuse to admit that Veronica had blackmailed Regina and that he had been involved. But instead, Alan placed 100% of the blame on Veronica. He simply said he had lent her his phone and only had a vague idea of what she was doing. Before Alan deleted the photo, he called Regina so she could witness it being erased. Seeing Regina's number on Alan's phone, he dialed it, and she arrived shortly after. Regina looked at Alan with eyes full of fury but said nothing. She was genuinely surprised to see the photo being deleted. She hadn't expected Andrew to accomplish this all in the same day. Then, Andrew told Alan to get Veronica's phone so they could check her gallery and make sure she hadn't saved a copy of Regina's photo. Alan agreed instantly, saying he would snoop through Veronica's phone and delete the photo without hesitation if he found it. However, Regina didn't fully trust him, so she asked Andrew to make sure it was done. To make this happen, she, as the cheerleading captain, would keep Veronica busy during practice while Alan got her phone and met up with Andrew, who would witness Alan checking Veronica's gallery. The plan was simple, and they pulled it off easily. The only downside was that Andrew and Alan had to be absent from practice for about 15 minutes, but Coach David allowed it, since Andrew always gave more than 100% in every training session and was the team's star player. As Andrew had suspected, Veronica hadn't saved a copy of the photo on her phone. It was good to confirm it, ensuring she couldn't blackmail Regina anymore. After cheerleading practice ended, Regina found out everything had gone smoothly and felt a huge sense of relief. Since she had gotten Andrew's number, she asked to meet up with him, as he had also finished his training. They met behind the gym, both still sweaty. As the cheerleading captain, Regina had gone through a grueling session of routines, jumps, and non-stop repetitions, leaving her drenched and her muscles burning. She observed Andrew closely, trying to hide her surprise. He was wearing a black compression shirt that fit like a second skin, outlining every well-defined muscle, almost unreal for someone his age. How can he be this muscular at his age? Regina thought, her eyes lingering for a moment on the sharp definition of his shoulders and the contour of his arms. The technical fabric of his shirt did nothing to conceal how sculpted his body was, and the sheen of sweat only made him look more appealing to her. Despite being in 9th grade, Andrew's physique rivaled that of veteran players. Andrew, for his part, couldn't help but glance at Regina, though he wouldn't admit it. For a brief moment, upon seeing Regina's toned legs after hours of exercise, Andrew found himself agreeing with everything Howard always said about her being a great beauty. He quickly pushed those thoughts aside. He wasn't like Howard, who only thought with his lower head. Besides, he already had a girlfriend. Regina didn't notice Andrew's fleeting glance at her legs, because she was too busy staring at his chest. Everything's taken care of. The only thing left is reporting Veronica to the principal, Andrew said, breaking the silence. Regina seemed to jolt slightly, as if she had just snapped back to reality. Her gaze shifted from his torso, and she quickly lifted her head to meet his eyes, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yeah, you're right. I'll go to the principal on Monday, Regina said in a softer, more hesitant tone than Andrew had ever heard from her. Really? Andrew asked, both surprised and doubtful. Yes, though. I'll have to tell him everything, including the photo. Regina nodded. Andrew crossed his arms, trying to understand why she was agreeing so easily. He knew that for someone like Regina, admitting that Veronica had blackmailed her with a photo in her underwear wasn't a small thing. In fact, it was something that could seriously damage her reputation, something Regina protected almost religiously. He had expected to have to convince her more to get her to report Veronica. Are you sure? Andrew pressed. It's better to deal with a moment of embarrassment than to keep letting Veronica do whatever she wants, Regina said seriously, and Andrew stopped questioning her. Well, that's everything, then, Andrew said. As he stepped past Regina toward the exit, she moved to the side, blocking his path. Thanks, Andrew. Really, thanks, Regina said in a sincere, softer tone than usual. Andrew frowned slightly, a bit confused by the gratitude in her words. You're welcome, he said, eyeing her cautiously, as if unsure whether this was genuine or just one of her usual schemes. Don't look at me like that, idiot, Regina suddenly snapped, crossing her arms. I'm really grateful, that's all, she added. It wasn't a big deal, Andrew replied. Deleting the photos had been easy. He had done it the same day, Regina asked, and it hadn't taken much time or effort at all. You don't get it. I thought my life was ruined. When I found out about the photos, I thought I'd never recover. And I couldn't talk to anyone else about this, Regina said quickly, her eyes locking onto his. And your friends? My friends? Please, all they would do is gossip until the whole school found out. They're not well, they're not like you, Regina replied with a bitter laugh, shaking her head. Like me? Andrew repeated, raising an eyebrow. Yes, like you. Someone trustworthy, Regina said after a few seconds, debating whether to answer or not. Andrew remained silent. The last thing he expected today was for Regina to be complimenting him and thanking him. That's why I'll say it again. Thank you, Regina repeated, this time with a small smile that seemed to break through all her usual barriers. You're welcome, Andrew replied, this time with a smile, happy that the person he helped was actually grateful, unlike Veronica, although technically, she never knew he saved her from humiliation. Regina found herself looking at Andrew's smile longer than she intended. For a brief moment, something stirred in her chest, a strange sensation she couldn't quite identify. Her eyes remained fixed on him. Realizing she shouldn't stay silent for too long, she quickly looked away, feeling a slight warmth on her cheeks. She broke the silence with a nervous laugh. Well, on another note, the choreography we did with the girls is going to crush the rival cheer squad. So you better make sure to win today's game, she said, trying to regain her usual confident and haughty tone. One, I'm sure you will. And don't worry about us, we'll win without a doubt, Andrew said with a slight smile, walking away as Regina watched his back. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.